Chapter 1 The White Mage. Tread, tread. The sound of orderly footsteps resounded on the crimson ground, and accompanied by the crisp sound of armor clashing, figures lined up came from all directions and stopped uniformly. Boom! A long spear fell heavily on the ground, shaking the ground for a moment. Crash! Tens of thousands of troops lined up neatly in all directions, completely surrounding the open space in the center, and then the front row was divided into two, and hundreds of people wearing magic robes walked out one after another, holding wands or magic books in their hands. White Mage, lay down your weapons and surrender on your knees. A muscular man wearing armor stepped forward slowly, and came tens of meters away from the figure in the center of the open space. Undoubtedly, it still explained the man's fear of that figure. But the figure surrounded by them in the center was just a white-haired boy in an exquisite robe, with eyes as deep as the sea. Surrender. The young man glanced at the 100,000 troops surrounding him without showing any fear, and said lightly, "Don't speak wild words easily, it will only show your stupidity. Just relying on the 100,000 troops to make me surrender. You are too arrogant." The audience was silent, and a faint oppressive atmosphere permeated the entire Red Land. Someone shouted in anger, "White Mage, you are too arrogant. If it weren't for the sake of the magic you handed over, you would have been decapitated long ago. That's right, obediently surrender with your arms tied, if so, the kings can still save your life." Ah! The young man couldn't help laughing out loud when he heard the words. His tone was full of undisguised disdain. "You 9 kingdoms are nothing more than a group of wastes who were frightened by the dragons, fled all the way from Ishgar to the western continent, but instead ruled over me in front of me. It is true that there are no tigers in the mountains, and monkeys are called kings." Speaking of this, the boy's dark eyes lightly flicked, and a bone-piercing chill emanated instantly, sending chills down the spine of everyone. It was only then that they remembered that the seemingly harmless young man in front of him was a top mage who had once destroyed an army of a kingdom. Seeing the terrified expressions of the mages, the armored man standing at the front snorted coldly with disdain. He, who rose from the blood, naturally looked down on these noble mages. However, after all, they represent the kings of the 9 kingdoms, so... The armored man suddenly looked at the figure in the field, narrowing his eyes slightly. "White Mage, I will give you one last chance to surrender to the coalition forces of the 9 kingdoms. I will intercede for you in front of your majesties, because you are proficient in hundreds of kinds of magic." Swish! 3 rounds of pitch-black goo slowly bloomed in the boy's bloody eyes, like blooming flowers, but exuded an ominous and strange aura. The man in the armor choked, and was speechless for a moment. His pupils were full of fear, and the army behind him was even more commotion. Is this the ominous calamity I heard that these eyes were created by the White Mage. They can't help but increase magic, and can also create illusions and confuse people. They are the eyes of the devil. Humph. I don't know. This is clearly an extremely rare and powerful eye magic. This war was initiated because the 9 kings took a fancy to these eyes. Even those mages showed fear one after another, but more of it was greed for the ability of these eyes. Seeing the restless soldiers, the armored man frowned slightly, immediately raised his hand to suppress the noise, and at the same time looked up at the boy and said, "It seems that you are going to go all the way to the dark." Black. The young man smiled coldly, and the 3 rounds of pitch-black goo in his blood-red eyes slowly rotated, completely reflecting the troops who were about to move in all directions. Suddenly, the boy's figure was distorted, and he disappeared out of thin air, as if he had merged into the space. Before the man in the armor could react, a powerful aura of magic power emanated from the sky, like a surging wave. The young man had already appeared in the sky, his scarlet eyes swept over everyone coldly. His expression was indifferent but arrogant, standing in the sky like a god's mansion. "Do you want to escape, White Mage?" The armored man's face was gloomy. The White Mage actually mastered the magic of floating, which was beyond his expectation, but with so many mages here, the other party would never want to escape. He made a gesture behind him, and then several magicians secretly mobilized their magic power, ready to stop the boy at any time. Only the young man stood under the clouds out of thin air, without any intention of escaping, looked down at the crowd and said indifferently, "Escape? This word is too inappropriate. I just want you to see my true strength as a white mage. Let me tell you what the real god is." The indifferent arc rose from the corner of the boy's mouth, but it made everyone feel no resistance. "What the hell are you trying to do?" cried the armored man. There was only a little insignificant sound left when the sound was transmitted to the sky, but it was still clearly transmitted to the young man's ears. "How should I say it? It's just a punishment." The corner of the boy's mouth slightly curved, causing the pupils of the armored man to shrink. "Don't worry, it's just a trivial punishment for God's disrespect to human beings." As he said that, a silver magic staff appeared out of nowhere in the boy's hands, and lightly tapped on the invisible air. Like a stone falling into a calm lake, a series of golden ripples appeared immediately, as if the lake spread out behind the young man. "What's this?" The mages all expressed their doubts. They had never seen such magic before. The golden radiance seemed to illuminate the entire sky. This warm scene was like a paradise, and the soldiers were immersed in the warmth, but the alarm bell in the man's heart suddenly rang, and before he could speak, an impressive scene appeared. Countless small golden ripples appeared on the golden curtain, and golden weapons emerged from the ripples, such as swords, knives, spears, densely packed behind the young man, facing the 100,000 troops neatly. The whole body is as golden as the sun, and the lines and blades on it are clearly visible. It is obvious that it has been condensed to a certain point by the magic power, just like a real weapon. A dryness welled up in my throat. The man in the armor looked horrified, and the alarm bells were ringing in his mind. Every golden weapon here gave him a faint sense of danger, and there were more than a few hundred here. Base. A golden spear moved forward slowly with the movement of the young man flexing his fingers slightly. "The whole army defends!" A hastily shouted from the mouth of the armored man in an instant, and only then did the soldiers who had fallen into a daze regain their senses. Their faces turned pale. 3 rounds of projection," the young man said indifferently. As the words fell, a golden weapon quickly turned into a bright meteor and projected onto the ground with enormous magic power and speed. In an instant, a large crater of more than 10 meters was blasted in the army, full of bloody bones. Boom! The fire is soaring. But that's just the beginning. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Countless sounds of breaking through the sky sounded one after another, and the golden torrent quickly occupied the entire sky, like meteor beams. The speed of the storm made people have nowhere to hide, and the roaring sounded one after another. Boom 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 boom. At a glance, the crimson horizon has long been covered by the golden bombardment light, and no one is safe and sound. All the 100,000 troops are caught in the explosion that soars into the sky. The corners of the mouth of the young man standing above the sky curled up slightly, showing no mercy. If you want to imprison him just because of the Sharingan magic he taught, the 9 kingdoms should disappear. Otherwise, his Sharingan magic could not spread to the whole continent, but it would affect his plan. Million Sharingan Project. Chapter 2: The First Follower. It's just a little interest on early collection. Having said that, when the soldiers and mages on the ground were being bombarded endlessly, the boy was delighted to feel that. Wisps of invisible blood-colored magic power poured into his eyes, warm as if soaking in a hot spring. It seems that there are also wizards who practice Sharingan. The boy closed his eyes and thought happily. The golden torrent only existed for a few breaths before it stopped, but this period of time seemed as long as a century to the troops and mages on the ground. This is a nightmare. A nightmare enough to stay in my heart for a lifetime. In the center of the Scarlet Land, the originally flat and wide ground has been completely covered by densely packed, large and small huge fire pits, with corpses everywhere, and screams one after another. Looking at the bottom completely covered by dust, the young man's blood eyes narrowed slightly, and he waved his hand casually. Call. A strong gust of wind appeared out of thin air, quickly blowing away the dust on the ground. Compared with the army of soldiers with heavy casualties and no 1 in 10, the 1,000 mages were scattered at the rear of the army in order to prevent the attack of the white mages. Facing the golden torrent just now, they could still hide. Past. However, the shadow just now remained in the hearts of everyone who survived, prompting them to flee in all directions, because they knew that the white mage is simply not something that manpower can resist. Clack! The clods were churning, and a sturdy figure in armor came out of the pit. Seeing the tragedy in front of him, his pupils shrank suddenly, full of disbelief. How is this possible? Why is this impossible? A cold voice rang in his ears, causing the armored man to look forward immediately. I saw the boy's figure slowly descending from the sky, looking at the general commanding the 9 nations' allied forces with a playful expression on his face. People rely on their own knowledge and cognition and are bound by it to live. That's called reality. But in the final analysis, knowledge and cognition are vague things, and reality may be just a dream in a mirror. What do you want to say in the end? The man in armor couldn't suppress the anger in his heart and let out a loud roar, not caring that the young man in front of him was fully capable of solving him. People live in their own obsessions, don't you think so? The boy didn't care about the offense of the armored man's words, but asked with a light smile. Obsession? The armored man was slightly taken aback, looking at the young man's scarlet eyes, feeling a little bitter in his heart. Yes. If it weren't for the 9 kings who coveted the secret of Sharingan magic taught by the white mage and insisted on arresting the white mage, how could they have ended up in the current situation? What's more, the man in armor regretted so much. The white mage had already taught everyone the Sharingan magic, but they still forced him, so who can blame him for this end? The boy didn't care about the armor man's thoughts, instead he asked with interest. You became a general, what is the purpose of practicing magic? He could feel that the magical aura emanating from the armored man in front of him was much more powerful than that of ordinary mages. Defend the dragon and save the people. The man in armor lowered his face and said in a low voice. He will never forget, as a child, when his house in Ishgar was ruined, the dragons were raging in the sky, destroying the town with a single blow, and the scenes of people fleeing in panic were everywhere. Then you're doing pretty well now. The young man praised with a hint of affirmation. After all, the Western continent was originally desolate. The people here fled to the Western continent decades ago to avoid the giant dragon. In recent years, the Western continent has obviously developed very well, compared to Ishgar, a place where there are only deaths and corpses everywhere. What do you want to say? If you want to kill me, do it. I will never run away. The armored man bowed his head. Killing you doesn't bring me any value, so I won't kill you. Teenagers have a taste for fun. The man in the armor was extremely angry, and couldn't help standing up and staring at the young man, saying, Are you humiliating me? What you think? The boy's gaze did not shift in the slightest, his dark and deep eyes met those of the armored man. A long time. The breeze blew, and the armored man knelt on the ground weakly. Yet? How can a character like you, white mage, enjoy the vulgar fun of humiliating others? The young man looked down at the man in armor kneeling in front of him. His pair of deep eyes were like endless black holes, possessing the mystery of devouring everything, even people's hearts. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Hate. How can you not hate it? Hate what? Of course I hate myself for not being strong enough. If I were you then and now, no, even my strength, maybe my parents. In the end, the man in armor closed his eyes in pain, tears streaming down his face. There was a faint smile in the boy's eyes, and he glanced at the direction where the mages were fleeing in the distance, and said lightly, If you have power, what are you going to do? Strength. That's right, power. Power enough to realize the most urgent desire in your heart. The man in the armor was silent, but tears poured down his face. Scenes of painful memories flashed like fleeting shadows in his heart. In the end, the shadows overlapped one by one, gathered into such a huge, strongest creature in the world. Slaughter all the dragons and save mankind. Ha 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 ha. The young man finally burst out laughing, smiling happily, changing from his previous indifference, as if it was about to spread throughout the entire world. The hearty laughter immediately awakened the man in armor who was close at hand from his disappointment. He looked up at the young man, full of puzzlement. "What your name?" The young man asked with a faint smile. A faint gleam flashed in his scarlet eyes, carrying an indescribably bewitching aura. This kind of power prompted the armored man to say his name, and even had some faint expectations in his heart. Tees Null. Then from this year onwards, your name will be Tees Dragneel, exclusive to my Faust, bringing the existence of hell to the dragon family. In the slightly stunned expression of the armored man, the boy smiled lightly and stretched out his hand. My name is Loyal Ming Dragneel, and from today onwards, we are companions. Companion. The armored man still couldn't believe it, and couldn't help saying. Why do you think I'll follow you? Do you want to slay a dragon? The boy was not angry, but asked with a smile. Think. The man in armor nodded heavily. That being the case, the young man took the initiative to grab the somewhat rough palm of the armored man, pulled it up, stood up. The man in the armor didn't move, he just stared blankly at the boy, as if something was about to pop out of his eyes. The corner of the young man's mouth was slightly curved, and he said slowly, I'll teach you. A gust of wind suddenly rose from the red earth, but it continued to spread and expand on the earth, forming a tornado filled with wind and sand. Chapter 3 Ishgar and the Half-Draco. On the azure sea, the waves are shimmering, which is especially in line with the pure white clouds in the sky, interweaving into a line of water and sky. However, a black spot suddenly appeared between the water and the sky, and it was getting bigger and bigger. That's a boat. A simple two-story wooden boat. Squeak. The young man pushed open the door and came out. Looking at the muscular figure on the deck who was exercising, he smiled helplessly. There are still 2 hours before returning to the eastern continent, Ishgar, why don't you prepare well? There's nothing to prepare for. The muscular figure who was exercising replied casually, and continued to do push-ups, sweating profusely. If someone gets close, you can find that the body of that sturdy figure is covered with golden magic lines, exuding a faint oppressive aura. However, only the boy and this strong figure know. What does this golden magic pattern represent? This represents 5 times the gravity. Ordinary people can hardly imagine. However, for the 2 teenagers in front of them, they were obviously used to it. Therefore, the young man just took a look at the extent of the man's exercise, then looked away, waved his hand casually. The green magic circle takes shape instantly. On the floor of the wooden boat, vines sprang up and organized together to form a deck chair. Well, it really is the most leisurely time to read books like this. The young man sighed leisurely, lay down on the chair and took out a book to read. However, the rattling sound of turning the pages of the book was enough to amaze anyone. The boy sitting on the recliner did not know when to reveal his bloody eyes, and kept turning to scan the writing on the pages. Although Sharingan originally belonged to another world, when the young man transforms this power into magic, the eyes will never be as simple as before. Amazing eyesight, memory ability, insight, keen perception of magic power, increase in magic power and the ability to instantly cast phantom magic are enough to make any magician crazy. This is also the reason why the 9 great kingdoms had to keep him. They believed that the secret of Sharingan taught by the young man was definitely not that simple. Of course, they all guessed right. However, they are all dead. Oh, by the way, it was the man who was doing push-ups on the deck who was personally killed by Tease, who was appointed by the kings of the 9 kingdoms as the general of the White Magister Legion. However, Tease, who was exercising, turned a blind eye to the boy's almost light-speed flipping sound. He had long been used to it. Moreover, these eyes. Swish! The pitch-black eyes instantly turned blood-red, and a round of pitch-black goo slowly gushed out. The exhausted man regained some energy in an instant and continued to exercise. There is only one thought on his mind now, and that is: train your body to that level as soon as possible. That is strong enough to withstand the dragon slayer magic added by the boy. Because he wants to slay the dragon. The wooden boat slowly leaned against the coast, but the prosperous coastal city in the past has turned into an empty city, as can be seen from the mess and blood on the coast. Damn dragon! Tease scolded angrily, who else can do this, except the giant dragons? Luo Ming didn't care too much, his black eyes just glanced at the mess on the coast, then retracted his gaze, and walked towards the center of the city. Where are we going? Tease asked inexplicably. The original armor had long been replaced by a magic robe, which was specially made for him by the boy, with a gravity magic circle engraved on it so that it could be used for exercise at any time. Swish! The young man didn't say a word, just swiped his slender palm in front of his body, and a black silk appeared in front of him instantly, casually draped over his shoulders, and fastened it with a lock. The body of the white-haired boy was wrapped in an exquisite magic robe like silver. There was a touch of black silk in front of his body. The white hem of the clothes fluttered in the wind, and the scarlet eyes behind him could be vaguely seen. Does this make any sense? Tease didn't understand. However, the young man seemed to see his doubts, with endless coldness surging in his eyes, but he smiled softly. Just like you, I also have a person I hate so much that I must kill him before I can rest. Tease hesitated for a moment, and couldn't help but said. Can I ask who that person is? After all, with the strength shown by the boy now enough to dominate the entire Ishgar human race, who is enough to become the enemy of the White Mage? Black Mage, Zeref. The indifferent words fell, causing Tease's pupils to shrink suddenly, and he looked at the young man in front of him in disbelief. Black Mage? And the boy in front of him claimed to be a white mage. Could it be that? That's right, it's exactly what you think it is. Luo Ming smiled lightly, then looked forward and walked slowly. Let's go, the real war is about to begin. War. Tease didn't know why, but he immediately followed behind the boy and asked tentatively. Are we looking for the Black Mage? No, we are looking for someone who wants to kill the dragon family just like you. At the end of this, the boy himself laughed. Maybe he's not human anymore. Not human. That's right, a half-dragon. Boom. The door of the tavern was suddenly pushed open, and the loud and dirty voices rushed towards him, causing the man to frown slightly. If he had seen the drunken appearance of people in the tavern when he returned to the eastern continent for the first time, he would not have believed it. But now, he's used to it. Immediately, the man turned sideways slightly, allowing the young man behind him to appear in the eyes of people in the tavern. The exquisite magic robe immediately attracted the attention of some people, but he retreated under the sweeping black eyes full of oppression. The people in the whole tavern were immersed in the dream that the wine brought to them. After all, Ishgar is really dangerous to the extreme now. There are raging dragons everywhere, and there is no way for humans to survive. Therefore, it is not uncommon for such drunkenness and dreams to die. There is no sign of the boss even on the counter, he may be dead, or he may have fled. Only in a remote corner of the tavern, a man wrapped in a black robe was quietly drinking. Along the way, Tease also learned a lot about Ishgar. For example, the creator of the dragon-slaying magic is the queen of one of the several kingdoms that has entered the village. Another example is the legendary half-dragon who slaughtered the dragon. And that half-dragon is called Akuno Lalaya. The young man took a step forward, staring at the black-robed figure, and said with a light smile. Chapter 4 Acunologlia. However, this sentence caused a storm in the tavern. Acunologlia. The legendary half-dragon. How is it possible? That half-dragon man is among us. People in the tavern showed panic. However, Tease, who believed in the boy very much, stared closely at the black-robed figure. The black-robed figure turned a deaf ear and remained silent. What? I haven't seen my old friend for a few years, so I don't know him anymore. Luo Ming greeted with a smile. The black-robed figure still didn't answer, but the people in the tavern couldn't sit still. A burly man with a faint magical aura got up and walked up to the young man, looking down at the young man fiercely and said, "You said he was the half-dragon Acunologlia." Luo Ming didn't look at him, and the big man's irritable temper immediately took over. "You boy!" A huge fist wrapped in magic suddenly swung down. However, the young man still looked at the black-robed figure without any intention of dodging. The big man's eyes flashed fiercely, and he was about to land a punch on Luo Ming's body. Hiss! A white line spread rapidly from the floor, protruding in front of the young man in the blink of an eye, turning into snow-white thorns, and the cold air broke through. The big man looked at the ice tip close to his neck, and suddenly shed a drop of cold sweat. He looked up. Seeing Tice behind the boy, he said coldly, "Roll." The big man's face was ferocious, but he withdrew his hand resentfully because he was concerned about the release speed of the ice magic displayed by the man. However, when the big man turned to go back, out of the anger in his heart, he couldn't help but sarcastically said, "Acunologlia? Oh, I'm afraid your efforts are wasted. How could that bastard appear here?" Although Acunologlia often slays dragons to save humans, the terrifying half-human half-dragon body still makes people stay away and even speak ill at each other. Coupled with the incomprehensible hatred between the dragon family and humans, it is enough to make them spurn Acunologlia. This is the ugliness of human beings. The young man shook his head slightly, with sarcasm in his eyes. The ugliness of the weak. Sure enough, Na Dagong was about to return to his desk when suddenly his eyes went dark, and his abdomen was instantly covered with unconcealable pain. Ah! Soon, his eyes were covered with panic. I saw that the thing stuck in his abdomen was a ferocious and pitch-black dragon claw covered with scales. Are you the half-dragon man?" The big man couldn't believe it, his voice became lower and lower, and he fell to the floor. The whole tavern erupted instantly, and the people who were drunk and dreaming of death became frightened and even angry. This is the status of the half-dragon people in today's human race. Boom! A violent hurricane suddenly sounded outside the tavern, causing people to shake unceasingly. Only 3 stood upright on the ground. Another human hand stretched out from under the black robe, borrowed the black hat, revealed that cold face, and looked at the boy. Tease next to him was stunned. It was a face with a particularly cold expression, and the long silver hair was slightly messy. The most attractive thing was his ferocious giant claw covered with black dragon scales, which was completely different from his left hand. The lines on it were complicated and strange, showing a rough courage with a different kind of beauty. "Long time no see, Acunologlia." The young man stretched out his hand with a faint smile, and held it directly with the blood-stained dragon claw without any hesitation. The people in the tavern were already stunned, but there was a hint of warmth beneath that cold face. "Long time no see, Ming." Behind him, Tease stared blankly at the scene where the boy was holding the bloody dragon claw together, but finally bent down with admiration on his face. Salsa. A group of 3 people walked on the desolate red land, the wind was dancing wildly in the distance, and a huge black shadow could be vaguely seen. It was a giant dragon tens of meters long, with strange patterns engraved on its thick and solid scales, revealing the powerful magical aura that could wreak havoc on the world. The huge and ferocious dragon's mouth opened slightly, and instantly ejected a powerful breath, drawing a heavy brand mark on the ground. T's eyes were slightly darkened, with a strong icy killing intent flashing, and a trace of coldness gradually permeated the air. Only when he returned to Ishgar did he know how rampant the dragon family had finally become. Compared with the towns where humans were safe and sound decades ago, now Ishgar can see raging dragons everywhere. Looking at the group of people fleeing in embarrassment, he was already very angry, and the cold chill on his body almost exploded. However, the strength of the giant dragon family lies not only in their impenetrable scales, but also in the extremely powerful dragon magic they have mastered. Roar of the dragon, dragon's claws, dragon's bash and more. Noticing the surge of magic power on T's, the black-robed youth on the other side said coldly, "It's too weak. This level of ice magic alone can't do any harm to this beast." As he said that, the young man in black robe turned his head to look at the young man in the center, and said doubtfully, "Didn't you teach him dragon-slaying magic?" "No, it's not yet time." The young man laughed lightly, then looked into the eyes of the young man in black and said, "However, Akunalalaya, you also admire dragon-slaying magic too much. Although dragon-slaying magic does give you the power to slay giant dragons, the sequelae of dragon transformation are not so easy to offset." Snort. Akunalaglia snorted softly, and said indifferently, "Even if I really become a dragon in the end, I must kill all the dragons." Hearing this, Tease felt a slight shock in his heart, and couldn't help but look at the boy and said, "Could it be that dragon-slaying magic will turn humans into dragons? Under normal circumstances, this kind of thing doesn't happen. However, if you bathe in dragon blood, the process of becoming a dragon will be greatly accelerated." Speaking of this, Luo Ming couldn't help but glanced at the half-body of Akunolalaya's dragon form, shrugged and said, "Although the Sharingan I taught you has the effect of restraining dragon transformation, but he has killed too many dragons, and there is nothing he can do to get to this point." Hearing this, Tiston was surprised. Sharingan actually suppresses the trend of dragon transformation? And so it seems that Akunalaglia in front of him can also write the magic of sharing eyes. All right. Akunolalaya frowned slightly, glanced at the huge shadow that was gradually flying, and said, "The beast has come." As he said that, a trace of dark magic power slowly overflowed from his body, making that pitch-black dragon claw even more ferocious and terrifying. However, a hand stood in front of him. "Okay, leave this beast to me and my Faust," and Ishgar's declaration of returning as a white mage couldn't be better. The young man said with a light smile, his expression extremely relaxed. "Humph. Do as you please." Seeing this, Akunalaglia had no choice but to withdraw his claws. As soon as the voice fell, a shadow covering the sky and the sun came to Luo Ming and the three of them. Chapter 5: The Power of the White Mage. The wind is howling. Ah ha ha ha, I actually saw 3 more bugs, let me Brontosaurus Achilles enjoy it. Thunder Dragon Clan. As one of the most powerful branch of elemental dragons in the dragon family on the continent of Ishgar, they are very irritable, powerful in battle, and especially like to play with dying humans. A strong wind rushed towards us, and a giant dragon with a length of 50 meters, covered with golden yellow scales, an extremely powerful breath flew over in an instant. Damn it! Ice Shield! Tease couldn't bear the gust of wind, and his magic power bloomed, instantly forming a thick semicircular ice wall in front of the 3 of them. Hiss! The sharp wind hanging on the ice wall immediately set off an ear-piercing sound, leaving clear traces. Interesting. Let me see how powerful human mages are. Thunder Dragon Achilles smiled ferociously, then opened his huge mouth, and the golden thunder breath gushed out instantly, like the wrath of heaven and earth. The Thunder Dragon's Roar. The Dragon's Roar, the most powerful pure energy attack, is enough to easily destroy any town. The earth shook and the air roared. This dazzling light completely filled T's field of vision. This is the power possessed by giant dragons, and even the top mages among humans are insignificant in front of this power. Looking at the bright lamang in his pupils, Tease clenched his teeth, his magic power surged, and he was about to use all his magic power to block the blow. But... swish! A figure suddenly appeared in front of the ice wall. With a calm expression, he waved his right hand unhurriedly, and the terrifying breath of thunder in the dark eyes blinked. Indifferent words spit out from the boy's mouth. Defensive magic, blazing sky covering 7 rings. Surging golden magic power instantly bloomed from the young man, condensed into 7 crystal clear ring barriers to resist in front of the 3 of them, with different colors and a suffocating beauty. People can't help but worry whether this thin defense can block the attack of the dragon. Boom! A huge mushroom cloud rose slowly on the red earth, and the vibrations on the ground also slowly stopped. Thunder Dragon Achilles stared coldly at the direction in front of him, gently flapped his 20-meter-long wings, and the hurricane whizzed away, and the scene gradually became clear. Its dragon eyes suddenly shrank. Call! 3 figures emerged from the dust, unscathed. And in front of the boy standing in front of the ice wall, there were 5 circular barriers, which made Tease's pupils shrink sharply, and he couldn't help muttering. This is the power of the legendary White Mage? The dragon's roar was blocked so easily. It's not full strength. Snort! Akunalaglia, who was on the side, noticed Tease's astonishment, and couldn't help sneering. Don't use your vision to judge others. Especially him. He is an inferior existence. Your knowledge and vision of magic are too small. That's right. Without Tease answering, a chuckle came from the front, and the boy turned his back to him and faced Thunder Dragon Achilles said. The so-called cognition is used to continuously break. Tease, to become my partner, you need not only enough strength, but your determination and character are what I value most. Don't let your cognition restrict your development. In the final analysis, the roar of the giant dragon is just the tide of magic power. Although it is powerful, it is too scattered, and naturally it cannot play any role in front of the young man who is proficient in various magics. Immediately, the boy waved his right hand out of thin air, the ring dissipated, and the silver wand was instantly held in his hand, slowly pointing at the huge and ferocious body of the Thunder Dragon Achilles. His eyes said indifferently. In the final analysis, something like a giant dragon is nothing more than a beast with brute force. Damn brat! Thunder Dragon Achilles was furious when he heard the words. How dare you insult my dragon family like this, humble ants, taste the wrath from the dragon. The thick and solid ferocious dragon claws were instantly raised high, carrying a shimmering golden thunder light, and under the pressure of the air, they suddenly fell from the top of the boy's head. A beast should look like a beast. The young man whispered, and waved his wand again. A huge golden magic circle formed above his head. The Chidori sharp gun of light. Whoosh! A straight long spear made of light particles suddenly rose from the ground toward the ferocious dragon claw. The tip of the spear was in a spiral shape, exuding a more dazzling oppressive aura. Puff! In Tice's horrified eyes, the spear of light pierced through that dragon claw completely, bloody. Ah! The roar of the giant dragon broke through the air in an instant, turning into terrifying winds rushing in all directions. You lowly ants, how dare you! Thunder Dragon Achilles never imagined that his dragon claw covered with the magic power of thunder would be pierced by a slender light gun. This piercing pain made him explode instantly. The color of the sky and the earth changed, dark clouds gathered overhead, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, like horned dragons gliding through the sea of clouds. This! Tease hurriedly turned his head to look in front of him, but the boy's figure had long since disappeared. Up there! Akunalaria's cold words came into his ears, which instantly made Tease look up. It was very similar to the scene in the western continent a few months ago. The young man stood high under the clouds holding a silver wand, his eyes were indifferent, as if he was a god. A beast is a beast after all. No matter how powerful the giant dragons are, they still can't reach the height of the throne of the sky. The Chidori prison of light. 4 golden light beams instantly appeared from the sky when the indifferent sound sounded, piercing the thunder dragon's claws and wings one by one, and firmly inserted them into the ground, like a prison. Accompanied by the pitiful roar, Thunder Dragon Achilles struggled frantically, but he couldn't get rid of the 4 spears at all. Damn it! Compared with other people, Luo Ming has a deeper understanding of light, coupled with the special condensed relationship of magic power, so the power is far beyond ordinary and more penetrating. The golden spear of tens of meters is inserted into the body of the giant dragon, and even humans within several miles can clearly see it. Luo Ming stood high above the frosty sky with a magic wand in his hand, his indifferent and cold eyes looked like gods, and the thunder dragon roared on the ground, casting simple spells on the ground one by one, causing the dragon to scream in pain and bruise all over his body. This scene was instantly recorded in the depths of everyone's soul. The so-called giant dragon is not invincible. As if the dragon was nothing but a powerless beast crawling on the ground in front of the man. If human beings have such power, I am afraid that even the entire dragon family will be afraid. T's blood that had already turned cold was boiling hotly, his eyes were filled with tears, and he laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha, the end of the dragon clan has finally arrived. T's immediately knelt down on one knee in the boy's direction. In the past, he might have chosen the boy just because of the dragon, but now he has decided to follow the boy completely. White Mage Ming Dragneel, from now on, I would like to regard you as my monarch, and dedicate my body, heart, and soul to you. Since then, I have been the most loyal believer of the White Mage, and I am also the only devil that belongs to you. Faust Tice. For T's, there is no one worthy of his attention in this era. All this is caused by the dragon. Even though he is in purgatory, he still follows the young man and acquires the power to resist and even kill the dragon. Chapter 6 Tempering against T's. Beside, Akunalaglia looked at this scene coldly, but there was a flicker of color in his eyes. If it is said that in this era of rampant dragons, someone is destined to lead the human race to defeat the dragon clan, it cannot be his half-dragon, nor can it be those king knights. It can only be a white mage. Because the most powerful thing about the white mage is not his bottomless strength, but his devil-like power that can confuse all human hearts. This is the true meaning of the white mage. Thunder Dragon, kneel down and surrender, I can spare your life. The indifferent and cold words spread mightily to the whole world, it seemed that even the air was trembling, and the dark clouds behind were reduced a lot. Looking at the aloof boy, Thunder Dragon Achilles was very irritable, and with 4 claws one by one, he scattered the 4 light guns. With a pair of powerful and wide wings, he jumped up instantly and rushed towards the boy. Don't be too crazy, brat of the human race. It must have consumed a lot of your magic power to do this, this is the gap between humans and dragons. Watching the thunder dragon rushing towards him, the boy remained calm as always, gently waving his magic wand. A vast and complex golden magic circle instantly took shape above the head, exuding a powerful aura. Elemental Halo God's Judgment. Base. A slightly smaller blue magic circle appeared in an instant, and under the influx of magic power from the golden magic circle, the dark clouds and lightning above the boy's head instantly became dense and violent. Haha, if you want to use thunder magic to deal with Thunder Dragon, you. The Thunder Dragon Achilles laughed ferociously, and rushed towards the sky with both wings, and the dragon claws swung out first. Rumble. 4 ferocious and curved horned dragons poked out of the dark clouds in an instant. The whole body was composed of all the thunders compressed to the extreme in the dark clouds within a dozen or so radius, and even the scales were clearly visible. It exudes a frightening atmosphere. It was lit up within a radius of more than 10 miles, just like daytime. 4 faint blue rays of light flashed across the sky, and immediately the judgment from the heavens hit the thunder dragon's wings, head, and tail heavily. Ah! A scream resounded through the heavens and the earth, and the momentum of the 4 compressed thunderbolts from the sky was enough to knock them down, not to mention the paralysis and destruction effects of the 4 thunderbolts. The magic defense of dragon scales is limited after all. Thunder Dragon is not thunder. Boom! Thunder Dragon's huge body fell powerlessly to the ground in an instant, and along with the pitch-black scales falling off and dripping dragon's blood spilled on the ground, a cloud of dust was thrown up. Gusts of wind spit out from the generous breath, and the pain of skin and flesh made Thunder Dragon scream. It's unimaginable that someone can use thunder magic to seriously injure a thunder dragon. However, this is just the beginning. Hoo-hoo! The cold wind howled and dust filled the sky, but T's blood was extremely hot. The originally ferocious Brontosaurus Achilles has turned into a breathless corpse, his solid body is covered with mottled black marks, his scales are falling off, dripping with blood, almost dyeing the whole land red. Tap! Akunalaria stepped forward and was not surprised. After all, when the boy left Ishgar, he already possessed a strength far beyond his own. The strength shown now is obviously not surprising. However, Akunalaglia couldn't help admiring. I didn't expect that your elemental magic is so powerful. The boy's figure slowly descended from the sky, with a gentle smile on his mouth. It's just that my magic power is very condensed, so the magic power displayed is also greater. With that said, the boy turned to look at Tease, and said softly, "Although I will teach you dragon-slaying magic, ice magic is what you are best at after all. As long as you practice to a certain level, you can still slay dragons. My lord, what should I do?" Tease bowed his head respectfully, his eyes full of urgency for power. "It's easy." The corners of Luo Ming's mouth hooked slightly, and with a wave of his hand, a golden magic circle appeared in front of him in an instant, and several golden magic chains spread out and bound Tease's body, turning into golden patterns, which looked particularly weird. However, Tease's expression changed suddenly. He felt that most of the magic power in his body had been completely restrained, and it was only the magic power of one magic that could be mobilized. This is a magic circle. It can isolate humans from controlling most of the magic power in their bodies. The young man said lightly. However, if a person has a very high degree of control over the magic power in his body, then the magic circle will not work at all. Saying that, the young man turned to look at the charred corpse of Thunder Dragon in front of him, and said calmly, "Next, you not only need to exercise your physical strength, but also exercise your magic under the magic circle, so as to enhance your control over the magic power in your body." Swish! After a slight pause, the boy casually waved his wand towards the corpse of Thunder Dragon, and the purple-blue magic circle instantly exaggerated in the sky, and the hanging light almost covered the entire corpse. Separation magic, dissecting creatures. In an instant, the dragon's body began to turn, and scales fell from its body, revealing bright red flesh and blood. However, the dripping blood kept gushing out from the blood vessels, condensing into a surging blood mass in the air, and the remaining flesh and blood also became shriveled and floated from the keel. Dragon blood. Dragon meat. Keel. Dragon scales. For wizards, all this is priceless. Swish! The four things were immediately received in the boy's storage space, which was separated by large and small vacuum areas. There were necessary clothes and food, as well as his own wand, books, and so on. It can be said that this turbulent era is perfect for a young man. He can collect all kinds of magic at will and use it for himself. And with his magical power, there are very few magics that cannot be cast in this world. Seeing the boy scavenged the body of the Brontosaurus, Akunalaglia couldn't help but twitched his mouth. Long time no see, his old friend is still the same. Tease on the side was already dumbfounded. "Let's go." The boy turned around and said with a smile. "This time is a big harvest, Tease, you are very lucky, but it's a pity that it's not an ice dragon." Somewhere in a ruined city that was completely empty, there was still an intact castle in the center. In the center of the spacious and empty hall, the originally gorgeous and flat ground is still covered by a huge circular stone pit, which contains steaming red liquid, like surging magma. This is the dragon blood on the Brontosaurus Achilles. Luo Ming glanced at the man next to him, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Go to the club, keep exercising with the method I taught you, the dragon blood will naturally blend into your body, and the dragon soul inside has been stripped out by me, don't worry about becoming a dragon. Dragonization? Although he didn't understand what the boy was talking about, Tice immediately bowed to the boy and said gratefully, "My lord, you have troubled me so much." "Don't say that, I just want someone to help me a little bit." The young man smiled faintly, and with a wave of his hand, a large pile of processed flesh and blood had been placed beside the circular stone pit. "This is dragon meat. When you're tired, eat some of this and you'll recover quickly, so it won't delay your exercise." Hearing this, T's sighs became more joyful, but his head lowered. "Okay, you can stay here, this castle is very safe with the hidden magic circle I set up." "What about you, my lord?" Tease hurriedly raised his head and said, "If I finish absorbing the dragon's blood, where should I find you?" "Ha." The corners of Luo Ming's mouth were slightly raised, and the corners of his mouth were raised slightly. "Then you are here to practice ice magic, how can a Brontosaurus be worthy of my Faust? The most suitable for you is the ice dragon family." Tease's pupils shrunk slightly, reflecting the boy's silver-white figure. "Does it mean that my lord is going to?" "That's right. My target this time is the ice dragon." Chapter 7: The Dragonov Kingdom. Crack! The gate of the castle opened, and a silver-haired boy came out. The young man in black robe next to him said coldly, "I thought you would absorb those dragon blood too. It's just the blood of a thunder dragon, it's not of much use to me now." The corner of the young man's mouth said disdainfully, "If others knew it, they would be shocked. But it's useful anyway, isn't it?" The corner of Akunalalaya's mouth is playing with taste. If he only focused on slaying dragons, he would not be able to become the half-dragon man he is today. Most of the reason is that he ate a lot of dragon blood and dragon meat, which gave him his current strength and appearance. What a waste of time. The young man held it casually, and a crystal ball immediately appeared in his hand. It was crystal clear inside, and there was a small sleeping dragon. "Is this the dragon soul?" Akunalagalia's pupil shrunk. "Your separation magic is so powerful? Even the dragon soul?" "No, you're wrong," the boy said calmly. "This is no longer separation magic, but disintegration magic that is exposed to rules. Disintegration of everything in the world is enough to disintegrate everything, even magic power." Akunalaya took a deep breath. It was unbelievable that the young man in front of him had mastered magic almost to the point of a god. He believes that in this world, there are not many magics that are unfamiliar to teenagers. "Let's go, our time is running out, and it's time to prepare for the final war." After putting away the dragon soul, the boy immediately grabbed the magic wand that appeared out of nowhere. A carriage suddenly appeared on the ground out of thin air, and there was a hemispherical transparent barrier outside the carriage. Akunalaglia went straight up, and at the same time asked the boy beside him, with a bloodthirsty smile rising from the corner of his mouth, "Then how are you going to swear that war is coming? Since it is a war, the noble king must fall." The boy tilted his head slightly, and a cold and indifferent smile rose from the corner of his mouth. "How about the Ice Dragon King? I still remember the rampant appearance of the ice dragon when I was a child. One breath can destroy a city." "Indeed. Let's slaughter all the ice dragons." Dragonov Kingdom. One of the few remaining human kingdoms on the continent of Ishgar, the queen is the mother of the famous dragon slayer, the legendary great wizard who created the dragon-slaying magic, Irene Belsirian. Although Queen Irene spread the dragon-slaying magic to the whole continent, many dragon slayers came into being, but there has not been a dragon slayer that can really slay dragons. Even Queen Irene can barely withstand the attack of a giant dragon by virtue of her powerful additional magic and dragon-slaying magic. The only existence in Ishgar that can slay dragons is the legendary half-dragon Akunalalaya. Today, however, this taboo has been broken. When a certain news gradually spread to the entire Ishgar continent, the kingdom of Dragunov and even the entire human race became excited, and the magicians on the front line were also overjoyed. An incredibly powerful mage who stands alongside the fabled black mage Zeref appears, and easily kills a brontosaurus right out of the gate. White Mage. Although no one has ever heard of the character of the White Mage in the past, but today, this title is thoroughly spread on Ishgar. The only human who can slay a dragon. A savior sent by God. God of magic. Numerous titles have been given to the young man. Although most people have never seen a white mage, the figure of the young man standing above the frosty sky and fighting the thunder dragon was still recognized by many people within a 10-mile radius. People see it. Never fake. Dragunov Kingdom. King's capital. On the bustling and crowded streets, people are full of surprise conversations, and the noise is extremely loud, but they all revolve around this topic. Hey, you guys have heard that a white mage has appeared recently. White mage? Who is that? Stronger than Queen Irene? Idiot, I haven't even heard of a white mage. This mage has slaughtered a giant dragon. Dragon slaying? True or false? Could it be another rumor? How is it possible? Many people who escaped from the vicinity that day saw the scene of the white mage beheading the dragon. You don't need to say it. They slaughtered the strongest Thunder Dragon clan among the giant dragon clan. What Thunder Dragon? I heard that the one killed by that lord seems to be a dragon king. In the huge royal capital, this topic is being discussed in almost every place in the streets, taverns, and hotels. The news is spreading faster and faster, and the more it spreads, the more evil it becomes. In the deepest palace of the royal capital, a handsome figure wearing armor and long crimson hair standing in the spacious and empty hall. In front of him was a giant dragon that was not inferior to the thunder dragon that Ming killed, and even surpassed it, with golden scales all over its body, and a giant dragon that exuded warmth and wisdom. Holy Dragon Belzerian. A rare giant dragon who stands on the human side in the dragon clan used to have great prestige among the dragon clan. After all, the Holy Dragon clan has always existed as a prophet in the dragon clan. However, when the Holy Dragon Belzerian stood on the human side and chose to protect the Dragunov kingdom, the dragons of the main battle faction immediately regarded him as a disgrace among the dragons. Even for this reason, dragons are often sent to attack the Dragunov kingdom. What's going on outside, Irene, that it's so loud? At this time, the Holy Dragon Belzerian was looking at the crimson figure in front of him suspiciously. Nothing, it's just a message on Ishgar recently. The crimson figure said with a light smile. The voice was very pleasant, exuding an inviolable awe-inspiring temperament. Information. Shenglong Belzerian was taken aback, and said in a low voice. Could it be that another kingdom was destroyed by other dragons? It's no wonder that it thinks this way. After all, this is not the first time such news has happened, and every time it causes great commotion in the kingdom. Belle doesn't have to feel guilty. The Crimson Woman touched the scales of the Holy Dragon with a smile, and a smile flashed across her exquisite and dignified pretty face. It's actually good news. Good news. That's right. A man who called himself the White Sorcerer recently appeared on Ishgar and slew a brontosaurus. Killed a thunder dragon. Shenglong's huge dragon eyes suddenly stared unconsciously. True or false? Could it be a rumor? Not. The Scarlet Woman chuckled and explained. A lot of people saw that scene back then, and I have just verified it with the army below. There should be no fakes. That's it. The Holy Dragon Belzerian was in a very low mood. Although she was on the human side, it was largely because of the woman in front of her. She still had some nostalgia for the ethnic group. Although she has been expelled from the giant dragon clan by the giant dragons of the main battle faction, and has to fight them every time to protect the kingdom, she still feels a little disappointed when she hears the news of the Thunder Dragon's fall. Seeing this, the Scarlet Woman couldn't help sighing, but seemed to think of something suddenly, and said in a funny way, "By the way, Belle, you would never have imagined that the White Mage seems to be still a teenager. Juvenile." The eyes of the Holy Dragon Belsarion stared wide open, unable to believe it. "How can it be?" "It's true." The Crimson Woman smiled lightly and said, "Although I don't know what the White Mage looks like, but I'm really looking forward to it. This White Mage will definitely come to several kingdoms, and we will be able to see him then." As she said that, the Scarlet Woman seemed to have thought of something. Her pretty face was full of nostalgia. "Speaking of which, Ming also left for several years. I really don't know when he will come back." The Holy Dragon Belsarion at the side heard the words, and couldn't help flashing a bit of warmth in the big dragon eyes. "That's right, it's been almost 7 years since that kid left the kingdom. I really don't know where that kid is now. Could it be that other dragons?" Vase. The gate of the palace was suddenly pushed open, and an armored soldier hurried over, bowed to the Scarlet Woman and Sheng Long. "Lord Holy Dragon, Queen Irene." "What happened?" The Scarlet Woman named Irene said with a serious face. Under normal circumstances, soldiers would never dare to come in at such a time, unless something serious happened. "There is an urgent report from the border of the kingdom, and 3 giant dragons are flying towards the kingdom." "What?" Irene was taken aback. The Holy Dragon Belsarion said in a rough voice. "Does anyone see the attributes of those 3 giant dragons?" "Looks like 2 brontosaurs and an ice dragon." The soldier bowed his head to answer, and Irene's expression changed instantly. 2 brontosaurs and an ice dragon? Are they trying to destroy the kingdom? Thinking of this, Irene couldn't calm down, so she turned to look at the Holy Dragon Belsarion, and just about to speak. "Irene, let me go to the border to have a look first. You can bring the army there later." "But Belle, is your injury still not healed?" A hint of worry flashed across Irene's expression. "A few days ago, a giant dragon attacked the kingdom of Dragonov. Although it was killed by the Holy Dragon Belsarion, it was inevitable that it suffered some injuries. Now there are 3 powerful dragons attacking again. Wouldn't this make Belle go to die?" "Irene." The Holy Dragon Belsarion stood up slowly, revealing the huge body, making the soldier's head lower, but a hideous scar that had just formed a scar was faintly visible on his ribs. "Your responsibility is to protect the people of the kingdom, let them avoid the attacks of those dragons, and survive on Ishgar. As for those dragons, leave it to me." Saying that, without Irene nodding, the Holy Dragon Belsarion raised his huge claws and walked out amidst the slight shaking of the palace. "Belle." Irene's awe-inspiring eyes gradually turned into a gleam of water. "According to this situation, Belsarion will undoubtedly die. But she is the queen of a country, and she must be responsible to her own people. Even if she is going to die, she must let the people of the kingdom live." Thinking of this, Irene immediately looked at the soldier with a pretty face and said coldly, "Notify, call the army immediately, and set off for the border." "Yes." The soldier immediately turned and ran out of the palace. In an instant, Irene was the only one left in the huge palace. There was a faint sadness in her heart, but she suppressed it in her heart, and glanced in a certain direction outside the palace. "How nice it would be if you could be by my side." Chapter 8, The Ice Dragon Clan. In the cold far north. Beside the carriage, the young man stared blankly at the direction of the center of the continent. His deep eyes were bottomless, as if something gentle was surging. "Bright." A cold voice came from the ear, interrupting the young man's contemplation, only to see the black-robed young man's cold eyes puzzled. "What do you feel?" "Nothing." The young man shook his head slightly, and looked away. He didn't say the call he felt in his heart, but said suddenly, "When this time is over, let's go to the center of the mainland." Akuno Lalaya was slightly surprised. "Why?" There are the largest collection of dragons there, and... The boy tilted his head slightly, his silver hair swaying in the cold wind. There are people out there who need me. Silence for a while. The boy put away the carriage casually, turned around and led the young man in black to continue walking towards the continuous iceberg in front of him. On the north side of Ishgar, there is a world of ice and snow all year round, and there are endless icebergs. At a glance, it is full of endless white snow and few people. However, this quiet world is the habitat of the extremely powerful Ice Dragon clan among the Giant Dragon clan. Although they live in the remote north of Ishgar, the Ice Dragon clan is very famous on the mainland of Ishgar. Gain, the Ice Dragon clan is also a tough main fighter, and they often wreak havoc on the mainland. Compared with the Thunder Dragon clan with astonishing destructive power, an ordinary breath of the Ice Dragon clan is enough to create an ice city, with a wider range and more people hate it. However, its deadly opponents the irascible Fire Dragon clan are rare peacemakers, although most of them are because the Fire Dragon King Igneel is the representative of the peaceful faction. The Ice Dragon King, Gran Bagon, was once defeated by the Fire Dragon King Igneel, and then wreaked havoc on Ishgar, causing the destruction of more than a dozen small countries before leaving. And now on the mainland, there are less than 10 human countries left. Coincidentally, as soon as Ming and Akunalaglia walked to the boundary of this continuous ice mountain, an ice-blue ice dragon flew from afar and caught their eyes. "Are you coming or am I coming?" The young man turned his head and glanced at the black-robed youth with a faint smile. The young man in black didn't say anything, he just lifted the black robe on his body, exposing the ferocious dragon claw, and walked over slowly. "Don't make the scene too big, I want to get something from it later." Snort! An indifferent hum came from afar, and was immediately replaced by a roar of a dragon. Roar! "It's a coincidence that I can meet 2 ants at the door of my house." The ice dragon laughed loudly, and the roaring sound spread ripples in the air, setting off a burst of snow. Only... Swish! A tiny black shadow leaped vigorously, and suddenly appeared on the side of the ice dragon's ferocious dragon face. Before the ice dragon could react, Akunalaglia suddenly raised the black dragon claw with icy cold determination. The extremely deep black magic suddenly bloomed. "You fellow, aren't you?" After being slightly stunned for a moment, Bing Long immediately remembered a rumor he had heard in the mainland, and just about to speak. Boom! The ferocious pitch-black dragon claws had landed on its cheeks, the scales fell off, and the blood was dripping. Roar! A painful cry immediately resounded in this ice and snow field. The howling ice and snowstorm suddenly hit the boy, but the moment he got close to him, he was pushed away by some invisible force. "Oh, another terribly stupid beast." The young man shook his head and smiled helplessly. There are always some giant dragons who are not afraid of the legendary existence of dragons slaying the half-dragon Akunalaglia, and think that those achievements are just false. I'm afraid that the thunder dragon he killed by the white mage would also be thought of in the same way. After all, he didn't even leave the body behind. While thinking about it, the surging magical power poured out from the young man's body, pouring into the silver wand in his right hand, as if it was about to explode. The air around the boy's body became much thinner, and he let out bursts of mournful cries, as if he had been completely crushed by the surging magic power that emanated. Heat Addition Micro-Simulating Stellar. The golden brilliance is like a small sun rising slowly, displaying its own existence wantonly in this icy and snowy land, so hot that the icebergs are melting. On the side, there were also occasional roars and dragon roars, which immediately caused commotion in the depths of the boundless iceberg. Rumble! The whole stretch of icebergs seemed to be shaking, and the white snow and ice kept sliding down from the icebergs, but were immediately melted into steam by the terrible temperature. Voices woke up from the depths of the snow mountain. Whose magic is it? The mountain is actually melting. It seems that there are companions screaming. Pairs of bright moon-like eyes opened from the cave deep in the iceberg, and then they came together. Roar! Roar! Countless dragon roars emanated from the depths of the iceberg, shaking the entire world. Roar. The ice dragon that was fighting Acunalaglia also roared, but it was different from those roars, it was a cry of grief. This is the struggle before death. Stop playing, Acunoloria, those guys inside are coming out soon. The boy said lightly, but it was extremely loud, as if he was mocking some guys inside. Boom! A black shadow suddenly fell from the sky, carrying an ice dragon covered in bruises and fell heavily into the icy snow. The snow-white scales were already mottled and dripping with blood. Compared with Mina's easy dragon slaying, Acunalaglia is even more bloody. Because he relied on the original dragon slaying magic to slay giant dragons and constantly bathed in dragon blood, he just became the half-dragon man he is today. It's time for the final blow. Glancing coldly at the direction of the depths of the iceberg, Acunalaglia faced the ice dragon lying on the ground struggling to stand up, slowly raised his head and opened his mouth wide. The huge and condensed profound magic power is condensed and compressed in the mouth. The roar of the black dragon. Whoosh! A pitch-black light flashed across the ground, and was immediately replaced by a shocking fire. Hoo-hoo! Acunalaria's chest kept rising and falling. In order to kill him with one blow, he deliberately increased the compression of magic power just now, and the compression of magic power is often the most difficult. Even today's Ming has only compressed and condensed his magic power to the present level by relying on various weird training methods in the past. The movement is really big. The corner of the boy's mouth twitched. How could he find good things from the ice dragon? Acunalala ignored the boy's expression, but looked up at the direction deep in the iceberg. Black dots have appeared from the distant sky, accompanied by the roar of the sky. This endless iceberg can't be the lair of the ice dragon clan, it can only be regarded as the doorway. Hiss! Acunalaglia didn't speak, just walked into the gradually extinguished fire, came to the scorched corpse of the ice dragon, tore off a large piece of flesh and blood without hesitation. Immediately, Acunalaglia stuffed it into his mouth and ate it in big mouthfuls to replenish his strength, completely ignoring the blood that hadn't drained on it, leaving the boy speechless. However, the next moment, pieces of pitch-black scales spread out from Acunalaglia's body, slowly filling half of the neck, with strange patterns, which looked particularly weird and ferocious. Dragon transformation. The boy's eyes turned cold, then he sighed slightly, waved the magic wand in his hand. Swish! Green light suddenly emerged from the young man's magic wand, and continuously flowed into his body covered with dragon blood. Although he was already eating the dragon meat on his own, without any intention of avoiding it. Soon, more than half of the consumed physical strength was recovered. Acunalalaia didn't say a word, just turned around and walked in the direction of the boy. The point of thanking them has already passed between them. Chapter 9 Ice Dragon King Ground Bagon. End. Roar! Roar! The group of ice dragons flying from the sky had already appeared in the field of vision of the two of them. There were more than a dozen huge snow-white dragon bodies scattered in front and back. Get ready, I've been looking forward to the ice dragon clan for a long time. The corner of the boy's mouth was slightly curved, and he turned his head and glanced at Acunalalaia. Snort! Acunalaria snorted coldly, and then his dark eyes were quickly replaced by blood red, and 3 rounds of pitch-black goo gushed out. Coupled with the ferocious pitch-black dragon claws, it was extremely strange and ominous. Swish! With one foot on the ground, the surging magic power erupted under his feet, and he immediately rushed out towards the oncoming ice dragons with Acunalaglia. Obviously, with the number of these ice dragons, even Acunalalaia dared not be careless, and had to use Sharingan to penetrate the attack trajectory of the ice dragons. Luo Ming smiled helplessly, with the magic wand in his hand, he immediately rushed straight into the sky, an indifferent voice resounded between heaven and earth. Disintegration magic, the original world of dust is stripped. Swish! A square crystal cube with a width of more than 100 meters was released from the boy's wand and expanded in an instant, completely enveloping the 3 ice dragons that rushed forward. It's like a closed space standing on the horizon. A dazzling light gradually rises from the crystal cube. Ah! 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 3 miserable roars immediately resounded through the world, the black curtain slowly lowered, dripping blood and countless scales splashed. I saw that the bodies of the 3 ice dragons were broken, covered with blood holes, and fell powerlessly to the ground. If others saw it, they probably wouldn't believe it at all, but to the young man, it didn't mean he was surprised. After all, this was just a warm-up. If it weren't for the giant dragon, there would be nothing left of ordinary creatures or people that had been decomposed long ago. Boom! Roar! The remaining ice dragons were enraged immediately, and instead of retreating, they advanced, flapping their wings vigorously, opening their ferocious mouths wide. Roar of the ice dragon! More than a dozen snow-white icy light beams instantly hit the young man in the air, exuding a icy aura, intersecting and overlapping, like beams of extinction. Oh, what a headache! Even though the young man said that, the expression on his face was as light as before, and the roar of the ice dragon in his pupils had already struck in front of him. Then magic? There was a hint of sarcasm in Luo Ming's eyes. What he lacked most was magic power. Swish! The boy waved his wand casually, and 7 crystal-clear hemispherical barriers instantly blocked the 2 of them. The blazing sky covered the 7 rings. Boom! The snow-white light beam arrived instantly, bombarding the seemingly weak magic barrier like a meteor. Boom! A jet-black beam of light suddenly hit the back of an ice dragon in the middle, causing an invisible shock to spread out. Roar! The ice dragon howled miserably, and immediately fell downwards. The figure in the black robe on it was not in a hurry, raised his head and opened his mouth wide. The dark and dangerous magic power was condensed and compressed in the mouth. Immediately. The roar of the black dragon. Swish! A jet-black light beam swept towards the surrounding ice dragons one by one, fleeting in the blue sky. The powerful jet-black magic seemed to destroy everything. At the same time, a golden light beam suddenly appeared from the distant sky. The Chidori sharp gun of light. The scales were instantly pierced, dripping with blood. Roar! An ice dragon took advantage of the boy's inattention, and suddenly stretched out its huge snow-white dragon claws, extremely ferocious. Illusory magic, crow clone. A pitch-black crow was torn out from the boy's body, and fled in all directions from the fallen dragon's claws. How can this be? The ice dragon couldn't help but widen its eyes. Some couldn't believe it. However, before it could react, a sharp pain suddenly came from its wings, causing its body to crooked. Puff! The boy stood indifferently in the air behind the ice dragon, the golden light on his fingertips dissipated. Want to sneak attack him who has Sharingan? How funny! It seems that as a great white mage, it is necessary for him to let the whole continent know the fear of Sharingan. Not long after, more than a dozen ice dragons lost their breath and fell to the ground one after another, leaving only icebergs that were about to be stained red with dragon blood. The battle seemed to have subsided, but the bright red dragon blood kept flowing out from the messy dragon corpses on the cold ground, almost dyeing the entire snow-white world into blood red. But... boom boom boom! Akunolalaya glanced in a certain direction coldly. His face was a little pale, but his murderous aura was getting stronger. He felt it. A powerful breath is approaching at an extremely fast speed. The ground is shaking, the air is roaring, and the sky and the earth are trembling. This is definitely not something that ordinary giant dragons can do. Ice Dragon King. With a faint voice ringing in his ears, he saw that the young man was already standing beside Akunolalaya holding his wand, and his dark eyes were instantly replaced by scarlet. But... Luo Ming's tone changed, and there was a flash of coldness. It's far more than that. As soon as the boy's voice fell, a large black spot suddenly appeared in the icy and snowy field in the distance, followed by many black spots, the ground was so dense that it almost filled the sky. The wind and snow raged. Roar! The rough and deep roar suddenly spread a strong sound wave between the sky and the earth, carrying the endless wind and snow on the ground and sweeping towards the two of them. I am the Ice Dragon King Gran Bagong. A mere ants actually violated the sleeping place of my Ice Dragon clan, hurt my clan members, taste the anger from the Ice Dragon clan. The huge ice and snow wings trembled vigorously, and the black spot immediately enlarged rapidly in the pupils of the two. The slender and thick snow-white body, the scales are as hard and bright as thousand-year-old ice, the wings are like white wings covering the sky, and the angry and ferocious dragon mouth makes this Ice Dragon King look even more ruthless and domineering. It seems that we have provoked a hornet's nest. The boy smiled and blinked, his tone playful. Humph! The real battle is just beginning now. Akuno Lalaya said coldly. The surging black magic power could not stop coming out of his body, making the part of the dragon on his body more hideous and terrifying, and the dragon scales almost covered his face. Black Dragon Mode. Chi-chi! Streams of steaming heat rose from under his feet, and even this icy and snowy land seemed unable to withstand this very destructive dark magic power. No, it should be the power of the Black Dragon. Even Luo Ming next to him couldn't help shrinking slightly in his scarlet eyes when he saw Akuno Loria in this state. I'm afraid that in this state, ordinary giant dragons will be wiped out if they last less than 3 hits. Roar! Roar! The angry roar of the ice dragon in the distance has been completely transmitted, and the Ice Dragon King Gran Bagong who rushed to the front opened his mouth wide, and the cold air in the whole world was gathering in his mouth. It was simply terrifying. The frozen breath of the Ice Dragon King. Silently. But it was even more terrifying than the roar of the dozens of ice dragons gathered together before. It seemed that only this snow-white breath of ice and snow was left in the world, and even the air seemed to be frozen. Akunalaria's pupils shrank slightly, and just as he was about to step forward, he was blocked by a hand. I saw that the boy's eyes had already turned scarlet, and the only 3 rounds of pitch-black guyu instantly combined to form the shape of a pitch-black flywheel, which was strange and ominous. Swish! An invisible huge pupil power was released instantly, as if the whole world had stopped for a moment. Invisible fluctuations scatter between heaven and earth. Boom! The Ice Dragon King's breath came in the blink of an eye, like a waterfall that instantly buried the two of them. Rub rub rub! In the flying cold wind, inch by inch of ice instantly condensed and formed between the sky and the earth, rising and falling one after another, spreading towards the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, a crystal 1,000-year-old iceberg had appeared between the sky and the earth, as if it was unbreakable. A cold snow-white iceberg suddenly appeared on the originally flat snow-white plain, which was hundreds of meters high, which was jaw-dropping. This is the power of the Dragon King. But... click! An imperceptible crack suddenly appeared on the iceberg, and then centered on this crack, it quickly spread in all directions, and it was still all over the entire iceberg in the blink of an eye. Click! The Ice Dragon King Gran Bagong who attacked first shrank his huge eyes, and a look of disbelief flashed across his eyes. That is? The crystal clear eyes have long been replaced by a faint blue. Chapter 10 The Strongest Pupil Art, Susanoo. The iceberg was completely shattered, as if it was shaken by an invisible force, and instantly turned into crystal freezing points all over the sky, which looked extraordinarily beautiful under the bright sunlight in the sky, shining with all kinds of brilliance. The huge body of the Ice Dragon King couldn't help feeling stiff for a moment, and the huge dragon eyes were full of disbelief and deep fear. What the hell is this? Swish! A pair of scarlet eyes instantly bloomed in the blue like a mandala, exuding a strange and beautiful aura. Ice Dragon King, I have already seen the scene of your tragic death. The boy standing on the horizon declares so. There is a kind of self-confidence that cannot be questioned by others. On the distant skyline, a black dot is gradually approaching. It was a giant snow-white dragon that shuttled among the clouds in the sky. The body of the dragon was completely white, and its posture was graceful. Sky Dragon Granton. However, if someone notices the top of Tianlong's head, they will be completely stunned. There is actually a human standing on top of Tianlong Granton. Although the heavenly dragon Grandigny was indeed not as scary as the other giant dragons, it was still a giant dragon after all, and there was a human standing on top of it, and it was also a woman who looked extremely weak. It's so beautiful. Seemingly noticing the moving scenery between heaven and earth in the distance, the weak-looking woman couldn't help but marvel. Her delicate and soft pretty face was replaced by unconcealed excitement, pointing to the right. "Look, Grandigny, how beautiful the sky is over there." "Where?" Granton scanned the sky ahead intently. "It's very peaceful." "You are mistaken, Granton." The woman seemed to hate iron for being weak, and she couldn't help but patted the scales on the top of Granton's head with her hands. A touch of eagerness flashed across her pretty face. "It's the direction of my finger." Granton was speechless for a moment, and couldn't help but slightly raised her head and said, "Anna, you are standing on top of my head now, I don't know which direction your finger is in." "Ah." Anna reacted immediately, a lovely blush flashed across her delicate and pretty face. She smiled embarrassedly. "Sorry, Granton, it's on the right." "Right." Grandigny turned her head slightly and looked to the right, only to see that there were sporadic icy spots among the clouds on the right that shone with colorful light in the sun, and they were scattered and even beautiful. "But..." Grandin's face changed suddenly, the atmosphere vibrated in the sky, and the faint roar of the dragon in his ears, even the roar of battle. There are dragons fighting. Moreover, she could tell that it was definitely not as simple as 2 or 3. Grandin's face changed drastically, her wings shook, her snow-white body made a sharp turn. "Ah!" Grantin. Anna, who was standing on top of Tianlong's head, didn't react at all. She immediately tilted her body and fell to sit on top of Tianlong's head. Just as she was about to open her mouth to say something, the howling cold wind rushed towards her, making her shut her mouth immediately. "Sorry, Anna. Looks like there's a dragon fighting, I'll have to check it out." Grandigny hurriedly replied, manipulating the air in the sky, accelerating her figure suddenly, and rushing towards the source of the dragon's mournful cry. "Dragon fighting!" Anna's delicate face froze for a moment, and was immediately replaced by a look of excitement. Although she was already a great mage, she still couldn't help being a little excited when she heard such a scene. But who is the dragon fighting with? Could it be a battle between dragons? Anna, who was like a girl, shook her head lightly, her clear eyes were replaced by deep curiosity. In the sporadic freezing points of the sky, a colossal figure completely appeared in the eyes of the Ice Dragon King Gran Bagon and the many ice dragons behind him. The whole body exudes a blue brilliance, as if the upper body of a giant stands on the ground, wearing a helmet and armor, holding a 60-meter-long blue spear in each hand, exuding a surging arrogance. "That is to say," the silver-haired boy said softly, "Sharingan's strongest pupil technique, Susanoo, see it." Looking at the dozens of ice dragons in front of him, the Yalan god of war stands on the horizon like an indomitable god of war, covered in armor, the pattern on it is clearly visible. He opened his mouth and screamed. Roar! The endless sound waves are like the raging waves of Wang Yang Sea, roaring towards the ice dragons. Their momentum is like a rainbow, and they are unstoppable. Some ice dragons even showed flinching in their eyes. This is something that Luo Ming has never done before. Hiss! The blue thunder light fell from the sky, and appeared in the hands of the Yalan god of war in an instant, stretched and formed, and turned into 2 Yalan battle spears more than 10 meters long, and the thunder light flowed inch by inch. "Come on, Ice Dragon King Gran Bagong!" The young man standing in the center of the blue giant said lightly, a rare flash of excitement flashed in his scarlet eyes. Finally able to show off. Facing the group of ice dragons, the Thunder Chidori spear is obviously more suitable. Although it may not be fatal, it can paralyze the opponent and buy time for one's own battle. His white mage is not a brainless person. Behind him, the black-robed youth stared closely at the white-haired youth wrapped in the blue god of war, with a trace of shock remaining in his eyes, and the ferocious dragon claws seemed to be about to move. Is this the power you've been hiding all along? Sure enough, the Sharingan of the white mage is not as simple as it appears on the surface. This magic alone is enough to be called the #1 magic of Ishgar. Roar! 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 Although the appearance of the Yalan god of war did exceed the expectations of the Ice Dragon King, the Ice Dragon King still has full confidence in his own strength, and landed on the ground tens of meters away, with a cold voice. Human boy, I recognize you, and your name is eligible to be recorded by me. Ha! The white-haired boy standing in the center of the half-body of Yalan god of war seemed to have heard something ridiculous, and there was a trace of mockery on his delicate and stern face. An indifferent voice resounds between heaven and earth. Ice Dragon King, did you make a mistake? It's not that my name is eligible to be known by you, but... The boy raised his head abruptly, his scarlet eyes froze suddenly, with a hint of iceberg texture. You are entitled to know my name, Ice Dragon King Gran Bagong. As the words fell, Yalan god of war immediately clenched the thunder spear in both hands, raised one hand and pointed it at an ice dragon that opened its mouth to roar. A beast is a beast. I'm talking to your king and you're trying to bother me. I really want to die. Whoosh! A dark blue spear was thrown out by Yalan god of war immediately, carrying unparalleled power and speed, causing the Ice Dragon King to roar suddenly, swiping out a claw rapidly, covering the sky and the sun. Human boy, you are too crazy. The icy claws of the Ice Dragon King. Chapter 11: The Funeral of the Ice Dragon King. Swish! A jet-black beam of light suddenly shot out from behind the Yalan god of war, carrying monstrous magic power like an abyss. Boom! The ferocious giant claws of the Ice Dragon King froze in the air for a moment, and a half-dragon half-human pitch-black figure was firmly pressed against the Ice Dragon King's claws. The black magic power corroded the snow-white scales like boiling water. A strong snow wind suddenly blew up in the air. At the same time, the blue thunder spear had already brushed past the Ice Dragon King's giant claw with unparalleled speed and strength, and instantly sank into the belly of the ice dragon. The roar dissipated immediately. Blood was pouring down like a torrential rain, and there was a painful sound in an instant. Roar! The ice dragon suddenly lost most of its strength, and the thunder spear piercing its abdomen couldn't help stabbing its flesh and blood, and the power of thunder continued to spread from its abdomen to the whole body, falling into a momentary paralysis. Boom! Seeing the miserable appearance of the ice dragon, the Ice Dragon King was completely angry, and those ice dragons were also completely angry. Countless roars exploded in the field, and the sky fell apart. Damn humans! The Ice Dragon King suddenly increased his strength, struck the black figure onto the iceberg next to him with one claw, and then strode towards the Yalan god of war, uttering angrily, "This king will tear you apart!" Boom! The iceberg broke, and Akunalaglia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and the dark magic power all over his body kept churning, as if to swallow everything. Damn Ice Dragon King! Thick killing intent emerged from Akunalalia's bloody eyes. Just before he went to look for the Ice Dragon King, several ice dragons came over, roaring, "Go to hell, dirty half-dragon! Humph! Try it if you can!" Akunaralia sneered in a rare way, and raised the ferocious and terrifying pitch-black dragon claw. The horror of the black dragon fully bloomed at this moment. Boom! Icebergs break off and storms rage. The battlefield on the other side is obviously bigger and more spectacular. The nearly 60-meter-high Yalan god of war collided with the huge and thick Ice Dragon King brazenly, with sharp spears, ferocious dragon claws, and splattered blood. It was a flesh-to-body battle. The thunder spears in the hands of Yalan god of war were very sharp. They were forged with the spine of the thunder dragon before Ming. Coupled with the extremely compressed thunder magic power above, each spear piercing the back of the Ice Dragon King is enough to set off several scales. Roar! After crying out in pain, the fierceness of the Ice Dragon King was completely aroused, and the ferocious dragon claws couldn't help falling in front of Yalin, God of War. Because there was only half of his body, Yalin, God of War could hardly hide. The enormous power possessed by the Ice Dragon King was enough to force Yalin, God of War to retreat, and even the young man in the center couldn't help shrinking his pupils, feeling a large amount of pupil power being consumed anytime and anywhere. Even, there are other ice dragons surrounding and behind Yalin, God of War, attacking. After all, there are too many ice dragons. Swish! The faint blue thunder spear kept waving between his hands, raging between the Ice Dragon King and the ice dragon behind him. The thunder exploded. Scorched black scales continued to fall to the ground, accompanied by dripping blood like rain. Human beings, you are destined to pay the price for the madness just now. Seeing the retreating figure of the Yalin, God of War, the Ice Dragon King let out a long roar, and the ferocious dragon claws fell again. Boom! However, facing the situation of losing ground, the smile on the young man's face became more and more intense, until he burst out laughing wildly. Ha 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 ha! The boy's laughter spread throughout the world, with an unconcealable excited tone. Even Akunalaglia couldn't help but look over. Finally, I can really fight once. The young man looked up at the Ice Dragon King not far in front of him, and while directing Yalin, God of War to wave his spears with both hands, slaughtering the ice dragons around him heartily, he sneered. He didn't care about the Ice Dragon King's heavy blows again and again. Do you know? I haven't experienced such a hearty battle since I became a white mage. Between the boy's words, there were the screams of the ice dragons. The Yalin, God of War couldn't help but not slow down the speed of swinging the spear, but it was getting faster and faster, making the Ice Dragon King roar, but he couldn't stop it. With the insight of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, it is enough to clearly see every attack trajectory of the Ice Dragon King and other giant dragons, and with the support of a large amount of pupil power of the boy, Yalin, God of War's combat ability has been raised to the peak in its current state. Whizzing! The wind is howling, and the snow is flying. A series of faint blue trails flashed continuously in the center of the field, like a horned dragon. Even though the young man ignored the loss, most of the ice dragons were killed or injured. Every time he was hit by that faint blue spear, it was a fatal blow. And today, bang! The slender thunder spear was smoothly lifted by Yalin, God of War, completely blocking the heavy blow of the Ice Dragon King's claw. Yalin, God of War suddenly raised his head, his scarlet eyes fixed on the blue Ice Dragon King. The young man standing on the ground raised his head slightly, a golden magic circle instantly expanded above the head of Yalin, God of War. I have decided to prepare a grand funeral for you, Ice Dragon King. Swish! Another azure thunder spear was heavily thrust into the ground in front of him by Yalin, God of War. Base. Elemental Halo Kiran of God. Use the thunder spear in your hand as a guide to thousands of thunders, thus creating a thunder field. Rumble. Countless dark clouds gathered above the head, and countless bright thunder-horned dragons shuttled and gathered in the sky. The whole world was completely dark, and there was a faint blue icy light everywhere. The original day was completely covered by dark clouds, just like night, with a flash of white light piercing the sky from time to time. Boom! Even Akunalaglia, who was fighting with a dozen ice dragons not far away, couldn't help but look up, glanced at the dark clouds and thunder above his head, and a crazy smile flashed in his scarlet riding wheel eyes. As expected of him. How can it be? The Ice Dragon King exclaimed completely. The huge eyes of the dragon were full of unbelievable colors. It could feel that the thunderbolts with a radius of thousands of miles were attracted to it. It had reached a very terrifying point. How can human beings have such a huge magical power? Humanity. The young man in the center of Yalin, God of War, sneered. When did you think I was just an ordinary human being? Boom boom boom. The thunder in the dark clouds above the head has been gathered and compressed to the extreme, and there are thunderbolts falling around the Yawlan god of war, causing the surrounding ice dragons to roar, bruised, constantly retreating away from the Yawlan god of war. There are scorched black scales and dripping blood everywhere. It's like an omen of extinction. A low moan resounded between heaven and earth, with an indifferent icy chill. Ice Dragon King, your funeral is ready. Chapter 12 God and Number 039, S Judgment. Swish. On the horizon in the distance, the heavenly dragon Grandigny had already flown rapidly, and soon saw it. A 1,000-li radius was covered by gloomy and dark clouds, the thunder like a horned dragon was condensing in the clouds, even the sun was blinded, without a ray of light. Occasionally, thunder fell to the ground, showing the fierceness of the battle in this world. It's like annihilation. That is. Anna, standing on top of Tianlong's head, suddenly exclaimed. What a powerful magic power, could it be Thunder Dragon King? Grandigny guessed in amazement that she couldn't think of anyone else who could achieve such a powerful thunder cohesion except the Thunder Dragon King. Suddenly, in the center where the dark clouds gather, the thunder has been compressed and condensed to the extreme, just like daytime. Swish! A faint blue spear was pulled up from the ground in an instant, straight into the sky, and was immediately covered by an indifferent and cold voice. Ice Dragon King, you are very good. You can be proud of me as a white mage who can still do this while using Susanoo. Don't worry, I will slaughter all the ice dragons today, and I will be buried with you. Hearing this voice, Tianlong, Granton, and Anakikai were startled. Is this a human voice? Slaughter all the ice dragons? What a domineering tone! As soon as Anna thought of this in her heart, her clear pretty eyes involuntarily enlarged. Careful! Tianlong hurriedly made a sound. I saw the center where the dark clouds gathered, after the blue spear rushed straight to the sky, like daytime, countless thunderbolts compressed to the extreme spread the spear in an instant. Like a spider web spreading completely across the snow-white plain, it is a faint blue light that represents destruction. Any fluctuation is enough to easily destroy a small town, and the darkness is uncertain. Boom! A dazzling light like daytime erupted in the field, causing Anna to close her eyes in an instant, revealing a gap, but was blocked by the dazzling light. Elemental Halo, God's Judgment. A cold voice resounded between heaven and earth, and was completely replaced by endless roaring. Rumble. Nothing could be seen except the dazzling white light. There was even a burst of extremely powerful howling air waves from the center of the venue, spreading rapidly in all directions. After a while, the strong airflow caused by the falling thunder slowly weakened, and the dazzling white light also weakened until it disappeared. Call. The heavenly dragon Grandigny flapped its wings vigorously, and immediately rushed towards the center where the thunder fell. Ah! Anna tilted her body again, and hurriedly lay on top of Tianlong's head, but she was still looking forward with her white jade hands blocking the wind, filled with strong curiosity. Who could have made that voice just now? She is curious. Boom! In the sky where the thunder fell, the dark clouds have disappeared, and the sky and the earth have regained the brightness just now. The sun is shining brightly. Only the funnel-shaped wind and cirrus cloud standing above the ground, and the scorched black round pit with a diameter of several hundred meters that was completely destroyed on the ground, told the horror of the battle just now. On the ground, the continuous icebergs have completely melted into white snow and turned into lakes. There are scorched dragon corpses everywhere, and the dripping blood has already stained the whole land red. Large and small scorched black dragon corpses are jumbled together. There are more than 20 corpses. It can be said that most of the Ice Dragon group led by the Ice Dragon King died under this blow. Boom! Suddenly the edge of the scorched dragon corpse was raised, and a figure in black robe came out, staring at everything in front of him with scarlet eyes. There were still a few ice dragons lingering in front of them, their bodies scorched black, lying on the ground panting heavily, and they didn't even have the strength to scream. Far away. Hiss! A blue thunder spear appeared again in the hands of the blue god of war. Although the color of the armor was much darker than before, the boy still tried his best to maintain it. Roar! The Ice Dragon King let out a low growl. Most of the scales on his body were scorched and fuzzy, and even gave off a pungent smell. Countless thunder still spread on his body, making him unable to stand up for a while. Only those huge ice blue dragon eyes stared at the Yawlen god of war in front of him. Damn it, humans, dare to slaughter my people like this. As he spoke, the Ice Dragon King forced himself to endure the pain in his body, struggling to stand up. Whoosh! A faint blue beam of light pierced through the eyes, and instantly pierced the throat of an ice dragon lying on the ground, dying. Blood spattered, and there was no more sound. Roar! The ice dragons immediately let out a series of mournful roars, and their eyes were already extremely angry, wishing to tear the Yawlen god of war apart. However, the thunder left in their bodies just now made them unable to move. The Yawlen god of war clenched his fist slightly, and in his hand was a Yawlen thunder spear. Although it was only about 10 meters away, it looked like a short spear. Then, when he came to an ice dragon, he waved down again. Whoosh! The ferocious ice dragon was about to raise its head to bite, but its neck was pierced instantly, and the dragon's head fell heavily to the ground, hot blood slowly overflowing. Immediately, the blue short spears that pierced the dragon's head stood on the ground one by one, like blooming thorn bushes. Yawlen god of war turned around again and walked towards the next ice dragon. The young man in the center turned his head to look at the extremely angry Ice Dragon King, snorted softly, and said indifferently, "Are you angry, Ice Dragon King Gran Bagon? Isn't it uncomfortable to see my own clansmen die one by one before my eyes, but I have no power to resist?" Whoosh! Another ice dragon's neck was pierced by a short spear, and it was stuck straight on the ground. Roar! Damn, it's human beings! What's coming at me? What's so bad about hurting my clansmen who have no resistance? The Ice Dragon King let out a long howl, and the paralysis in his body gradually faded away. He tried his best to stand up from the ground, and traces of cold white magic gathered around him. The boy didn't seem to notice, and sneered. Hurt the people who have no resistance. Interesting. Interesting, really interesting. Ha 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 ha. Bursts of undisguised laughter spread across the world, indifferent, cold, mocking, and so on. It's ironic that such words can come from the mouth of the most ruthless king of the Ice Dragon clan who enjoys slaughtering humans, isn't it? The Yawlen god of war slowly turned around to look at the Ice Dragon King who was struggling to stand up. He clasped his hands and swung them down forcefully. Roar! Roar! Accompanied by the two mournful cries around him, the boy's voice sounded like an iceberg between heaven and earth, indifferent and ruthless. However, I should have told you that the purpose of my visit this time is to slaughter all the ice dragons. Not far from one person and one dragon, a pitch-black figure swept rapidly. In the blink of an eye, dozens of ice dragons who came out to fight with the Ice Dragon King were all dead, and none of them survived. Hee hee. The young man slightly raised his head to look at the opposite Ice Dragon King, and controlled Yawlen god of war to hold his fist slightly in front of him, raised his head and taunted. After all, the strong will never break their promises. Don't they, Ice Dragon King Gran Bagon as well? The boy's tone changed suddenly, he looked in a certain direction and said. This Mr. Tianlong still has a little girl with blonde hair. Chapter 13 The Death of the Ice Dragon King. Swish! Accompanied by the howling cold wind, a snow-white giant dragon appeared in the arena with even more majestic momentum, and a weak blonde figure stood faintly above its head. Damn it, humans, taste the wrath from the sky dragon. Seeing the ice dragons dying tragically all over the field, Tianlong Grandine uttered angrily instantly. Although he was not familiar with the ice dragons, they were all giant dragons after all. Immediately, Tianlong immediately opened his mouth wide, and the howling cold wind and air gathered in his mouth. Grantin. The blonde figure standing above his head suddenly exclaimed, wanting to stop Tianlong from attacking the young man in Yalan God of War. His clear and flustered eyes looked at the young man at the same time. Only. The roar of the dragon. The air bomb compressed to the extreme blasted towards Yalan God of War in an instant, carrying an unparalleled impact force. Base. The boy didn't have the slightest panic or surprise, but the pair of scarlet eyes shook again, and the invisible and huge pupil power was released instantly. Susa shield. The blue light ropes instantly appeared on the raised left arm of the Yalan God of War, and quickly formed a huge round shield, which immediately collided with the air bullets that came in a blink of an eye. Boom! The sky was full of wind, snow, and dust, but the girl's angry voice echoed faintly between the sky and the earth. Grantin. How can you attack humans? That's my companion. Anna, you have also seen that the ice dragon corpses all over the ground are caused by that human boy who did too much. The sky dragon Grandine said angrily, and at the same time landed on the ground and turned to look at the ice dragon king Gran Bagon, and growled. Ice dragon king, are you all right? Snort. Regarding Tianlong's concern, the ice dragon king seemed particularly indifferent, and coldly glanced at Anna on top of Tianlong's head. A trace of tyranny flashed in the huge dragon's eyes, which shocked the girl immediately. It is a member of the main war faction, so naturally it can't look down on these main peace factions, and the giant dragons who are close to humans have no good impressions at all. Seeing this, Tianlong Grandigny couldn't help but snorted coldly, thanks to himself for helping it. The guys from the main combat faction are really not good people. Only. Well. Heavenly Dragon Granton looked at the corpses of ice dragons that were jumbled together on the ground, including the body of the dragon that was completely scorched by the thunder just now, and the ice dragon that was pierced from the back by the thunder spear. There are even a few ice dragons that were thrust straight into the ground from the head by the blue thunder spear. Originally, this was the northernmost icy land of Ishgar, but it was already in dilapidated condition, with blood flowing like a river. Look. It's too tragic. Even though Anna was a human being, she couldn't help but cover her mouth in surprise when she saw the scene in front of her. Her clear eyes were full of astonishment and pity. Snort. Seemingly noticing the pity in Anna's eyes, Akunalaglia who came over couldn't help snorting coldly. His eyes were full of disdain. Another traitor who surrendered to the dragon. Half-dragon. The Tianlong Grandigny also noticed the slowly approaching Akunoloria, and a hint of guard flashed in the huge dragon eyes. It had heard the story of this half-dragon man. The moment the ice dragon king on the side noticed Akunololia, his huge dragon eyes suddenly froze, replaced by deep hatred. Damn half-dragon, dirty reptile, go to hell. As he spoke, the ice dragon king immediately opened his mouth wide, and the bone-piercing icy breath condensed in his mouth. Etc. Although I don't know whether Akunalaglia is made by human beings, whether it is due to the relationship between the same race or the innate compassion and kindness, Anna immediately shouted, burning with anxiety. Granton, hurry up and stop the Ice Dragon King. Humph. This is a battle between the Ice Dragon King and the Half-Dragon Man. I have no right to intervene. Tianlong Grandigny said coldly, although she does have a good impression of humans, but when she thinks that this half-dragon may also be the murderer who slaughtered the ice dragon, naturally she will not reach out to save it. Grantin. Anna spoke out eagerly, seeing that Tianlong Grandigny had no intention of making a move. She hurriedly took out a golden key with a strange shape from her waist. Warm magic power bloomed at her fingertips, and she was about to reach out to save someone. Sure enough, a beast is a beast. An indifferent voice resounded between the heavens and the earth, and instantly reached the ears of the two dragons. Tianlong Grandin's face changed suddenly, and a golden beam of light like a shining meteor suddenly flowed out of the corner of his eye. Swish! The distance of 200 meters came in the blink of an eye. Before the Ice Dragon King let out a complete roar, a golden beam of light pierced through his mouth in an instant, directly piercing through that roar, and continued to rush inward unabated. Light Chidori Spear. Although it's called Chidori, it has nothing to do with lighting, it's just a similar shape. And the boy who has studied the magic of light to an extremely deep level, the magic of light cast has stronger penetrating power, shattering power, and even destructive power than other magic. Tick. The pouring blood suddenly spurted out from the barrel of the lance of light, like a cascading waterfall raising a cloud of dust. The ferocious eyes quickly appeared from the eyes of the Ice Dragon King, and then disappeared in a flash, turning grey. Boom! The huge body immediately fell to the ground, without any life left. Seeing this, Akunalaglia gave a rare chuckle and nodded slightly, but the magic power on his body was not restrained in the slightest. Call. The breeze was howling, and the bright sun was hanging high in the sky. Although it was originally a land of ice and snow, and there were even continuous icebergs in the distance, it looked extremely warm under the warm sunshine. But whether it was Tianlong Grandigny or the simple and kind Anna, they all felt a bone-chilling chill. With that blow just now, even Tianlong Granton felt a strong sense of danger. It is really unimaginable, how could human beings possess such powerful magic power? A huge blue figure appeared in the sight of the 2-in-1 dragon, but it gradually faded until it disappeared without a trace, leaving only a silver-haired boy in a silver magic robe standing in the sky. Blah blah. The sound of footsteps gradually came. The young man held the staff with one hand, and waved it casually. A huge golden magic circle instantly expanded and formed above his head, completely surrounding the field. Just as Tianlong was about to make a sound to stop it, the corpse of the Ice Dragon King and the other corpses of the ice dragons disappeared into the sky and the earth in an instant. At the same time, the boy glanced at Tianlong deliberately, as if to warn it not to act rashly. "Dragon, I forgive your disrespect just now. But if you dare to stop me from taking my spoils, you can stay here too." Snort. Granton said angrily. "Try it if you can." Even so, Grandigny still didn't stop the boy from taking away the corpses of the ice dragons. In the final analysis, it didn't dare to fight the boy at this time. After all, it still wanted to protect Anna. Chapter 14, Heavenly Dragon Granton. After doing all this, the young man breathed a sigh of relief, and the 3 rounds of pitch-black goo in his scarlet eyes slowly faded away, turning back to a pitch-black color, but another stream of blood flowed out from between his eyes. Swish! Akunalaglia frowned slightly, and immediately appeared next to the young man, although his voice was cold, but there was a trace of concern. "How is this going?" "No problem." The young man's voice was still as flat as before. He closed his eyes slightly and used magic power to nourish his way. "It's just that the pupil power was consumed too much just now. After all, in the former world, although Susanoo used it a lot, he rarely caused damage. It was completely inferior to the boy's battle with the Ice Dragon King and other ice dragons just now. This caused the boy's pupil power to be consumed too much. After all, maintaining such a large body and fighting with the dragon is easy to get hurt, so the pupil power will naturally be wasted in vain. This is the reason why the boy doesn't often use the Susanoo to fight the dragon. His Sharingan is far from that of Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan." After a few breaths, the young man opened his eyes, heaved a sigh of relief after feeling that his eyesight hadn't dropped too much, and then turned to look at the black-robed youth beside him. "Let's go, there should be ice dragons still alive in this icy and snowy land." Hearing this sentence, Tianlong Granton's face suddenly changed, and said coldly, "What you up to?" Anna on top couldn't help shouting at the two of them. "Who are you two? Why do you have to slaughter the ice dragon? Isn't it enough to do the current scene?" Akunalaglia sneered and said sarcastically. "The ice dragon clan takes pleasure in slaughtering humans, and even destroyed several human countries one after another. What's wrong with us slaughtering all the Ice Dragon clan?" Anna's pretty face suddenly shrunk, and she felt speechless. That's definitely not the reason why you can slaughter our dragon family. Tianlong said angrily, it can ignore the death of the Ice Dragon King just now, but if the two want to slaughter the remaining ice dragons, it will definitely not agree. Interesting. The silver-haired boy at the side finally turned his head slowly, and his exquisite and stern face suddenly appeared in Anna's eyes. His snowy hair was as dazzling as broken silver, and his eyes were like stars. Looking at your appearance, you should be from the Tianlong family. That's right, I'm Tianlong Granton, who are you? Tianlong let out a low growl. The human boy who was staying with the half-dragon Acnoloria in front of him could never be an unknown person. Who is he? Granton. The young man was slightly surprised, and then glanced lightly at the blonde girl standing on top of Tianlong's head. You can call me White Mage. White Mage? Anna exclaimed instantly after hearing the name, which surprised Tianlong. Anna, do you know him? The blonde girl glanced at the young man with those somewhat weak and pure eyes, but the young man timidly took them back after glancing at him. I heard in a certain kingdom a few days ago that there was a human wizard who killed a brontosaurus with only lightning magic, and that person claimed to be a white wizard. Hearing this, Tianlong's pupils shrank immediately, but he understood that it was not difficult to do this with the magical strength shown by the young man just now. Only Anna. After hearing Tianlong's address to the blonde girl, the boy's eyes turned scarlet in an instant, and 3 rounds of pitch-black goo emerged again, exuding a strange and ominous aura, full of smiles. If it was really her, that would be a coincidence. Seeing the boy's scarlet blood eyes, Anna and Tianlong were startled together. This kind of magic is almost unheard of. And Tianlong immediately took a step forward, raised his head slightly to make Anna retreat, and said coldly, "What are you staring at, Anna?" The boy turned a blind eye, but looked closely at the blonde girl, and soon noticed the key in the other's hand, and was overjoyed. "Are you a celestial spirit wizard?" Although she didn't understand why the silver-haired boy was staring at her, Anna still nodded slightly, suppressing the tension, fear, and curiosity in her heart and saying, "That's right, I'm a celestial spirit wizard." The corner of the young man's mouth was slightly hooked, and the Sharingan gradually disappeared, and a gentle smile appeared on his delicate and stern face, saying, "Can you tell me your name?" Seeing the young man's gentle and friendly smile, Anna's pretty face flushed slightly, and the terrifying image of the young man just now became gentle and friendly. The golden hair fell from his shoulders, and his temperament seemed extremely weak and gentle. He said softly, "My name is Anna Heartfilia." Boom! A thunderstorm instantly exploded in the boy's mind. Anna Heartfilia, celestial spirit mage, Eclipse Gate, 5 dragons and 5 children, and that person. Black Mage, Zeref. Ha 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 ha. With ecstasy in his heart, the young man slowly raised his head, his star pupils suddenly became much brighter, his voice became more gentle. "Miss Anna, can I ask you about someone?" "Ah." Anna was taken aback for a moment, then looked down at Tianlong, who was also full of doubts, then looked up at the boy again. "Of course, but I don't necessarily know each other before I die." Mr. Bai, don't expect too much from me." The boy's rare hearty smile made Anna's snow-white pretty face even more rosy. "Miss Anna, don't be so polite, just call me Ming." And the young man paused slightly, raised his head and continued. "The person I'm looking for, Ms. Anna must have come into contact with. He is also a mage, and he is also a very special mage. He is definitely not a mage who will be easily forgotten." Anna was a little puzzled. "Mage?" The young man nodded slightly, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he said the name slowly. "That's right, it's Zeref Doragunir. Call." There was a howling breeze in the field, which was icy cold. Anna's clear eyes shrank slightly, as if she couldn't believe it. She stared closely at the boy in front of her. When the heavenly dragon Granton heard this sentence, his huge dragon eyes shrank suddenly, and were immediately replaced by a strong heart of guard. He stared at the young man firmly and said, "What did you ask Ziref to do?" The young man glanced at Tianlong lightly, and a gloomy red light flashed across his dark eyes, which made Tianlong's back suddenly chill. "For Miss Anna's sake, I forgive you for disrespecting me just now, but don't take this forgiveness for granted." The atmosphere in the field suddenly froze. Chapter 15 Celestial Spirit Slayer Anna. Swish! Scarlet eyes reappeared in the boy's eye sockets, exuding a strange and ominous aura. "Grantin." The girl's slightly dissatisfied voice suddenly interrupted the increasingly cold atmosphere in the field, causing Tianlong to snort softly. Then Anna looked at the boy and said politely, "Sorry, Mr. White Mage, Grantin is worried about me, so I hope you won't be angry. Relax, my patience is generally good when it comes to certain things." The boy restrained Sharingan, indicating that he didn't care. "But..." Anna still couldn't help but asked the boy. "Sorry, Mr. White Mage, can you tell me why you are looking for Mr. Ziref? Although I do know him, I have been with Grandigny recently, so if Mr. Ming wants to ask me about Mr. Ziref, I don't know where he is. That's it." Seeing this innocent girl Anna's natural expression, it really doesn't look like she is lying, the boy smiled gently. "Since Miss Anna doesn't know where Ziref is, it's fine. I just feel a little regretful. After all, Mr. Ziref is the legendary Black Mage, the goal of all mages. Target." Anna chuckled, her pretty face was as beautiful as a white snow lotus in full bloom. Mr. White Mage used the wrong word. It should be said that he is the idol in the hearts of all mages. The young man smiled faintly, with an inexplicable expression on his face. "Miss Anna is right. This Mr. Black Mage is also the goal of my tireless efforts to embark on the path of magic." Hearing this sentence, Anna's affection for the boy became stronger. Sure enough, Mr. Ming must have put in a lot of hard work to be able to practice magic to the level he is today. Although I do think so myself, compared to the legendary Black Mage, this effort is insignificant. After all, he did it himself. In the end, the boy's voice also slowly lowered. "Hand what?" Anna didn't hear clearly, and couldn't help but stepped forward and asked curiously. "Ah, nothing." The boy reacted immediately, and then glanced at Akunalaglia, who was getting more and more upset beside him, smiled helplessly, and then looked at the girl. "In that case, Miss Anna, we still have things to do, so let's leave first." The girl was taken aback for a moment, and a look of disappointment flashed across her pretty face. After all, she rarely had contact with humans, let alone meeting a magician of the same race today who had such a pleasant chat. "But... can I ask, Mr. Ming, where are you going?" Anna asked worriedly, and at the same time couldn't help but look at Tianlong beside him. The young man smiled in relief, and said softly, "There is no fixed goal, it can only be said that wherever there are dragons raging, we will go there. After all, Ishgar is a hell for humans today, and we have no time to rest." Akunalaya on the side frowned slightly, isn't he going to kill the remaining ice dragons? However, upon hearing the boy's words, Anna's pretty face instantly darkened. She didn't know the current situation, but she, a weak celestial spirit mage, couldn't resist those giant dragons at all. The heavenly dragon Grantine couldn't help turning her head to look at the other side, and remained silent. After all, it was indeed caused by her people. "However, I will absolutely not allow you to slaughter those powerless dragons." Tianlong turned his head suddenly, looked at the two young men coldly and said, "Grantin," the girl said dissatisfied. The young man waved his hand indifferently, and looked at Tianlong Grandigny with his dark eyes without flinching, and said lightly, "Don't worry, but I will never let go of any dragon that has slaughtered humans." "You..." "Grantin." Seeing Anna's angry voice, Tianlong Grandigny withdrew his intention to do something, snorted coldly, turned and walked into the distance. Seeing this, Anna had no choice but to apologize to the boy immediately. "Sorry, Mr. White Mage, she doesn't know what happened today. I hope Mr. Ming will not be angry with her. In fact, Grandigny has a very kind personality and has saved many humans." "Don't worry, with Miss Anna mediating in the middle, how could I be angry?" As he spoke, the boy smiled lightly and extended the invitation. "Miss Anna, if you have anything to do in the future, you can find me in the Dragonov Kingdom. After this journey, I plan to go there to help humans resist the attack of the giant dragon. I hope to see you again in the future. Please, Mr. White Sorcerer, be careful all the way, even if you kill a few more dragons, it's fine." Although I feel a little sorry for Granton for saying this, Anna still said it, with a flash of determination in her clear eyes. "Also, I will definitely go to the Dragonov Kingdom to help humans resist the dragon. Before that, I will leave everything to Mr. White Mage." Saying that, Anna bent down and bowed to the young man, raised her back and bowed to Akunalaglia again. "And this 1.5, this gentleman, thank you very much for everything you have done for mankind." After finishing speaking, the girl's pretty face flushed immediately. She turned around and ran away awkwardly, chasing after Tianlong, who was going away. The young man couldn't help laughing, and couldn't help but cast his eyes at the unresponsive cold figure beside him, and said softly, "It's very interesting, isn't it, this little girl? Even you, who have always been cruel to others, can't hate you." Snort. Akunolalia said coldly. "Boring thing. Are you really going to let those ice dragons go?" "Certainly." The boy deliberately prolonged his voice, turned around and looked at the sleeping ice dragons in the boundless iceberg. "It's only temporary." A cruel arc emerged from the corner of the boy's mouth, and an indifferent voice sounded quietly. "Sooner or later, these ice dragons will go to the central continent for revenge, and then it will be their death. This blank time is just a decision made to win over that celestial spirit mage." Hearing the boy's voice, Akunalaglia didn't speak, but his eyes showed a clear look. "Okay, it's time for us to go back and find that guy Tease. Then let's start a decisive battle with the dragons in the central countries." The young man turned around slowly and walked towards the distance, followed by the figure in the black robe, gradually disappearing into the distant sky. Watching the two leave, Tianlong, who was hidden among the clouds in the sky, left with confidence, but Anna on top of it looked at the golden Guya mark that suddenly appeared on the back of her white hand just now, in a daze. The gentle voice still seemed to hover in his ears. "My full name is White Mage Ming Daragonal. Next time I meet you in the kingdom of Daragonov, lovely Miss Anna." The snow-white cheeks quietly turned crimson. Chapter 16, The Book of the White Mage. In the dark palace, as silent as night. Gurgling. In the hot pool of bright red blood, there were bubbles rising and falling and bursting sounds everywhere. It was blood-red and terrifying like hell. A 2-meter-high ice-blue giant cocoon was wrapped in the center, and magic power surged around it. However, next to the blood pool is a blood pool of the same size, but compared to the former, the latter's blood pool not only contains hot blood, but also has a lot of white bones of some kind of animal, which is hideous and terrifying. Sitting in the middle of the blood pool was a muscular young man. His upper body was naked and soaked in the blood pool filled with hot steam. On one side was a terrifying dragon claw, and his whole body was filled with surging magic power, like an abyss. Here, there seems to be no concept of time, only the sound of bubbles rising and bursting can make people feel their own existence. Everything seems to be maintained like this, until the end of time. I don't know how long it has been. The voices in the palace suddenly became noisy. The bubbles in the first blood pool suddenly sped up a lot, and the 2-meter-high ice-blue giant cocoon seemed to be about to move, constantly absorbing the essence in the blood pool, and the magic power in the air, even faintly caused the wind. The young man sitting cross-legged in the second blood pool turned a deaf ear. His upper body was almost covered with pitch-black scales, with strange patterns hovering around, and the ferocious dragon claw became more and more menacing. Boom! In the depths of the palace, in the deep darkness, there was suddenly a surging sound like the roaring of the sea waves, but only the majestic aura exuding some kind of coercion showed all of this. It was just the sound of magic power surging. It turned out to be like a majestic wave. It was extremely terrifying. Swish! A strange ray of light suddenly rose from the darkness. It was a scarlet ray representing ominous, bloody, and terrifying. Against the light, a slender figure appeared vaguely. It was a silver-haired figure wearing a silver-white magic robe. A book exuding an ominous and strange atmosphere is quietly suspended in the air. The whole body is red, but the pages inside are as white as jade, as thin as a cicada's wings, with faint traces of gluing, like glistening white bones, covered with dense black writing. Crash! It seems that some kind of power is flipping through this wonderful book. The figure nodded slightly, as if expressing some kind of emotion, and moved its fingers slightly. The pages of the reactionary book were immediately closed from beginning to end. It was a cover as pitch black as an abyss. There is a peculiar eye on it, the whole body is scarlet, and there are 3 rounds of pitch black goo spinning around, strange and ominous. The figure didn't speak, but just put a hand between his eyebrows, and a scarlet magic circle was born, only the size of a palm. Then, snapped! The magic circle was pressed into the eyes on the cover. Immediately, the eyes on the cover seemed to come alive, like real scarlet eyes. Finally finished. An indifferent voice sounded in the palace, with a faint smile. The key to the Million Sharingan project, the Book of Sharingan, no, it should be called the Book of the White Mage. As he spoke, the figure slowly walked out from the depths of the palace holding the book, revealing the familiar silver magic robe. White Mage Ming Dora Gunir. The boy changed the created book to his left hand, and his right hand held the magic wand that appeared out of thin air. Only then did he feel much better. After all, it is the book of the White Mage created by him with all his painstaking efforts. It not only records all the magic he owns, but also all the magic he has seen, and it is even a magic circle itself. A magic circle that collects pupil power. In this era, it is naturally impossible for the mere kaleidoscope Sharingan to be seen by the White Mage. What he really values is the higher-level eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. However, he couldn't do this without a certain step, so he tried his best to spread the magic of Sharingan. As long as other people practice the magic of Sharingan, pupil power will be born. And the magic circle engraved on this book of white mages can collect part of those pupil powers and transmit them to your own eyes. If the number of practitioners spreads to the entire continent, once the magician who practiced Sharingan dies, the pupil power he cultivated will also belong to him. The pupil power in his eyes is equivalent to infinity. In this way, the pupil power will never be reduced to the point where it will hurt him. This is the alternative eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. At that time, as long as he understands the profound meaning of the magic, he can easily achieve the final goal. Reincarnation I. Crash! A sudden sound suddenly sounded in the palace, interrupting the boy's train of thought. Looking up, I saw a strong figure suddenly got up from the pool of blood, causing a wave of waves, and the dark magic power surged and rolled around the body, like a dark abyss. The corner of the young man's mouth curled up slightly. It seems that he just happened to succeed in cultivation. Swish! The dark eyes suddenly opened, dark, deep, fierce, ferocious, like the eyes of a giant dragon. Streaks of dark magic power suddenly rose from the blood pool around him, pouring continuously towards his open mouth. After a long time, it stopped. Swish! The black magic power wrapped around his body and instantly turned into a pitch-black hooded robe, with bright black eyes. Congratulations, Akunalaglia! The boy's voice came from the side, and the black-robed youth couldn't help but turn around to look, and soon noticed the scarlet book in the other's hand, slightly surprised. Are you done? Of course. You are all making progress, I can't fall behind. The boy smiled lightly and said, this scarlet book has collected a lot of pupil power for him, even with Suzanu's perfect body, he can persist for a long time. And with the growth of time, his pupil power will only increase and not decrease. After all, people in the Western continent are all practicing his Sharingan magic. Next. The young man tilted his head slightly, followed the black-robed young man to look at the ice-blue giant cocoon, and said softly, just wait for tease, my Faust of ice has appeared. As he said that, the boy paused slightly, looked at the giant cocoon and said, by the way, build him a piece of dragon armor. Chapter 17, The Attacking Dragons. 3 months later. It has been half a year since the White Mage slaughtered the Brontosaurus, and the number of giant dragons on the continent of Ishgar has not only not decreased, but has actually increased, especially the Dragonov Kingdom. Because this is currently the only human country on the mainland that has the protection of giant dragons. Dragonov Kingdom. In the deserted border area, a tragic battle is erupting. In the dilapidated town, there were wreckage and ruins as far as the eye could see, covered by the flames soaring into the sky, and there was even a faint roar in the distance. Several ferocious and terrifying dragons are raging on the earth, confronting a large number of mages and armies. Even so, human beings are still at an absolute disadvantage. From time to time, a few soldiers were swallowed by the giant dragons, causing a bloody storm. King's capital. In the main hall of the kingdom, there were 2 rows of people standing on one side, with unanimous expressions of agitation, all staring in the direction of the palace gate. Suddenly, a crimson figure walked in, with a pretty and solemn face, which made the expressions of the 2 rows of people even more anxious, and the palace suddenly regained some vitality. I already know the news about the giant dragon attack on the border of the kingdom. Have you found out how many dragons are on the other side? After entering the palace, Irene quickly looked at the 2 rows of people below before sitting on her throne. Hearing this, a man in armor hurriedly said, I haven't found out yet, the number of the other party is too much, and the army near the border has been wiped out before reaching the group of giant dragons, and they can't get close at all. The middle-aged aristocrat in exquisite robes standing on the other side sneered. I think that group of soldiers ran away as soon as they heard the arrival of the dragon. Those lowly soldiers are really unreliable. What did you say, Duke Farah? The man suddenly became furious. This group of nobles have always been greedy for pleasure, so they couldn't help but support the kingdom Hell Dragon militarily. They dared to insult his brothers in the army like this. Humph, did I say something wrong? Duke Farah glanced at the armored man with a sneer, secretly hating the magic and wealth forcibly confiscated by the kingdom, and sarcastically said, it's obviously just a few giant dragons, but this group of soldiers who are greedy for life and fear of death dare to be deserters. I don't think the queen should have taught them the magic of killing dragons in the first place. Don't talk nonsense. If there is no magic, how can we fight against the dragon? Is it up to you nobles who only know how to enjoy themselves? Hearing the man's words, the nobles standing beside Duke Frau yelled loudly, and the military generals standing beside the man also shouted angrily, and the whole hall suddenly became noisy. All right. Irene's pretty face was slightly cold, and she said coldly, I will take care of this matter. Since the border of the kingdom has been attacked by a dragon, base, go down and prepare immediately. I will lead soldiers and mages to go with you later. Hearing this, Duke Frau's eyes flashed, and he said lightly, Your Majesty, even if your magic is taught by Lord Shenglong, it may not help you to lead this group of soldiers to the border. Why don't you invite Lord Shenglong to go out? Well. Hearing this, Irene immediately showed embarrassment, because the white mages have slaughtered giant dragons recently, and even almost wiped out the ice dragon family. Attack. The holy dragon Belsarion has long been overwhelmed and has been scarred. If you were to face those giant dragons now, you might just die. Fola, Don't you know that Lord Shenglong is already stigmatized and unable to fight at all? Base uttered angrily. Compared with this group of pleasure-seeking nobles, their military respected Saint Long Belsalian very much. After all, the other party had saved the lives of their soldiers many times. Covered in wounds. Duke Frau sneered. Does it mean that the people of the kingdom can go to die? They all joined the army because of the queen. If they die in vain, what will you do to the queen's reputation? It seems that the Duke of Frau is thinking about Queen Irene, but in fact he just took the opportunity to press Irene's guilt. But, Duke, it is true that Belle has not been able to play recently. Speaking, Irene seemed to think of something. How about I lead the mages to resist for a while? The queen must not. Base exclaimed hastily, if there is no holy dragon in the army, Irene is going to die. But... Irene's pretty face was suddenly full of embarrassment. At this time, Duke Frau seemed to have thought of something, his eyes flickered and said. Actually, the queen has another way, which is to join forces with General Loss of the nearby kingdom. General Loss also has a large number of mage legions. If they can be united, they will be enough to resist the dragon this time. Fra! Baston exclaimed suddenly. But I only heard the Duke of Frau continue. But General Lassie must marry you before agreeing to send troops. If the queen can sacrifice a little. At this moment, Base's eyes wished to stare at the Duke of Frau in front of him. Wouldn't saying such words at this moment be forcing Queen Irene to agree to the marriage? What kind of benefit did that General Russ give him? Just when Bath wanted to stop the queen from agreeing. Irene, who was standing at the forefront of the palace, suddenly flashed her pretty eyes, and faint water mist was born, but it was immediately replaced by a firm look. Okay, let's inform that General Lars immediately. If he can send troops to help our country stop the attack of the dragon, I will agree to marry him. Queen. Buzz looked eagerly, but was interrupted by Irene. I have made a decision, Duke Frau, to inform that General Lars immediately. Yes, Her Majesty. Duke Frau secretly sneered. However, after the generals and nobles in the palace walked out one after another, Irene slowly came to the gate, looking at the blue sky. Her awe-inspiring pretty eyes were lonely, and she felt a little apologetic. Sorry, Ming, I may not be able to wait for your return. After the Duke of Froz went down and used magic to immediately notify the General Lars was immediately overjoyed, and hurriedly nodded and agreed to send troops to resist the dragon. To be honest, he has coveted Queen Irene of Dragonov Kingdom for a long time. If it weren't for the high reputation of the Holy Dragon and Irene, he would have forced to send troops to Dragonov Kingdom again. Fortunately, his gold, silver and jewels were not in vain sent to the group of nobles such as the Duke of Fora. Seeing that his long-awaited wish was about to be fulfilled, General Lars immediately waved his hand and led the Magister Legion towards the border. He is also a powerful mage himself. Although he can't resist the dragon, he will never die easily, otherwise he would not agree to this action. However, what he didn't expect was that although this operation was successful, the consequences were far beyond his expectations. On the barren red land, the most elite mages of the two kingdoms have already arrived at the predetermined location, and there are still soldiers waiting in formation, ready to fight the coming dragon. It's just that the atmosphere in the arena is very tense and silent. Your Majesty Irene, long time no see, you are still so beautiful. Seeing the crimson woman with exquisite figure and heroic appearance coming towards him, General Lass suddenly smiled, and immediately greeted her, stretched out her hand. General Lars, I would like to thank your country and your help this time. If I can resist the invasion of the dragon, I will agree to that. Looking at the hand extended by General Lass, Irene frowned slightly, and Base next to him immediately stepped forward, took General Lass' hand and sneered. Sorry, General Lars, the Queen doesn't have time to talk about these romantic things now that the dragon is coming. Romance? Is this mocking him as a general who doesn't know what to do when he's dealing with the enemy? General Russ secretly hated, but smiled politely on the surface. It seems that this is the most powerful General Bath under the Queen's command. We will meet for a long time in the future. I believe General Bath will change my impression. Of course, at that point he becomes the Queen's husband. Bass paused, his eyes suddenly turned cold, wishing he could kill the bastard who had long coveted the Queen with his sword, but he couldn't do that. Irene didn't bother to detect the secret confrontation between the two, and stared at the boundless land with her wine-red eyes, feeling inexplicably apprehensive in her heart. Doesn't seem to have anything to do with the upcoming dragon. While Irene was thinking wildly, a deep roar suddenly came from a distance, which made everyone cheer up and looked up one after another. On the far horizon, a small black dot suddenly appeared, flying towards the direction of Irene and others. That's a giant dragon. It turned out there was only one. Lassie sneered and said in a disdainful tone. It seems that today I have to taste what it's like to slay a dragon. Laugh. Bass also sneered, not only mocking this arrogant guy, but also mocking this guy who didn't know that he was dying. However, Irene still frowned, and stared into the distance with worried eyes. She could feel that there seemed to be something behind the giant dragon. Sure enough, less than 2 seconds. Small black dots suddenly appeared in the sky behind the giant dragon, and they roared loudly. Roar! Roar! Chapter 18, The Arrived Boy. It seems that only these attacking dragons are left in the whole world. A total of 10. Even in the past, there has never been such a huge scene. One giant dragon is enough to destroy a country, but how to fight against 10 giant dragons? Seeing this scene, the soldiers and mages immediately turned pale and panicked, causing waves of commotion. Even General Russ was pale and said tremblingly, How is it possible that there are so many dragons? Not to mention whether it can resist the attack of the giant dragon, it is still unknown whether it can survive. Just when the army was panicking, Irene, with a pretty pale face, immediately stood up and said coldly, The whole army is lined up, set up a defensive formation, and the mages are ready to release magic at any time to resist the dragons in front of them. I, Irene, Belzarian, will fight with you, for the homeland behind you, for the relatives and people behind you, and I will never retreat. After the words fell, after a moment of silence in the audience, it was suddenly replaced by boiling waves. Damn it, Lao Zi's life today is in the hands of Her Majesty the Queen. Never be a disgraceful deserter. The Queen is so bloody, how can we men be afraid of death and swear to die? I swear to the death. Swear to the death. Swear to the death. A series of neat sound waves resounded on the ground, and even Bass and several lieutenants beside him shouted with excitement, which made Irene burst into tears and whispered softly, Swear to the death. Swish! The giant dragons in the distance flew very fast. Although it was only a short 10 seconds, the group of giant dragons had already approached hundreds of meters, and a ferocious killing intent flashed in the eyes of the dragons. Immediately, Chi-Chi opened his ferocious dragon mouth, and the magic power in the world was gathering and condensing, which shocked Irene and the others. At this time, roar! A low roar suddenly came from behind Irene and the others, accompanied by the sound of piercing the air that continued to approach. Irene hurriedly looked back, her beautiful eyes shrank suddenly. It was a giant dragon with golden scales exuding a warm aura. Although its pale body was already covered with large and small ferocious scratches. That is obviously the trace left by fighting with other giant dragons. Sorry, Irene, I ran out again without listening to you. A gentle voice slowly spit out from its dragon's mouth, the tone was a little weak. Drop. A gleam of crystal tears slowly overflowed from Irene's beautiful eyes, staring at this huge figure slowly landing at the front of the army, facing the group of already condensed dragons roaring. Bell. Bass. The huge wings spread out and raised with all their strength, trying their best to protect Irene and the others behind her. This action instantly filled Irene's beautiful eyes with mist, and her heart was already sobbing. Bell. I saw Bell's Arian slowly opened the dragon's mouth, and the gentle golden light condensed in the mouth. If you want to hurt Irene and the kingdom, you must pass my holy dragon first. Saying this, it was the first time that Bell's Arian concentrated the magic power of his whole body with all his strength, and the golden warm light became more and more dazzling, no less than the roar of those giant dragons. The roar of the holy dragon. However, whoosh whoosh. In the distant sky, the roar of the group of dragons has been launched, carrying a ferocious and surging magical aura, rushing towards Irene and others. Swish! A silver-robed figure suddenly appeared in front of Shenglong, his short silver-white hair swayed slightly, and his indifferent voice was slightly deep, but it was clearly heard by everyone. The blazing sky covers the 7 rings. As if it was a sigh of God, a magnificent barrier suddenly appeared on the earth, and even God would sigh its beauty. A total of 7 arc-shaped barriers with a diameter of more than tens of meters suddenly appeared in the field, arranged several meters apart from each other, shining with different crystal lights, as if they could resist the entire world. Beautiful. Irene couldn't help being crazy for a moment. Boom! Immediately afterwards, the roar of the group of dragons came, with different colors and shining light, and the wind was violent in an instant, and the dust in the sky was raised like a billowing wave, and suddenly hit in all directions. Crack, click. The shattering sound was quickly drowned out by the earth-shattering roar, and the strong wind pressure squeezed from the side of the barrier to the center, forcing everyone to lower their bodies and close their eyes. Boom! After a long time, the flames gradually extinguished, and the sound of the wind gradually stopped. The wind and sand all over the sky also slowly dissipated, and then one after another figure appeared from the sand, coughing one after another, looking at each other, their eyes widened in unison. They survived. Could it be that person from just now? Soon, not only the soldiers and mages who got up from the dust, but also Irene and others in the center immediately looked up at the sky in front of them. The holy dragon Bear's Arian standing at the forefront also widened his dragon eyes, looking at the silver figure in disbelief. The roar of a dozen dragons was blocked so easily. Swish! The cold wind whizzed, and the silver-white magic robe appeared again in the eyes of Irene and the others. With flying short white hair and a silver wand in his right hand. There are also several unharmed circular barriers in front of him. Finally, someone realized something. Hey, the figure in front of you shouldn't be that one. There is no mistake, it must be that adult. The only human on Ishgar who can slay dragons is also the most powerful on this continent, even comparable to Queen Irene's great wizard. White Mage. The soldiers and mages behind him suddenly fell into ecstasy, and the loud and happy voice seemed to be conveyed to the ears of the silver figure standing in the air. White Mage. General Bass looked excited, and the lieutenants beside him were even more excited. General Russ also had the joy of remaining alive after the catastrophe. However, only the crimson figure surrounded by them in the center stared closely at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure with beautiful eyes, his voice trembling. White Mage. With a light wave of the silver magic wand, the barrier in the air immediately dissipated, and then the figure slowly turned his head, with a gentle smile on his usually stern and delicate face. Well. Irene immediately covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes were full of tears of excitement and joy. It was really you. How? The corner of the boy's mouth was slightly hooked, he stared at Irene and said softly. I haven't seen you for a few years, Irene, don't you know my little fiancé? Seeing the young man's teasing smirk, Irene's heart burst into a familiar memory, she smiled through tears, her snow-white pretty face was faintly blush. Sure enough, this young man is still so old-fashioned. Chapter 19 3 Followers. Fiancé? Hearing this word, everyone was in an uproar. Bass was pleasantly surprised, but Russ couldn't believe it. Bright. Looking at the young man in mid-air, the holy dragon Bell's Arian also made a sound of surprise. And Miss Bell, long time no see. Luo Ming turned his head and winked at her, which made Belle's Aryan smile, and the worry in his heart was slowly let go. Although I haven't seen you for several years, I really want to have a good chat with you, but... As soon as his tone changed, the boy slowly turned around to look at the charging dragons. His voice suddenly became much colder. Let me kill all these beasts first. Immediately after the boy's voice, it was the sound of something rushing through the air. Swish swish swish. 3 figures appeared one by one in the open space behind the young man. One was a young man in a black robe, the other was a cold man in silver light armor, and the third was a woman with blonde hair and green eyes and a slender figure. Tease. Isabelle. Come on, this is a good opportunity to prove yourself. Snort. As if disdainful of the young man giving orders, the black-robed youth casually took off the black robe, revealing the dark and ferocious dragon claw, causing everyone behind him to exclaim. Irene couldn't help being slightly taken aback, her beautiful eyes were stunned. Could it be that half-dragon Acnologlia? The giant dragons were approaching one by one, but Akunoloria's legs turned into a dark beam of light immediately after a slight exertion of his legs, attacking the oncoming giant dragons, opening his mouth out of thin air to condense magic. Black Dragon's breath of destruction. Call out. Although the dark beam of destruction was fleeting, it easily knocked down the 10 giant dragons and fell straight to the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Seeing this, the young man smiled helplessly, and the blonde woman named Isabelle also smiled softly. Occasionally a fleeting golden light flashed across her charming blue eyes. It seems that Mr. Heilong is still as indifferent to Mr. Ming as before. All right. The stern man at the side, Tess, interrupted her coldly, and said coldly. Isabelle, it's time for you to show your achievements. If you behave too badly, I don't agree with you becoming Master Ming's subordinate. There is still a test. It is too difficult to be a subordinate of the White Sorcerer. Isabelle was slightly surprised, her tone changed abruptly, her green eyes stared at a giant dragon that was struggling to charge forward, surging and frightening magic power surged out of her delicate body, she said with a gentle smile. However, Master Ming, I am determined to follow. Can you invite these giant dragons to die? King's judgment. Boom. The golden thunderbolt suddenly fell from the sky, like a heavy hammer, hitting the dragon's back, causing it to roar in pain, and its body was scorched black. Looking at the golden thunder that is slowly dissipating in the sky, it is hard to believe that this is what the seemingly weak, gentle, and charming Isabelle did. At the same time, hiss! The biting cold air turned into a very thin white line on the ground and spread towards the giant dragons that landed on the ground. It spread upward in an instant, and an iceberg tens of meters high suddenly appeared on the ground. The world of ice. Swish! The originally crimson earth was instantly covered with a layer of white carpet, but it didn't make people feel any warmth at all. Tease suddenly raised his scarlet eyes, staring at the 10 dragons coldly. Cold air gushed out from his body. Damn bastards, it's time for you to pay the price. Whoosh whoosh. The 3 figures rushed up immediately and fought the 10 giant dragons, leaving Irene and others in the distance stunned. When will wizards of this level appear together? Moreover, the battle scene where the 3 of them challenged 10 giant dragons made everyone's blood boil. If they hadn't personally experienced the power of the giant dragons, they would have rushed up long ago. Seeing this scene, the silver-haired boy on the side couldn't help but smile. As expected of someone he valued. Leaving aside Akunologlia and Tease, even Isabelle is enough to make him feel gratified. Although the opponent's following was a coincidence, it can be regarded as a surprise. The talent of the Thunder attribute is too outstanding. Together with the half-dragon Akunologlia, and the ice Fosditas irrigated by the blood essence of the Ice Dragon clan, these 3 are his followers who led Ishgar to slaughter the Dragon clan. With them, I believe that I will not be at a disadvantage in the face of that man. Thinking of this, the silver-haired boy also slowly stepped forward, a gleam of red flashed in his indifferent black eyes. In the golden and white battlefield, there are splashing scales and the roar of giant dragons everywhere, and from time to time, a dark beam of light flashes, quickly blurring and scorching the flesh pierced by the giant dragons. High in the sky, the silver-haired boy walked slowly like a god's mansion, his wand danced lightly from time to time, and the golden beam shot towards the center of the battlefield in an instant, and there was a mournful cry. Although the young man seldom took shots compared to the other three, every shot either killed a seriously injured dragon, or helped a blonde woman who had just learned magic to force the dragon back. Understatement, as if just playing a simple game. Boom! The roar of the battle and the roar of the giant dragon are different. Against the backdrop of the scene in front of you, it is simply shocking. When did the giant dragons become so easy to deal with? The soldiers and mages standing behind were in an uproar, their faces filled with surprise, and even General Lassie and General Bass widened their eyes, full of shock. The former was simply shocked by their formidable strength, while the latter was because of the young man walking in the air. He vaguely remembered the innocence and outstanding magical talent of this young man who had just come into contact with magic a few years ago, but he never thought that the young man was today's white mage. Although after Irene agreed to General Wrath's proposal, he used the things that the boy had left before to pass on the news, and learned that the boy was still alive. After a long time, Buzz finally regained his senses. He glanced at General Loss, who had an ugly expression beside him, recalling what the young man said before, and a smile appeared on his face again. It seems that this villain is destined not to get what he wants today. Irene, who was standing with the two of them, was looking at the boy's back in amazement with her beautiful eyes. Although her delicate and fair face was complex, it was more pleasantly surprised, and a hint of shame flashed from time to time. She did not forget what the boy said in public just now. "How dare you say that in front of so many people?" The more Irene thought about her pretty face, the more rosy her face became. Although there was a hint of shame and resentment in her beautiful eyes from time to time, it was more of joy. Finally, when she was about to despair, Ming finally came back. In the center of the battlefield, hundreds of meters away from the army, the surge of magic power gradually subsided, and the giant dragons covered in bruises were killed one by one, until the last rock dragon from the rock dragon clan with amazing defense power. It's just that the rock dragon's defensive power is amazing, but under the attack of Tease and others, it was also seriously injured and paralyzed. Akunalaglia immediately raised the ferocious dragon claw covered by magic power, and was about to swing down to end its life. Swish! The white-haired boy suddenly appeared in front of him, raised his arm slightly to stop his movement. Akunalaria frowned slightly, and the two people beside Tice also came up, and Tice asked puzzledly first. "Master Ming, this is... I need this rock dragon to live." Under the wrapping of magic power, the boy's indifferent voice gradually spread to the whole world, like an iceberg. "Send a message to those dragons for me." Information. The seriously injured Yanlong groaned, his basin-sized dragon eyes were full of doubts. "What do you want to say, human?" "Rest assured." The young man tapped his wand on the scarred wings of the rock dragon. Golden and warm light spots appeared out of thin air, and submerged in them, those scars stopped bleeding at a speed visible to the naked eye. "It's just an equal dialogue between the white mage and you dragons." "White mage?" Yanlong stretched his wings a bit, and resisted the remaining scars on his body and tried his best to stand up, the dragon eyes fixed on the young man, and sighed. "That's right, just 3 subordinates can easily destroy us, and only you, a white mage, can do it. You are indeed the great mage who almost wiped out the ice dragon family." Hearing the voice of the rock dragon in the distance, the soldiers and wizards were shocked again, almost destroying the ice dragon clan? Hey, that's a group of giant dragons. To be able to do this is worthy of being the legendary white mage. There was a sudden commotion and surprise behind him, but the young man standing in front of Yanlong was not complacent, and his expression was natural. "Help me tell your fellow clansmen that from now on, I, the white mage, will be stationed in the Dragonov Kingdom. If you want to avenge your fellow clansmen, come here to find me anytime. Chapter 20 Declaration of War. From now on, the all-out war between humans and giant dragons has begun, and the name of this battle is Dragon King Festival. Hearing the last word, Yanlong's huge dragon eyes shrank suddenly, and lost his voice. White Mage, do you know what you are talking about? Of course I know. The young man glanced at the rock dragon indifferently, and slowly swept his gaze from Akunolalia's half-body that had already turned into a dragon to Tease and Isabel, and opened his arms and said slowly. This is a real war, there is no right or wrong, only fighting. This war will not only sweep all the remaining humans, but also all the giant dragons. No one can escape this war. Even the Dragon King will die, this is the Dragon King's sacrifice. The indifferent voice resounded between the heaven and the earth, and spread faintly, so that Irene and others in the distance were stunned. It is also a war to celebrate the birth of the real king. Whether it is the king of men or the king of dragons, all the remaining dragons must pay their lives for this. A war to completely exterminate the dragon clan. Having said that, the young man glanced at the three T's with different expressions with a light smile, looked up at the corner of Yanlong's mouth and said, Dragon King Sacrifice. Isn't this name very appropriate? White Mage, you really are a dangerous human being. Yanlong stared fixedly at the young man in front of him. If he hadn't been weaker than the young man in front of him, he might have already slapped him with his claws. After a little thought, Yanlong still agreed. Although the white mage in front of him is indeed powerful, he doesn't think that their giant dragon clan will be able to deal with a human being without the Dragon King. Okay, I promise you, I will pass on these words to other dragons. Is there anything else to say? Certainly. The young man nodded slightly and smiled, but there was some kind of cruel coldness hidden in that gentle smile. The Ice Dragon King has already left before you, so don't make me wait too long. Humph, arrogant human brat. You are so proud of just killing a Dragon King. My dragon family has far more power than this. You will regret it sooner or later. Really? Wait and see. The teenager smiled. With a cold snort, Yanlong swung its huge wings violently, its scarred body slowly floated upwards, then the dragon body tilted, turned around and flew towards the sky slowly. Seeing the rock dragon leave, Akunolaglia on the side spoke coldly, looking at the young man with deep eyes and said in bewilderment. What do you mean by what you said just now? Why is the war to exterminate the dragon family called the Dragon King Sacrifice? The young man smiled lightly, and turned to look at the holy dragon Belzarian, Irene, and others. Tease and Isabel also came behind him, although they were also a little puzzled. What you think? Snort. Akunolalia was very upset, but said coldly. What about the celebration of the real king you just said? The king of men? The king of dragons? Isabel's green eyes flashed, and she smiled softly. Isn't this a war to exterminate the dragon? The Dragon King? The boy didn't speak, but pointed at himself, then at Akunolalia, with an inexplicable smile on his lips. Isabel is puzzled. But Akunolaglia understood. He felt a warm current passing through his cold chest, but his expression became colder, as if deliberately pretending to be calm, and said lightly. In return, I will help you deal with that person. Then, happy trading. The corners of the young man's mouth turned up, and a hearty laugh immediately spread faintly. Finally, he looked at Isabel, who was full of doubts, and smiled gently. Also, you are welcome to join us. Now that you have completed the trial just now, follow me. From now on, you will be Isabel Dragonov. Isabel's beautiful eyes froze for a moment, then she lowered her head slightly, a trace of gratitude and inexplicable color flashed in her watery green eyes, and said, Thank you, Master Ming. Seeing this, the boy turned around and walked towards Irene and the others, and the three of T's followed behind. King's capital. In the palace hall, the candles were brightly lit, and there were many figures. The palace was covered with all kinds of gorgeous and exquisite decorations, and the slender dining table was filled with all kinds of delicious food and wine. Figures dressed in exquisite costumes mingled with each other, while enjoying the wonderful court music, while holding glasses filled with fine wine, talking happily. Even the streets of the king's capital outside the palace were full of joy and noise, decorated with lanterns and festoons, celebrating the sudden victory and the white mage and his party. However, when the entire capital was in a turmoil, the right person at the center of their topic, led by Queen Irene, came to the palace where the holy dragon Belzarian lived. In the huge and empty palace, the huge scarred body of the holy dragon Belzarian crawled quietly on the ground, with a pair of huge dragon eyes slightly closed, as if enjoying himself. Base. Above the palace, a very large and complicated golden magic circle quietly floated in the gap, and the magic power shone on the holy dragon like warm sunlight. Godsend. Not far in front of the holy dragon, the silver-haired boy closed his eyes tightly, holding his wand with one hand and aiming at the golden magic circle above, continuously delivering his own magic power. Judging from the somewhat pale face, it has obviously been going on for a long time. Irene stood beside the young man with a pretty face. A pair of awe-inspiring eyes kept sweeping across the young man's face, information and worry mixed in her heart. Swish! The boy suddenly opened his eyes, interrupted the transmission of magic power in his hand, put away the wand. The golden magic circle suddenly dimmed a bit, but it still hovered over the holy dragon, exuding a warm glow. Bright! Irene hurried forward and supported the boy's body, Maymao worried. Is your body all right? Don't worry, Irene, it's just too much magic output. Saying that, Luo Ming raised his head to look at Shenglong in front of him, and said with a faint smile. Well, Miss Belle, how are you feeling? The golden dragon eyes opened suddenly, revealing a sense of surprise. The holy dragon Belzarian could feel that the injuries to her body had healed a lot, and she was still slowly recovering bit by bit. Unable to hide the surprise in his heart, Belzarian lifted his wings lightly, and suddenly the strong wind howled in the palace, and even Irene was almost blown down by the wind. However, Irene was not angry at all, instead she stared at Belzarian with a pretty face and said, Belle, it looks like your body. Well, it's almost perfectly fine. Belzarian nodded and looked at the boy, a trace of surprise remained in his golden eyes. It's just that I didn't expect Ming Yu to be able to use healing magic. Chapter 21, War Comes. It's no big deal. The young man smiled lightly and said indifferently. After all, you have been wandering alone for so many years, and you can't do without some life-saving magic. Well, as long as you stay in the palace and be your lady, Belle, your body will recover soon. Ladylike? Belle curled his lips angrily, she is a giant dragon. However, Irene on the side couldn't help laughing out loud, blinking her beautiful eyes and saying, It means that you are still the same. Could it be that you deliberately took revenge on Belle because Belle taught you a lot? How is it possible? I'm a white mage, how could I do such a degrading thing? The boy touched his nose unnaturally, which made Irene and Belzarian smile. After laughing, Irene couldn't help but turn back to the topic and asked curiously. By the way, Ming, why haven't you heard anything about you for so many years? Even your title of White Mage was only announced a few days ago. This is normal. After all, I went to the Western continent. The boy explained with a smile. The Western continent? Is that the Western continent that has always been deserted and faces Ishgar across the sea? Irene gasped in surprise. That's right, but the Western continent is not as barren as it used to be. Now 9 human kingdoms have been established there, where magic is prevalent. In a sense, it is even more prosperous than Ishgar. Hearing the boy's words, Belzarian on the side couldn't help being a little surprised. How can it be? Why is it impossible? The corner of the teenager's mouth is slightly raised, playing with taste. After all, the vast majority of dragons on Ishgar are obsessed with exterminating human beings. How can they have time to care about the Western continent? And I also taught them my Sharingan magic. As he said that, the boy seemed to think of something, turned his head to look at Irene beside him and said, "By the way, Irene, later I need you to inform the remaining human kingdoms that I, the White Mage, intend to invite them to discuss how to deal with the giant dragons. Of course, as a lure to attract them, I will teach the magic of Sharingan to several kingdoms." Irene couldn't help widening her beautiful eyes. Although she was a little surprised that Luoming invited the kings of several major kingdoms to discuss this matter, she was concerned about another matter. This is the magic you created yourself. Is it really okay to pass it on to others like this? Why not? The boy stretched out his finger with some amusement, tapped Irene's smooth forehead and said, "Your dragon-slaying magic can be taught, why can't my Sharingan? And I have already taught it to the wizards of the Western continent, and I don't care about passing it on to others." Hearing this, a trace of guilt flashed in Irene's beautiful eyes. She was able to use additional magic to create the dragon-slaying magic, largely because of the boy's reminder. But she later taught it without authorization. Now that I think about it, Irene feels a little apologetic. After all, mages have always valued their own magic the most. The boy stretched out a finger against his thin lips. Irene's pretty face blushed, and the boy smiled lightly and said, "Don't worry, my white mage is not such a stingy person. In the final analysis, although I value Sharingan, it is still too difficult to win this war between humans and dragons just by me and Akunalaglia, and Irene, and Belle. Dragon Slayer magic, and Sharingan, the former can directly cause damage to the dragon, while the latter can increase the magic of the wizard, and it also has other useful effects such as enhancing vision. The combination of the two is an important weapon against dragons. Isn't it normal for me as a white mage to do something for humans? Irene, you just do as you are told." Belle's Arian on the side hesitated for a moment, but she still spoke. Although she didn't want her own race to be enemies of humans, but her race is now going to exterminate humans, and humans can't be blamed for resisting. Moreover, compared to those fellow dragons who offended her repeatedly, and even almost killed her this time, Irene and Ming treated her sincerely, and Belle's Arian naturally chose to stand on the side of the humans represented by Irene. In this way, wouldn't the people of the Dragunov kingdom be more likely to survive? Hearing this, Irene didn't hesitate anymore, and turned to look at the boy. Her beautiful eyes were full of touch and gratitude. This time the boy couldn't help saving her, and even dedicated his magic to help her. This makes Irene how unimpressed. Only. Thinking of the promise she made with General Russ before departure, Irene couldn't help but frowned. Fortunately, the young man had already seen through what she was thinking, and said with a light smile, "Don't worry, I also know about the matter between you and General Wrath, but the promise at that time was that he would help you resist the invasion of the dragon, so you need to marry him. I saved you, so you don't need to marry that guy, and you don't have to worry about that guy making a fuss about it." And the teenager stared at Irene with a half-smile, blinked slightly and said, "Compared to the great general of the neighboring country, isn't the legendary white mage more qualified to be the mother of the dragon slayer and the fiancé of Queen Irene?" Irene's cheeks turned red immediately, and she glared at the young man angrily. "Who said you belonged to my fiancé? When I rescued you back then, you called me Miss Irene." Belle's Arian looked at the siblings with a little amusement. "So what?" The boy suddenly stretched out his hand, pointed Irene's blushing cheeks at him and said, "Besides, you and General Russ actually made such an absurd promise, I haven't bothered with you yet. Who told you that you weren't by my side at that time?" Irene couldn't help but said, her white ears were burning red. "That's not okay. From now on, the white mage Ming Daragunal, Mr. Tease, Miss Isabel, and Mr. Akunalalaya are the protectors of our kingdom of Dragonov. On the city wall of the palace, Irene is wearing a night outfit, which perfectly outlines her curvaceous figure. Her delicate face is like a work of God. Her beautiful eyes are gazing at the soldiers and mages lined up below. The roads on both sides of the neat legion were full of people who heard the news, and the people of the kingdom who wanted to see the true face of the white mage all stared at the white-haired boy standing beside Irene in surprise. Only when Irene mentioned that the white mage intends to invite all the kings of the remaining kingdoms to come here to discuss the war against the dragon, and when the time comes, he will dedicate the Sharingan created by himself to all the kingdoms present. The crowd off the court suddenly fell into a wave of joyful frenzy. Originally, the white mage defeated the dragon and saved the Dragonov kingdom, which was enough to make all human beings worship him. Today, the white mage dedicates his magic and invites all countries to fight against the dragon. As you can imagine, the prestige the white mage has among all the remaining humans. Moreover, with the appeal made by the strongest magician of mankind at present, the remaining few great kingdoms will definitely unite. If it was in the past, I am afraid they will still compete. But when the white mage appears, all conflicts and obstacles will disappear. No one dared to risk the wrath of all human beings and the reverence for the white mage, and chose to be independent. At that time, the alliance of the nations, together with the white mage, will be enough to revive people's hope of fighting against the dragon. In the past, it was a war where giant dragons unilaterally slaughtered humans, but now, the real war is coming. Chapter 22 Dialogue between Dragon Kings 1. Chapter 23 Additional Magic, Knowledge Engraving. In the room. The warm sunlight shone on the floor of the room through the window, and there were two figures in the depression of the bed, with some faint wet marks and clothes rags, showing the madness of the two last night. Oh! The young man slowly opened his sleepy eyes, looked at the sun outside the window, then looked away. The long crimson hair fell on the snow-white quilt, and there was a burst of warmth in his arms. I saw Irene's delicate and fair face pressed tightly against his chest, with tears in the corners of her eyes, faintly revealing a kitten-like look. Weak and lazy. However, when this weakness and laziness intertwine with Irene's awe-inspiring crimson hair color, it exudes a kind of indescribable allure. Suddenly, Irene's eyebrows trembled, but her eyes were still tightly closed, and her thin lips were slightly pursed. The young man felt slightly amused, staring at Irene's delicate and picturesque face, slowly approaching the ruddy cherry lips. Like the warm breath of the warm winter sun, Irene's pretty face was immediately stained with crimson. Feeling the young man's breath so close, she felt flustered. Just as she opened her beautiful eyes, she involuntarily widened her eyes. Ming! The warm touch immediately hit her red lips, and the lips and teeth were opened again without hesitation by the young man, and the opened beautiful eyes gradually blurred like water. 3 days later. The mountain behind the capital. In a remote and open space, there are two figures facing each other, sitting cross-legged together. One of them was a beautiful woman with a gentle temperament. Her dazzling soft blonde hair fell casually along her waist. Although she was wearing a large magic robe, it made her delicate body even more exquisite and compact. And directly opposite her, sitting cross-legged, is a young man with a temperament like dust, with short hair like silver, and a snow-white magic robe that is exquisite and indifferent, but there is a black silk hanging down in front of him. Vase. And above the two of them was a book with a scarlet cover, suspended in the sky above the scarlet magic circle, exuding an ominous and strange aura. Hush! The pages of the book, which were as thin as cicadas' wings, were flipped through quickly, and characters flew out of the pages one by one, and sank into Isabel's forehead under the effect of the magic circle. Additional magic, engraved knowledge. There is an indifferent and quiet atmosphere in the open space. However, with the passage of time, the originally beautiful and calm face of the woman was gradually stained with a frown of pain, which made people feel pity. But the boy didn't intend to stop at all. his scarlet eyes were fixed on the woman's pretty face, and he would stop at any time in case of any emergency. This is the first time he has used additional magic to engrave the magic principles in the Book of the White Mage created by himself into the minds of human beings. Originally, the young man planned to find someone to try it out, but Isabel insisted on letting him try it, and Luo Ming had no choice but to agree. Swish! A piercing wave suddenly came from the foot of the mountain close to Wangdu, causing Luo Ming to frown slightly, and just about to turn his head to look. Swish! The boy suddenly turned his head and stared at Isabel in front of him. I saw her pretty and delicate face suddenly fluctuated, her face gradually paled, and her body swayed, as if she was about to fall down at any time. Seeing this scene, the young man couldn't help stretching out a hand, and a golden magic circle formed from his palm in an instant, spreading to the size of a palm. The speed at which each character sank into Isabel's forehead suddenly accelerated a lot, and it stopped dissipating immediately after only 2 breaths. Immediately, Isabel slowly opened her eyes, but the originally gentle green eyes were filled with dazzling golden light, manic and tyrannical, like a sea of thunder. Boom! A golden wave immediately spread out from her body, covering the entire open space in the blink of an eye, turning everything into scorched black. Sizzle! Lei Mang fades away. Isabel's consciousness gradually came to her senses, and the young man's figure was gradually reflected in her blue eyes, and she was about to stand up subconsciously. Let's rest for a while. The boy didn't use any magic, but lightly pressed his hands on Isabel's shoulders, speaking in a rare and gentle way. Don't practice magic these few days, let your mind rest for a while. After you say that these memories are truly engraved in your mind, the speed of practicing magic will naturally be greatly improved, don't worry. Hearing this, Isabel's pale pretty face couldn't help showing a warm smile, but her beautiful face looked a little bright, and she said gratefully from the bottom of her heart. It's really troublesome, Your Highness. Ever since Irene elevated the boy to the title of prince, the boy has asked Isabel and others to address him in this way. After all, it sounds a little alien to be called adult. Immediately the young man gave her a gentle smile, turned his head to look aside, which made Isabel slightly startled, and also turned his head to look. Swish! An icy blue figure suddenly appeared in the open space. It was Tease. What's the matter? Suddenly went up the mountain to find me. Luo Ming said. Your Highness, the kings who left 2 days ago have already arrived at the capital, and His Royal Highness Irene and General Base are welcoming them. Oh! The corner of the young man's mouth was slightly hooked, and his deep eyes turned straight to the direction of the king's capital, flashing a hint of sarcasm. Is that bunch of trash finally here? In that case, Isabel, Tease, come with me to meet these trash kings. As a white mage, Luo Ming naturally knows how disgusting the discord among most kings and nobles is except for a few people in Irene. Although Luo Ming needs them to issue orders in the remaining human kingdoms, it doesn't mean that Luo Ming wants to compromise with them. How could the dragon make a deal with the ants? Since the beginning, Luo Ming never considered the possibility of these kings rejecting his orders. Seeing the back of Luo Ming walking down the hill, Tease and Isabel glanced at each other, and then they all followed. In their hearts, those kings have never entered their eyes from beginning to end. Chapter 24 The Kings and Number 039, Feast. In the spacious palace, figures in exquisite robes are gathering together, with more or less haughty expressions on their faces, and behind them are one or several figures in armor. Irene, who was wearing a red royal dress next to her, couldn't help but feel a little headache and helpless when she saw this scene. I hope I won't be too angry later. These people are the kings of the only remaining human kingdoms. Although it is said that the giant dragon is about to perish human beings, these kings seldom think about it. They lead a large number of nobles in their respective kingdoms to live and dream, and don't think about the problem of the giant dragon at all. For them, if they can live one more day, they can enjoy one more day of fun. As for the dragons attacking the people of the kingdom, as long as it doesn't affect them, it has nothing to do with it. In comparison, among the dozen or so kings present, only a few have a decent relationship with Irene, and they all really want to resist the dragon. However, no one knows what kind of careful thoughts are in the heart. Boom! A wine glass was suddenly thrown to the ground and shattered, and a middle-aged man with a bloated figure and a crown said angrily, "What kind of broken wine is this? It's too bad to drink." As he said that, the middle-aged man grabbed the hand of a court lady and said viciously, "Do you want to die? Treat us with this wine." The maid had never seen such a scene before, and she was terrified. Irene, who was in charge of the banquet, couldn't help but walked over. Seeing the angry look of the middle-aged man, she frowned at the maid and said, "What happened? Hey, what's going on with your Dragonov kingdom?" Without the maid answering, the middle-aged man shouted at Irene with an extremely angry look on his face. "Queen Irene, you actually look down on us kings with this kind of wine." The kings beside them also didn't speak, and watched this scene with a smile. Alba, the king of the Kingdom of Leaf, is notoriously tyrannical. They don't want to come forward and see how Irene will solve this problem. Despise. Irene glanced at the middle-aged man coldly, then pulled the maid over, comforted her in a low voice, and told her to leave. "What? Your Majesty Irene, don't you intend to give us an explanation?" Alba's eyes narrowed slightly, and he didn't stop the maid from leaving. Instead, he was even more provocative. Although there were gossip that Irene had a good relationship with the White Mage, he didn't believe it. Otherwise, how could Irene almost marry the General Lars from the neighboring country in the first place? And what is the strength of that White Mage or two? Why let him, a noble king, wait here? Also, that White Mage's heirs are too high. Alba said very displeased. "He made us wait here for so long, doesn't it mean he doesn't want to unite with us?" Seeing that Alba took the opportunity to attack, although the other kings were not so rampant, they also took the opportunity to say a few innocuous words. After all, the White Mage has a good relationship with the Dragonov kingdom, something they don't want to see. And if a human coalition is formed, who will be in command? What about their kings? After all, they still don't believe that the White Mage can help them defeat the dragon, and their selfish desire for power makes them not want to see the coalition formed smoothly. Nyoda's palace suddenly fell into the noise of a vegetable market, and the generals brought by the kings also sneered. It is not a good thing to be able to fight with these kings. What's more, he kept staring at Irene with frivolous eyes, clearly provoking Irene not to turn her back. Buzz, who was standing behind Irene, was trembling with anger, subconsciously wanted to use magic to tear the mouths of these people, but had to hold back. Some people were quite surprised not to see General Russ, who almost married Irene, at this party. Noticing the disdainful attitudes of other kings, Irene's beautiful eyes were slightly condensed, her pretty face was cold, and she rarely showed a tough attitude, and she was about to speak. But a gentle voice suddenly came from the direction of the palace gate, silently suppressing everyone's voices. "Oh? You are the kings of the major human kingdoms." Alba and the others followed the sound and soon noticed the three figures standing at the gate of the palace. A silver-haired boy in a white robe stood at the front, stretching out his hand to follow a stern young man with ice blue hair and a gentle woman with blonde hair. "Who are you?" Swish! A figure suddenly flashed in front of Alba, and he slapped heavily. Snapped! Arab was blown away by this huge force and hit several people. There was an instant silence in the palace, and the kings looked at the young man with different expressions, only to see that his expression remained unchanged, and said calmly, "Did I tell you to talk, trash?" Alba was trembling with anger, and ordered his guards to kill these three guys without even thinking about their identities. Despair! A magic wand suddenly appeared in the young man's hand, and it lightly tapped on the ground. Swish! A wave of golden magic power instantly emanated from the root of the wand, and spread to the ground of the entire hall in the blink of an eye, filled with a warm golden aura, which made people intoxicated. Someone was horrified to find that the magic power in his whole body couldn't move at all. "What have you done?" A general of Alba spoke angrily, subconsciously about to pull out the long knife at his waist. Whoosh! A golden light is fleeting. In the horrified pupils of more than a dozen kingdoms, the man's body gradually became cold and he fell to the ground. Irene on the side frowned slightly, but didn't say much. She was just worried for the boy that doing so would affect the boy's reputation as a white mage. As if guessing what she was thinking, the teenager gave Irene a gentle smile, signaling her not to worry. There was a king who couldn't help but speak. He was quite old, and said tremblingly, "Are you the white mage?" The boy's dark eyes swept away, instantly making the king shudder, and only then did he realize that the boy in front of him, whether he was a white mage or not, was a murderous figure. Immediately, Luo Ming raised his head, glanced at all the kings present, and said in a cold tone, "Although I am very disappointed with you trash kings, but because I still need you, I will spare your lives." Many kings were very angry, but they dared not speak because of the formality, thinking that they must look good afterward. Chapter 25 Dragon Slayer Legion. However, a young king stood up. His eyes were shining brightly, but his tone was very respectful, as if he was humiliated without him. "Whatever Master White Mage wants to do, just order us directly, it's not good to do it." "No way." The young man glanced at the young king approvingly, making him sweat coldly, and said meaningfully, "There are always people who don't give me an Irene face either on the surface or in their hearts, and they just punish me a little bit." Immediately, Luo Ming scanned the crowd with those pitch-black eyes. "Now, no one rejects my decision to form a human coalition, right?" No. Many kings immediately obeyed a lot, which made Isabel and the two behind the young man look down upon him. "That's good," the young man said lightly. "Remember, immediately after returning, call all the elite soldiers and mages from the army in their respective kingdoms, and order a general to come to the Dragonov kingdom. As for those court mages, I leave it to you to resist the dragon." The Alba king was so angry that his face trembled, but when he thought of the general who died beside him, he didn't dare to speak for a moment, but his lowered eyes were full of murderous intent. "Damn it! How dare you offend me like this? I will let him die when I go back." Suddenly, a flash of thunder appeared in his eyes instantly, causing his pupils to widen, and he fell to the ground unwillingly. Isabel slowly withdrew that pale jade finger. "As for the kingdom of Leaf, it will be handed over to the remaining two generals. You shouldn't refuse, right?" The young man smiled lightly, as if he didn't see the terrified eyes of the surrounding kings looking at Isabel. Looking at the dead body of his own king, the remaining two generals of the Leaf Kingdom nodded hurriedly, for fear that they would be the next to die. "That's good." Immediately, the young man said softly, "Of course, in return, I will pass on the magic I created to you." Hearing this sentence, the audience was startled for an instant, and then the kings immediately couldn't bear the restlessness in their hearts, raised their heads and chatted, excited. In fact, the main reason why they came here was because of the magic of the white mage. After all, under the deliberate instigation of Luo Ming by Irene, almost all human beings knew the eyes of the white mage. Sharingan. Super observation ability, keen perception of magic power, even copying magic is not a problem. Not to mention that these eyes can continue to evolve and have the effect of increasing magic. Even young people can't help but feel a wave of heartache. However, the young man paused for a while, deliberately prolonged his voice, and after attracting everyone's attention, "Keep your heads up." Many kings who thought the matter was over here subconsciously raised their heads, but saw a pair of scarlet eyes. 3 rounds of pitch-black goo slowly rotated in the scarlet eyes, strange and ominous, and instantly made everyone fall in love with these eyes. The moment they saw these eyes, it was as if they had seen the most beautiful ruby in the world, and they did not hide the enthusiasm in their hearts at all. They gotta get those eyes. However, a smile suddenly emerged from the corner of the boy's mouth, making the young king subconsciously suspicious. Swish! An invisible wave instantly spread in the field. Irene couldn't help being surprised by the red lights rising in the eyes of the kings and the generals who followed him. It's just ordinary magic, just in case they have any tricks. The young man said calmly, and then the kings walked out of the palace neatly one by one with silent eyes, and ordered their subordinates to return home. The originally noisy palace quickly returned to silence after the boy arrived. Won't it be discovered if you do this? Irene's beautiful eyes glanced at the boy worriedly. Although she believed in the boy, she was also a little worried that if someone found out about this, it would hinder the formation of the coalition army. Even the title of the young white wizard will be affected. However, Luo Ming comforted with a light smile. Don't worry, unless the other party has Sharingan of the same level as mine, it's impossible to be discovered. You are so confident. A cold voice suddenly came from the side, following the sound. I saw a black-haired young man wrapped in a black robe appearing in the palace at some point. Before absolute strength, everything is false. The boy said lightly, then looked at Irene. The next thing is the coalition training. This is for you. As he spoke, the boy took out a small notebook and handed it to Irene. This is. Irene opened it and saw that there were some rare and strange but quite simple body magic recorded inside. 6 forms of physique. Luo Ming smiled lightly. This is a magic created by him by borrowing from a set of well-known physical skills in a certain world. As long as you have magic power, it is not difficult to learn a trick or two. I believe that with such a thing, the survival concerns of human soldiers in the face of giant dragons will be greatly improved. And I plan to teach them the magic of Dragon Slayer and sharing eyes. The boy's words surprised Irene, Isabel, and the others. Although dragon slaying magic is difficult for ordinary people to practice, a boy with dragon blood can greatly reduce this process. Moreover, the 6 forms of physical arts are the soldier's greatest reliance. If every soldier can learn, and quite a few people can learn dragon slaying magic, it is conceivable that even ordinary soldiers will have the opportunity to often slay dragons. Of course, I will also prepare a copy for the 3 of you. You don't have to practice, but it can also play a role in exercise. The young man said with a light smile, making Akuno Laloria couldn't help nodding slightly. Irene on the side had some tears in her eyes, and her beautiful eyes looked crystal clear. According to Ming, if you do this, humans will definitely be able to defeat the dragon. Thank you so much, Ming. Irene couldn't help but bow down to thank the boy, but the boy was annoyed, and Irene couldn't help laughing through tears. Okay, I'm going to name this Legion. The young man looked at the few people with a faint smile, and said slowly, with a rare agitation in his tone. Dragon Slayer Legion. Irene and the others cheered up in unison. Although they were very shocked, they also took it for granted. It is conceivable that if an army of soldiers with Sharingan and dragon slaying magic is formed, it will definitely deal the biggest blow to the dragon. However, a trace of worry flashed in Irene's beautiful eyes. Will the dragons give them time? Seemingly noticing Irene's thoughts, the boy turned his head and smiled gently. Don't worry, Irene, I have everything, I will always be by your side. And the boy paused slightly, turned his head to look at the blue sky outside the palace, and said lightly. It's time for the giant dragon to withdraw from the stage of history. Chapter 26 Training Effectiveness. Whoosh whoosh. A group of figures suddenly burst through the air and appeared in a very spacious open space. The snow-white armor was shining brightly in the sun, intertwining and flashing continuously. Only after images in the open space are left. The speed is so fast. Boom boom boom. Immediately afterwards, there were bursts of explosions in the open space. One of them had his legs slightly bent, his figure was vigorous, he leaped high into the air, and kicked out his leg like a sickle. Land feet. Swish. A sharp semicircular slash struck down instantly. The entangled figures below saw this scene, and their pupils shrank instantly. There was no time to dodge, and they tensed their muscles subconsciously. Iron block. Boom. A group of figures flew out from the center of the open space in an instant, somewhat embarrassed. Damn it! Someone cursed secretly, stood still quickly, and at the same time faded back quickly. His eyes quickly focused on the figure in the low sky, and said coldly, "Let's unite and kill him first." A series of responses sounded from the open space, followed by a series of sharp piercing sounds. Land feet. Point to the gun. All of a sudden, the sound of fighting in the open space continued. On a high cliff not far away, several figures stood, looking at the situation in the open space. It's unimaginable. Irene looked at the battle in the open space below with amazement. In less than half a month, those elite soldiers carefully selected from the various kingdoms. The strength shown is enough to crush the average mage. With swift speed, extraordinary reflexes, and sensitive attacks, I am afraid that even she can resist one or two. And what makes Irene even more excited is that although only a few soldiers below have roughly mastered the 6 physical exercises within half a month and can apply them in actual combat, it is conceivable that, as long as you spend enough time with them, the soldiers of the entire legion will master the 6 physical skills. At that time, even if they face the attacks of hundreds of giant dragons, they can still delay for a while. By Irene's side, there are naturally Luoming and Isabel. With their deep eyes staring straight down, they said with a faint smile. Although the training of the Dragon Slayer Legion is gradually getting on the right track, it is really exciting, but Irene's pretty face was slightly condensed, and she only listened to the boy's words. Facing the giant dragon group, we are still at a considerable disadvantage, and I am afraid that after my declaration, the giant dragon's attack and invasion of the major kingdoms will become even crazier. In the past few days, there have been news of giant dragon attacks coming from the major kingdoms one after another, which is an omen. So, we have to be prepared. Prepare. Irene's capable and pretty face, which was originally flushed with excitement, couldn't help but froze, her beautiful eyes sank slightly. But the elite soldiers of the major kingdoms have been drawn by us. Although the total number is only more than 4,000, it still reduces the combat power of each country to a certain extent. Originally we didn't have an advantage, but now facing the Dragon Clan, how can we persist? Even if the soldiers of the Dragon Slayer Legion were pulled up, it would have no effect at all. After all, the soldiers of the Dragon Slayer Legion have just received training not long ago, and the elite soldiers who have mastered the 6 forms of gymnastics like just now are finally a minority. Seeing that the air was a bit dull, Isabel couldn't help but glanced at Luoming, and couldn't help but whisper, "Or your highness will let me and tease." Rest assured. Luoming raised his hand slightly, letting Isabel swallow the words at the corner of her mouth. "Tis, I do plan to let him go to other kingdoms for experience, and by the way, he can also help other kingdoms deal with the attacking dragons, but Isabel, you should stay with me." After all, Isabel was just a princess in the past. Although she happened to have a powerful power, she still needs his guidance in all aspects in order to better master her own magic. And the boy's eyes shot straight towards the open space below, and said lightly, "For the next madness with the dragons, I have long been prepared." Irene and Isabel next to each other couldn't help being surprised. They looked at each other and shook their heads in unison. The originally flat open space has long been replaced by traces of various ravines, and there are still a few figures lying powerlessly on the ground, looking a little messy. The only standing figure was the soldier who used the moon step earlier. Although he suffered a joint attack from other soldiers later, the moon steps he mastered still gave him a great advantage, allowing him to avoid most of the attacks. Even though he was exhausted all over, he still insisted on not letting himself fall down, his eyes were bright. Swish! Several figures suddenly appeared at the edge of the open space, and immediately entered the arena, lifting the others from the ground. Another person walked up to him, took his arm and put it on his shoulder. He didn't resist either, but let the soldier help him away. His eyes gradually dimmed, and he looked very tired. But he didn't notice the respect in the eyes of those soldiers who saw him in the field. Can stand out from 4,000 elite soldiers, such a person is not worthy of respect. Only after he and several other soldiers who had fought before washed their bodies and ate a big meal to replenish their strength, they were brought to a palace. Although the palace looks ordinary, it is actually majestic, with simple patterns on the surface and a faint majestic atmosphere. Squeak! He and the soldiers glanced at each other, then stepped forward and slowly pushed open the gate of the palace. A gentle young man sitting on the throne was looking at them with a smile. He was wearing a snow-white and exquisite magic robe, but a black cloth was hanging down casually in front of him. At this time, that delicate face was looking at them with great interest. There was a smile in the deep black eyes, and there was a hint of coldness. "Participate in the White Mage Lord, see your Majesty." Standing next to the boy were Irene and Isabel. After seeing them half kneeling and saluting, they immediately raised their hands to signal them to get up. Immediately, the boy on the throne stared at him standing in front with great interest. "Your name?" "My lord, my name is Eddie Lion." "Eddie Lion." The boy raised his eyebrows and said with a faint smile, "That's a nice name, how about you?" Hearing this, the other 6 soldiers reported their names one after another. "My subordinate's name is Lamia. Valo. Lintea. Azak. Alat. Neil." Chapter 27, The Cruel Truth of the Dragon Slayer Legion. Hearing the remaining 6 people report their names, the young man on the throne smiled lightly and said, "What is the purpose of you practicing magic and joining the Dragon Slayer army?" The 7 of them were stunned for a moment, only to see that Luo Ming did not have the slightest condescending tone, but rather a very gentle tone. "Don't worry, just say what you want." The 7 people looked at each other, and then just said their reasons. "I want to exterminate the dragon family and avenge my dead family." Idrio was the first to speak. His dark eyes were full of hatred, and he didn't even realize that his eyes had been replaced by a scarlet halo. A round of pitch-black guya gushed out slowly, and hatred filled his mind, howling, as if encouraging him to fight the dragon now. Irene's beautiful eyes were amazed, and I saw wisps of faint scarlet magic power gathering from the air around Eddie Leo's body. There seems to be something to open in general. But both Irene and Isabel can see that. That sense of powerlessness. After all, Idrio succeeded in practicing Sharingan magic just yesterday. Although he has deep hatred, he doesn't have the pupil power to support his evolution. But the corner of the young man's mouth on the throne hooked slightly, and he slowly stretched out his index finger, feeling a little empty. Swish! A powerful invisible pupil force instantly entered Idrio's eyes, and another round of brand new pitch-black guyu appeared from the scarlet. 2 hook jade. Good. The boy gave a rare compliment. Such a person is highly talented, has a tough heart, and there is hatred supporting him. Such a person is simply a natural talent for writing Sharingan. Idrio in the audience had already recovered, and touched his eyes in a daze. Out of the corner of his eyes, he suddenly noticed the young man on the stage, and he was about to kneel down in a hurry. The young man slightly raised his palm and said lightly, "This is your own talent, I just gave you a little push." With that said, Luo Ming paused slightly, turned to look at the other 6 people. "Your purpose of joining the Dragon Slayer Legion should also be to slaughter the Dragon Clan." 5 of them nodded vigorously, and their family members also died in the disaster brought by the dragon. Although some people think it is impossible, in this era when the dragon is raging everywhere, such a thing, or tragedies are not uncommon. Only the young soldier named Lintea shook his head slightly and said in a deep voice, My lord, I am actually a descendant of a declining nobleman. Originally, my parents inherited my grandfather's title, but later my parents were executed for offending His Majesty Alba. I was also ordered to go to the front line to fight against the dragon. Live. Until today. Linteya suddenly looked up at the young man on the throne, with a hint of excitement and gratitude in his tone. Master White Sorcerer executed His Majesty Alba, avenged my parents, and formed the Dragon Slayer Legion to fight against the dragon for human beings. That's why I joined the Dragon Slayer Legion and chose to serve my lord. Is that so? Luo Ming was slightly surprised, then smiled lightly. His eyes swept across the 7 people in the audience one by one. I don't care if you joined the Dragon Slayer Legion to repay your favor or to avenge the dragon, but since you joined the Dragon Slayer Legion... The boy paused slightly, and said in a low voice. You are the subordinates of my white mage. No matter what kind of wish you have, I will help you gain the power to realize your wish. Now. I hope you can help me, can you? The 7 of Idirio were taken aback for a moment, then knelt down neatly on the ground, and said coldly. Follow your lord to the death. When Irene and Isabel saw this scene, they couldn't help being a little surprised. They could see that these 7 people really chose to follow Luo Ming, and the excitement in their eyes would never fade away. At the same time, the young man on the throne stood up and said with a faint smile. Since this is the case, I will appoint the 7 of you as my 7 demon envoys. The 7 of you personally select 100 of the most elite soldiers of the Dragon Slayer Legion, and go to other countries to resist the dragon. Of course, you can also recruit other soldiers in the kingdom you are in, whether it is sharing eyes, dragon slaying magic, or 6 physical skills, you can teach them at will. In return, I have only one request from you. Eddie Lion and the others all lowered their heads with solemn expressions. That is to survive. The 7 of them were taken aback for a moment, and looked at each other in disbelief. You heard me right. The young man said lightly. Although the giant dragon family is powerful, it is not difficult for me to exterminate them, it is just a matter of how much to pay. So I hope that after the end of this war, the 7 of you can stand in front of me in person and bring me the good news of the war. Can you do it? I will live up to the expectations of the adults. The 7 shouted in unison, with passionate expressions. Immediately, the boy waved his hand. Okay, now go to General Base and choose your 100 soldiers. The young man didn't worry about their loyalty at all, because the Sharingan of the Dragon Slayer Legion was inspired by him with special magic, so his loyalty to him would naturally be guaranteed. In this way, even if other kingdoms want to make small moves against the Dragon Slayer Legion, as soon as their people join the Dragon Slayer Legion, the people they are loyal to will automatically change to white mages when they practice Sharingan. Looking at the 7 figures leaving, Irene frowned and said. Although I admit that these 7 people are indeed good, and Eddie Lion is also a pretty good seedling, but it seems a bit difficult to stop the giant dragon from attacking other kingdoms just by relying on them and their 100 soldiers of the Dragon Slayer Legion. Not easy. It's not easy. The young man changed his gentleness just now, and said calmly. It's simply impossible. That means you did that. Irene looked at Luo Ming in astonishment, and couldn't help asking. Although Isabel on the side hadn't spoken a word from the beginning to the end, a pair of gentle green eyes like water couldn't help flashing a hint of curiosity, staring at the young man on the throne. It's just delaying time. The young man said indifferently. Although the establishment of the Dragon Slayer Legion can indeed play a great role in our war against the dragon clan is not all that stupid. As long as the soldiers of the Dragon Slayer Legion come on the field, they will definitely attack with all their strength to wipe out the dragons. Dragon Slayer. Eliminate this force capable of turning the tide of the war ahead of time. In addition, the attack of the giant dragon is gradually becoming crazy, and the Dragon Slayer Legion has to be dispatched. Even if it is not formed, it must participate in the war. That's why I said we're running out of time. Then what should we do? Although Irene asked this question, she didn't worry too much. When it was just her and Belle, all kinds of things in the kingdom were often on her shoulders. And now Ming is back, she just needs to leave these matters to the boy with confidence, and go to the battlefield to fight. Moreover, since the relationship with the boy was established, Irene's trust in the boy has also increased day by day. It's simple, but also cruel. A gleam of scarlet coldness disappeared in an instant from the boy's dark eyes. Since there is no time to form the Dragon Slayer Legion, let them hone on the battlefield. Irene's eyes widened suddenly, only listening to the boy say, I will let the soldiers of the Dragon Slayer Legion go through the initial training in batches and have initially mastered the 6 styles and Sharingan. Dragon fights. Only those who survive can truly become soldiers of the Dragon Slayer Legion. In this way, even if there are casualties, the Dragon Slayer Legion will not be hurt. If there is a loss of personnel, then continue to withdraw the elite soldiers of the major kingdoms and let them join the Dragon Slayer Legion. They only need to do 2 things, participate in training, and rush to the battlefield. If the person in front dies, the person behind will make up for it. The reason why I asked Base to teach the 6 forms of the Dragon Slayer army group art is to let them delay time with the dragon, and use their lives to delay time. Although the giant dragon group is powerful, its number is only a few thousand, while the major human kingdoms have nearly hundreds of thousands of troops. Only a few 100,000 people have experienced the training of the Dragon Slayer Legion, which is enough to compete with the entire giant dragon group. And what we need to do is to ensure that the situation of the war cannot be too tilted, and at the same time ensure that the Dragon Slayer Legion must always maintain a certain number. Hearing what the boy said, Irene and Isabel next to me can completely imagine. This is taking the soldiers of the Dragon Slayer Legion to exchange their lives for time. Now that the first round has recruited 4,000 people, according to this situation, I am afraid that it will shrink seriously after entering the battlefield soon. It's just too cruel. Even Irene, who was used to the huge casualties caused by the dragon, couldn't help falling into silence after hearing the boy's words. However, neither Irene nor Isabel, who had never seen such a scene before and had a pretty pale face, had no intention of dissuading the boy. Because they know this is already the best way. Chapter 28, A Sad Temporary Departure. The mountain behind the capital. In a spacious and open space, there are 2 intertwined figures. The strong wind howls in the field, and the shadows of fists and legs intertwine. Swish! Accompanied by the violent sound of breaking through the air, 2 figures, one black and one blue, rushed towards each other impressively, each leg sweeping out like lightning. Land feet. Boom! The sharp wind of the legs quickly brushed past the 2 of them, and the upper half of the trees slowly slid down along the smooth cut. Brush! The 2 figures, one black and one blue, retreated one after another, and then paused again, turning into 2 afterimages rushing forward. Black dragons. Ice dragons. 2 fists of the same size collided impressively under the wrapping of their respective magic powers. The air trembled. Iron fist. Boom! The powerful aftermath erupted in an instant, and the soaring magic power raged endlessly, like a small mushroom cloud. The ice blue figure retreated violently from the dust, and before he could react, a jet-black figure resembling a Tyrannosaurus had rushed in front of him, his right leg shot out like lightning. Boom! The ice blue figure had no choice but to put his arms in front of his body, and retreated quickly. In a blink of an eye, the pitch-black figure had come before him, and the stormy attacks poured down immediately. With surges of magic power, they kept attacking the ice blue figure on the opposite side, completely gaining the upper hand in the battle. Swish! Grasping the gap where the pitch-black figure paused, the ice blue figure suddenly widened its eyes and turned completely scarlet, and the pitch-black goo emerged. The movements of that pitch-black figure instantly became much clearer. See! The attack trajectory of the pitch-black figure was completely penetrated by these eyes. Call out. The moment the pitch-black figure kicked out the slash, the ice-blue figure suddenly disappeared in place, causing his pupils to shrink slightly. A ray of red flashed across the air. That is? Just as the pitch-black figure was about to turn around, he suddenly lowered his head, a powerful kick brushed his hair, and several strands of hair fell to the ground. Boom! The two fists collided again, and even the pitch-black figure felt a little numb, but the fighting spirit was even more surging. Interesting, come here with all your strength, let me see, what qualifications do you have to follow him? I wish I could. The ice-blue figure said with a sneer, and immediately went up to meet him. Not far away, accompanied by the slight sound of footsteps, 3 figures, 1 man, 2 women, appeared on the edge of the open space, looking at the two fighting together in the field, feeling deeply moved. The pitch-black figure is naturally Akunolalaya, while the remaining ice-blue figure is Tease. Although both of them were fighting purely with physical strength, but compared to Akunolalaya's half-dragon body, Tease was completely at a disadvantage. Not to mention, Akunolaglia specializes in dragon-slaying magic, and his physical strength and experience are very powerful. However, fortunately, Tease used Sharingan, which greatly increased his physical skills, so that he could not completely fall into a disadvantage. Still, Akunolaglia had a solid upper hand. However, the young man showed no signs of worry, instead a flash of admiration flashed in his deep eyes. Because, only in this way can the power of the ice dragon blood absorbed by Tease be fully stimulated. Okay, let's pause for a while. Uncommonly, the boy didn't interrupt the two of them until the winner was determined as usual, but directly asked them to stop fighting. Although puzzled in his heart, Akunolalaya and Tease soon separated. Akunolaglia stood at the same place, but his mouth was slightly stuffy, and Tease was about to miss it, panting heavily, facing Akunolaglia's strength and speed like a Tyrannosaurus. Well, he who has just practiced dragon-slaying magic for only a few months is naturally far inferior. The young man walked into the arena slowly, causing Akunolaglia to frown, and said coldly, "What's the matter? Is there a dragon invasion?" Tease raised his head and asked. He was basically the one who dealt with the dragons attacking the kingdom recently. After all, his dragon-slaying magic still needs to be tempered by actual combat. No. Luoming shook his head slightly, and stared directly at Tease with deep eyes. I have something to give to Tease. Tease was taken aback for a moment. In his impression, the boy had never been so serious before. He immediately lowered his head and said, "Your Highness, please give me instructions." Akunolalaya on the side raised his eyebrows slightly, and a hint of interest flashed in his black eyes. Although the formation of the Dragon Slayer Legion has taken shape, it will take a certain amount of time to form combat effectiveness. But Luoming paused slightly, and continued. The Dragon Clan obviously doesn't intend to give us time, so I need you to do one thing. Tease had no doubts, but said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, please give me instructions." The young man showed approval, glanced at Akunolalaya next to him, and said slowly, "I need you to lead a group of soldiers from the Dragon Slayer Legion to other kingdoms that are far away from the Dragunov kingdom to help them resist the invasion of giant dragons. Of course, every once in a while, there will be a considerable number of soldiers was sent to you. All you need to do is to lead them to sharpen with blood and fire on the battlefield, and win us time to persist until the decisive battle. How about it?" The boy didn't forcefully ask Tease to agree, even though Tease was very loyal to him. Time passed by every minute and every second, but Tease didn't raise his head for a long time, which made Akunolalaya on the side frown, and turned to look at the boy. I saw Luoming's face was calm, showing no sign of anger. Finally, Tease opened his mouth. Although his lowered head could not see the expression clearly, but there was some kind of faint excitement revealed. Then he knelt down on one knee and shouted coldly, "It is bound to slaughter all the Dragon Clan for His Highness." "Very good. The corners of Luo Ming's lips curled slightly, and he was going to let Tease go down to prepare, and then lead his 7 newly appointed magicians and selected soldiers to set off. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the side. "Ming, I'll go too." Rarely, this cruel young man did not have his usual cold expression, and his tone was slightly low. Hearing this, Luo Ming's eyes were filled with astonishment, and just as he was about to speak, he heard Akuno Loria's indifferent voice. "The only place that can accommodate me is the battlefield where there are giant dragons. Although the Dragonov kingdom is very good, it is not suitable for me. But, the dragon transformation on your body, I'll take care of it myself." Akuno Loria said without hesitation, his eyes were full of determination. It seems that even if Luo Ming doesn't agree, he probably plans to leave. That being the case, Luo Ming gave a wry smile, turned around and said, "Naughties, go down and prepare first, just ask Irene for specific matters. As for Akuno Loria, come with me." Hearing the boy's words, Akunologlia couldn't help being stunned for a moment, and then immediately followed. In the spacious and bright palace, the tall hall door was closed tightly, and there were only 2 figures, which looked extraordinarily empty and cold. "What are you doing here?" Akuno Loria looked at the young man in puzzlement, but only heard the young man say indifferently, "You sit on the ground first." The cruel young man was startled when he heard the words, frowned and said, "What are you up to?" Luo Ming gave him a rare gentle smile, and said in a deep voice, "Since you are leaving, why don't I give you a gift as a friend?" Before leaving, just as Akunololia was about to ask, he heard the boy's answer, and his cold black eyes shrank suddenly, full of shock. After a long time, the gate of the palace just opened slowly, and a black-haired young man wrapped in a black robe came out. "Where is your highness?" Tease, who was ready to wait outside, couldn't help frowning. "He's inside, there's nothing wrong, don't worry about it." Akuno Loria said a few more words, which made Tease couldn't help but look at him more, turned around and glanced at the palace, and after confirming that Luo Ming's aura was normal, he turned around slowly. "His Majesty Irene is ready, let's go directly." With that said, Tease turned and left. Akunologlia stood where he was, and looked back at the palace. There seemed to be something moist in his deep black eyes. He raised his right hand, looked at the human palm that had returned to normal, with complicated eyes, and murmured in a low voice, "The curse of God." Akunoloria immediately turned to look at the waiting Tease, a rare softness flashed across his stern face, and then he restrained himself and walked forward firmly. "Leaving now is just for a better future." Only a faint sound was blown away by the cold wind. What a force of misfortune! Chapter 29 Dialogue in the Palace, 3000 words. In the empty palace, only a heavy panting sound filled the air. The usually strong and confident young man, at this moment, his face is pale, his eyes have lost their depth, he is breathing heavily, and his whole body is almost powerless and limp. And the most eye-catching thing is undoubtedly the young man's bare chest, with a series of strange black and white lines covering his heart in a circular shape. Life and death coincide. Mysterious and spooky. Although it is only the size of a palm, those lines give people the feeling that it is as untouchable as an abyss. Drops of crystal clear sweat dripped from Luo Ming's forehead and broke in half on the ground. Phew, is this the price for gaining power? The young man resisted his mental exhaustion, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up, and he said mockingly. Just before Akunologlia left, he could barely maintain that calm appearance, but as soon as the other party left, he couldn't hold on anymore. Even if the magic power of his whole body has not decreased much. But what he lost was something more important than magic power. Knowing his situation, Akunologlia chose to leave the palace immediately. Because he knew that the boy didn't want him to see himself so embarrassed and weak. Everyone has secrets that cannot be explained. For everyone, those secrets may be the tragic past, happy memories, or helpless bitterness. But for teenagers, those secrets are forbidden areas. No one, not even his friend of the white mage, can touch the forbidden zone. Some people may envy the power of Luo Ming, a white mage, but who can imagine what the young man has paid for this power? That is something more important than life. Crack! The gate of the palace suddenly opened, and a crimson figure appeared at the door immediately. Seeing the young man who was about to collapse on the ground, Irene couldn't help but startled, and immediately ran over. Bright! Your Highness! Immediately afterwards, there was a gentle female voice full of surprise, and Isabel appeared at the door at some point. After seeing Luo Ming's current situation, he immediately ran over. Ming, what happened? How could you? After Irene and Isabel lifted the boy up from the ground, they directly helped him to the throne on the palace and sat down. The two pairs of beautiful eyes were filled with anxiety and worry. The young man forced a smile, and wanted to reach out to touch Irene's pretty face full of worry, but immediately dropped it powerlessly, and smiled helplessly. Haha, it looks like I'm really in a mess, I don't even have this bit of strength. Your Highness, what is going on? Why did you? Seeing Luo Ming's weak appearance at this moment, Isabel couldn't help but hurriedly said, but in the middle of speaking, she suddenly noticed the young man's mouth out of the corner of her eye. This is the strange black and white lines, like a slowly rotating black hole in the abyss, make people subconsciously probe into it. Isabel. Seeing the light in Isabel's beautiful eyes gradually dimming, the young man couldn't help but hastily said. Isabel trembled all over, as if she felt something herself, trying to mobilize her mind. At the same time, Irene on the side seemed to have encountered this scene before, and quickly touched Isabel's fragrant shoulder, and the magic power surged in the palm of her hand. Swish! Isabel's delicate body shook violently, and her beautiful eyes immediately returned to their previous color, but there was still a trace of heart palpitations. Your Highness! Isabel seemed to realize her mistake, and she couldn't help lowering her head and making a noise. But, to her surprise, the boy just smiled gently and said flatly, "Don't feel guilty, it's not your fault. After all, these lines on the young man's mouth came from gods, and they have kept his life alive. It can be said to be a different kind of demonic abyss. As a mage, it is normal to be attracted by the breath of the abyss of magic. Only you'd better be careful in the future." The boy curled his lips angrily, and warned, although it sounded harsh, but Isabel knew very well. This is just a different kind of concern for teenagers. All right. Luo Ming just turned his head to look at Irene at the side, and was about to say something. I saw Irene looking at him with a pretty face, she said. How could the boy be so weak? It turned out to be the reason. What did you do with this just now? Irene frowned and said, her tone was a little cold, which surprised Isabel on the side. It was the first time she had seen Irene treat a boy like this. It's just to suppress the dragon transformation on Aku no Lalaya. Seeing Irene's pretty angry face, the teenager couldn't help but smile. Dare you laugh? Hearing what the boy did just now, Irene's pretty face immediately became more dignified and serious. Arbitrarily using the power in your body behind my back, don't you know that your body is? I know. The boy smiled flatly, making Irene subconsciously want to scold, but a trace of indistinct waves suddenly emerged from the boy's deep eyes, accompanied by dots of golden light floating in the air around the boy. This is... Isabel didn't have time to think about the conversation between the boy and Irene just now. When she saw the scene in front of her, her beautiful eyes froze. A snow-white jade arm suddenly blocked in front of her. It was Irene who was very angry just now. His Highness Irene. Isabel was a little puzzled. Seeing that the dots of golden light were about to sink into the boy's body, she panicked. Don't worry. Irene shook her head slightly at her, glanced at the young man wrapped in golden light, and said softly, "This is the healing magic that Ming himself uses exclusively for himself." Isabel immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Although her beautiful eyes were still staring at the young man on the throne, there was a trace of sadness in her beautiful eyes. Really? Although she has been following Master Ming's side, she has never helped him, and even knows nothing about Master Ming's past. This makes Isabel, who has always been proud of her youthful followers, not feel sad. Unknowingly, Isabel's pretty face couldn't help lowering. "All right." Accompanied by Irene's exclamation, Isabel also hurriedly restrained the sad expression on her face, raised her head. In the meantime, the originally weak young man has recovered some physical strength, and his pale face has turned rosy, which makes people feel the beauty of magic. Actually, with a wave of the boy's hand, the silver-white magic robe reappeared on his body, covering up the strange lines on his chest. "Irene, Isabel, do you know that once the dragon-slaying magic is used too much, the dragon slayer will turn itself into a dragon? Once bathed in dragon blood, the process of dragon transformation will be greatly accelerated, and this is the reason why Akunalaglia has half of his body turned into a dragon. It's also the reason why I don't teach Isabel your dragon-slaying magic." Isabel's heart trembled slightly. At first, the young man didn't teach her the dragon-slaying magic. She thought it was because she was not strong enough, and now it turned out to be the reason. Irene on the side frowned slightly, without any surprise. She knew about this a long time ago. And if it wasn't for the young man who taught her Sharingan to prevent the dragon transformation on her body in advance, I'm afraid she would have dragon scales on her body now. But even if you insist on helping Akunarolia suppress the dragon transformation, you can't take your own life. Halfway through Irene's speech, she saw the boy's hand gently caressing her pretty face. His dark eyes seemed to be smiling, but they were also deep. "Irene, you know, it's not just victory in this war that I'm after. However, regardless of whether it is public or private, the dragon transformation of Akunalaglia must be resolved. Because it is not we who need him, but humans who need him." Irene and Isabel couldn't help being shocked, only to hear the boy whisper. If the person who saved them was a half-dragon, human beings would not only not be grateful to him, but would even curse him. In this way, it would not only be unfair to Akunalaglia, but also make his heart become too aggressive. "You don't want to see your comrades in battle have such a future, do you?" Luo Ming rarely showed a mature attitude, looking at the two of them calmly. "And for the power in me, a proper reduction will make my own magic more profound, and you don't have to worry about the rest. I will not joke with my life." Hearing this, even if Irene doesn't want to, she can only acquiesce. However, when Isabel on the side heard these words, she was surprised but also a little worried. "Your Highness's life is in danger?" Although she really wanted to ask, so as to help a little, but reason told her that the power that could make White Mage and the Mother of Dragon Slayer treat them so seriously. Definitely not something she can handle. Immediately, Isabel could only secretly suppress this worry in her heart, staring at the young man's back with her beautiful green eyes, a little sad. Suddenly, the boy turned his head, looked at her slightly startled pretty face, smiled gently. "Let's go, Isabel. In the next few months when Tease is gone, you will be the only one by my side who can take care of me." Isabel was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and nodded heavily. Chapter 30 The War Begins. Boom! On the distant horizon, sun-like mushroom clouds rise and fall one after another. The dragon roared, and the earth trembled. "Ah! Everyone run away! Army, where is the army of our kingdom?" The streets of the city are full of scenes of people fleeing in a hurry, cries and thick black smoke fill every corner of the city. The originally bustling city was still in ruins within a few seconds of the giant dragon's attack. Damn it! Seeing the giant dragons raging in the city, the general who had just set off from King Leaf's capital and led an army suddenly turned cold. In this era, No matter what your identity is, as long as you are a human being, you must have great resentment towards creatures like giant dragons, even white mages are no exception. The whole army accelerates. Although he knew that his army was nothing but mantises, as a man whose family was torn apart by the arrival of the dragon. In front of the giant dragon, even if he dies, he will not back down. As for the soldiers behind them, although they had expressions of fear on their faces, compared to their expressions of fear, their hearts were already filled with fiery anger. No one will hold back. Looking at the people who fled from the city in a hurry, the general immediately led the army behind him, rushed in, and then turned into several strands. Rushed towards the direction of the dragons in the city. At the moment of seeing the giant dragon, the ruins of the ground and the remains of the people came into everyone's eyes. Go to hell, dragon! A soldier couldn't suppress the anger in his heart, and rushed towards the giant dragon in an instant. Weak ants, just obediently be the stutter of the dragon family. As the deep sound of beating a drum fell, a black shadow covering the sky suddenly covered the soldier's head. Elder brother! One of the soldiers was tearing his eyes open. Swish! The huge dragon claws grabbed the soldier, sent it to the opened ferocious dragon mouth, and bit it down violently. Blood splatters. Damn it! The leading general's pupil shrank, and then slowly anger and hatred, he said coldly. Everyone, avenge our brothers! One by one, the soldiers raised their steel spears and rushed towards the giant dragon with warm blood still flowing from the corner of its mouth. The breath of the wind dragon. The giant dragon opened its mouth suddenly, which made the general startled, and hurriedly said, "Brothers, get out of the way." However, the physical strength of most soldiers doesn't have much magical power, even ordinary mages can't match it. How fast can it be? The white breath like a sickle blows from the front in an instant, accompanied by the whistling sound of piercing the air. One by one, the figures flew out, and there was no breath left on their bodies. The breath stopped, and nearly half of the soldiers died. Of the remaining soldiers, only a very small number were not injured, and almost all the others had been rubbed by the breath, and they were seriously injured and lying on the ground. The general stood aside, staring blankly at the scene in front of him. Most of the brothers he used to get along with were all dead, right in front of his eyes. Scenes of painful memories flashed in my mind: parents, wives, and children, brothers. Swish! The original pupils became completely scarlet, and a round of pitch-black jade gradually gushed out. Giant dragon, I will swear to the death with your clan. Rumble! The battle in the city was aroused a lot in the moment when the army arrived, and the voices were also rising and falling, but they all dropped down after a while. Human beings are human beings after all, and without mastering powerful magic, they simply cannot compete with a unique creature like a giant dragon. Damn it! The general looked at the scene in front of him in despair. His body was covered with scars, he struggled to stand up from the ground, his eyes glanced around. The giant dragon stood proudly on the ruins of the city, and people fled everywhere. Even the brothers who fought with him were mostly killed and injured, lingering in the ruins. Is human beings powerless against dragons after all? The bitter voice resounded in the open space, causing the huge monster standing in front of him, Feng Long, to sneer, and raised its sharp claws without hesitation. That's right, you humans should obediently become the food of our giant dragon clan. Swish! The ferocious giant claws covering the sky slammed down. The general didn't intend to dodge at all, but slowly closed his eyes. After seeing the power of the dragon so many times, he is already desperate. Sorry. I can't avenge you. His mind gradually became dead, intending to dissipate with the death of his body. But... whoosh! A piercing sound suddenly sounded from the ear, accompanied by a hissing sound. The giant claw didn't fall down for a long time, he couldn't help opening his eyes, the pupils shrank suddenly. I saw that ferocious dragon had been condensed into ice cubes by a chill spreading from the ground, shining with a cold luster. And in front of him, it was a young figure with ice blue hair, with a stern profile. He seemed to have noticed his gaze, turned his head to look, a little surprised. "Is that Sharingan?" Another ant came unexpectedly. "You should be the top magician among human beings, right?" Feng Long smiled arrogantly, and shattered the ice crystals casually, and the surging magic power gradually gathered in his body. "Interesting. Let me show you the gap between humans and our giant dragons." After all, the wind dragon opened its mouth wide, and countless white wind blades condensed in the mouth, gradually compressing into a white ball of light. Upon seeing this, the general subconsciously wanted to let the ice blue youth dodge in front of him, and almost said aloud, "Hurry up and run away, we can't help the dragon, don't worry about me." The ice blue youth turned his head and glanced at him, then retracted his gaze, and his gaze was focused on Feng Long's big mouth. Even for him, facing the roar of the dragon is a bit difficult. So, just as the ice blue youth was about to make a move, whoosh! A jet black beam of light suddenly pierced from behind the two of them, piercing directly into Feng Long's mouth, extinguishing that roar in the bud. This is... The general's eyes widened, and he couldn't believe it. "I saw dripping blood splashing from Feng Long's body, accompanied by a cold voice coming from behind, but with a smile. Sorry, tease, I accidentally robbed your opponent." Swish! A pitch-black figure suddenly appeared in the open space, with a stern face, covered with strange black patterns. It looked a bit hideous. Snort! The ice blue youth stared at the pitch-black figure coldly, then said, "Adversary? Don't make a mistake, this idiot dragon, I can handle it easily by myself." "You, who are you?" The general looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Such a powerful dragon was easily destroyed in their eyes. And they did. "Who are they?" "Under the command of the white mage, Faust Tease of Ice." The ice blue youth glanced at him and said coldly. Akunalaglia on the side still kept a faint smile and didn't respond. When that young man put his own risk to suppress the dragon form on her body, he, Akunolalia, was destined to fight for the white mage. Only by losing can one know the identity of a human being. What a consolation for a half-dragon man like him. Immediately before the general reacted completely, there was another series of piercing sounds. Soldiers dressed in white armor and holding spears appeared one by one, but they all exuded a strong and cold-blooded aura. "Lord Tease, Lord Akunalaglia." A black-haired young man on the head walked out and said respectfully, "Okay, Eddie Leo, let them go and kill all the teasing dragons in this city." "Yes." King's capital. Looking at the back of Irene leaving, the boy sighed, then walked to the gate of the palace, staring at the blue sky in the distance. Isabel on the side couldn't help looking at the young man, her cherry lips parted slightly. She wanted to speak but didn't know what to say. Suddenly, the boy laughed lightly, and immediately attracted Isabel's attention. "Your Highness! Isabel, do you know? The war between humans and dragons is finally about to begin. But I never took this matter to heart." Isabel was slightly taken aback, her beautiful eyes were puzzled. "Your Highness is confident that humans can win this war?" The young man glanced at her in surprise, and then showed a hint of approval. "That's right. I knew a long time ago that humans will definitely win this war." Isabel smiled and said seriously, "I believe His Highness can lead us to defeat the dragon." Isabel thought that the boy said this because he believed in his own strength, but the boy knew that even if he did not participate in this war, the guy who turned into a dragon will also stand up. Only, the young man had no intention of explaining. His deep black eyes looked into the distance and said, "However, now it seems that I am also vaguely looking forward to this war that is already destined to win. I hope the Dragon Clan won't let me down." Chapter 31 Half a Year of War. Ishgar. Sure enough, after the White Wizard appeared in the Dragonov Kingdom and issued a declaration of war against all dragons, the dragon clan immediately attacked in large numbers. Not only the Dragonov kingdom where the White Mage is located, but also more than a dozen other human kingdoms have been attacked by dragons soaring. In less than a month, 2 kingdoms were successively destroyed by the attacks of giant dragons. And other kingdoms have also begun to become precarious. After all, not everyone can have the power as powerful as the White Mage, and even the power of Tease, Isabel and others is a luxury for human beings. The original situation is extremely mild under the arrival of this situation. Fortunately, the first batch of soldiers of the Dragon Slayer Legion, led by Tease and Akunalaglia, rushed to other kingdoms to fight the dragon. This barely maintained the situation. However, when the soldiers of the Dragon Slayer Legion were fighting the giant dragons, the Dragon Slayer Legion, the powerful army created by the White Mage, was fully displayed in the eyes of all humans and giant dragons. Their bodies have all absorbed dragon blood, and their armor is also made of dragon scales and bones. As for their weapons and spears, it is specially made of the hardest spines on the bodies of those dead dragons in the past, and it is also engraved with simple armor-piercing magic patterns. Coupled with the fact that they were facilitated by the White Mage, the Sharingan they practiced and the 6 physical skills they mastered, it can be said that they really have the power to resist when facing the dragon. Although the giant dragons are naturally powerful, their movements are quite slow compared to humans who are much smaller in size, and there are gaps to follow. Even though the soldiers of the Dragon Slayer Legion couldn't do much damage to the indestructible scales of the giant dragons, with the addition of Sharingan, the agility of the 6th form of physical skill was enough for them to dodge the attack of the giant dragon. Although the soldiers of the Dragon Slayer Legion didn't kill a single giant dragon when it first appeared, hundreds of soldiers involved dozens of giant dragons in total. In the end, most of them were destroyed by Tease and Akunolalaia. A few escaped, bringing news of the Dragon Slayer Legion back to the Dragon Clan. After, the inside of the giant dragon group was greatly shaken. They never imagined that a considerable number of human soldiers could resist their giant dragon group. Immediately, the Dragon Kings of the Giant Dragon Clan immediately dispatched a large number of giant dragons from their respective clans to launch a crazy attack on the major human kingdoms, especially the kingdom where the Dragon Slayer Legion once appeared. It is necessary to destroy the Dragon Slayer Legion in the bud. They must not let this group of soldiers survive, otherwise the Dragon Clan will be in danger. But what the giant dragons never expected was that shortly before they madly attacked the human kingdom, the White Mage had ordered all the well-trained soldiers of the Dragon Slayer Legion to be brought to the front line of the battlefield. There are thousands of people. Although some of them still haven't fully mastered the 6 physical exercises, there is no time left. Even if elite soldiers want to train, it will not only take a few months, even if there are luxurious resources such as dragon blood, sharing eyes, and the 6 forms of gymnastics to help the soldiers of the Dragon Slayer Legion train. But how strong can they be? If you want to take shape, you can sharpen it with real swords and guns on the battlefield. Only the real battlefield between humans and giant dragons, this is the purpose of their Dragon Slayer Legion was created. When the 2 soldiers met, there were dense black spots and huge dragons everywhere on the distant horizon, blood splattered, and the dragon roared. The dripping blood almost dyed the whole earth red. Dazzling beams of magic power come and go one after another, fleeting on the battlefield, setting off waves of bloody storms. The soldiers of the Dragon Slayer Legion undoubtedly fell into a disadvantage. Almost 100 soldiers of the Dragon Slayer Legion died shortly after entering the battlefield. Afterwards, Irene led other troops to attack, including Isabel and Base, and the situation barely stabilized. At the end of the war, the White Mage attacked fiercely and killed several giant dragons in one fell swoop, which established the victory of mankind. After this battle, the total number of giant dragons attacking was as many as 100 on the battlefields of the major kingdoms, and the soldiers of the Dragon Slayer Legion who attacked exceeded 2,000. But there are nearly 80 dragons dead, and more than 1,000 soldiers of the Dragon Slayer Legion have been killed or injured. Although they have not yet formed, it can be said that they have suffered heavy losses. But after this battle, the inside of the giant dragon was shaken, and it didn't attack in a short time, and the major human kingdoms were also hurrying to train their soldiers. Send the elites of their respective kingdoms to the Dragonov kingdom for training, quickly replenishing the Dragon Slayer Legion's source of troops. Then, the real cruel moment has come. Giant dragons flew over from the west of the continent and began to attack several kingdoms continuously. A considerable number of troops in the human kingdom also set foot on the front line. Because of winning the war, the White Mage's reputation in the human kingdom can be said to be extremely high, and a considerable number of people request to join the Dragon Slayer army every day. And the magic of the White Wizard, Sharingan, is crazily practiced by anyone. A large number of human soldiers and mages die every day, and a considerable number of dragons fall, but neither side has the intention of retreating, which can be said to be almost crazy. Except for the teenagers, including Akuno Loria and others, they were all dragged to the border battlefields of various countries to participate in the battle with the Dragon Slayer Legion that had not really formed yet, and they were sharpened with blood-stained actual combat. Expand the army. Train. Join the war. This is the stage that any soldier of the Dragon Slayer Legion needs to go through. During the training, they can't help but have a lot of resources such as dragon's blood to ensure their physical strength, and at the same time, there are all kinds of magic that the White Mage specially chooses for them. You could say so. The Dragon Slayer Legion is the last ray of dawn for mankind. And this ray of dawn, although often suffered heavy damage under the attack of the giant dragon, has become brighter and brighter. Even so, in less than half a year, the human defense line was forced back hundreds of miles by the giant dragons, resulting in countless deaths and injuries. In the past 6 months, more than tens of thousands of soldiers of the Dragon Slayer Legion have been trained, and less than 8,000. But these 8,000 people can be said to be real elite soldiers. Due to the relationship of the times, everyone has mastered the Sharingan with more than 2 hooks, as well as the 6 physical skills, and even the dragon-slaying magic. In the Dragon Slayer Legion, almost 1 in 5 people has mastered it. Coupled with the dragon-slaying spears in their hands that are specially engraved with armor-piercing patterns and made of keel bones, combined with the 6 physical techniques, they are now fully capable of threatening those giant dragons. At this time, the heavy casualties caused by the fall of more than hundreds of dragons half a year ago finally made the Dragon Kings unable to sit still. They gave orders to the giant dragons in their respective tribes, gathered nearly 800 giant dragons, dozens of quasi-dragon kings, and even 5 dragon kings, to wipe out human beings in one fell swoop. In front of such a powerful force, even a god would tremble in front of this overwhelming destructive power. Although they divided their forces and planned to attack the kingdom of Dragonov and the coalition forces of several kingdoms composed of Ts, Akunalalaya and the 7 white demon envoys on the other side. But those 5 dragon kings, and nearly 50 quasi-dragon king targets, are the most threatening humans among humans. White Mage. Before seeing the powerful casualties brought by the Dragon Slayer Legion to the giant dragon, they had already made up their minds to kill the White Mage completely. Only in this way can they win this war. Chapter 32 Daily Life in the Palace. Isabel asked me to do this just now. Seeing the boy's complacent and obedient expression, even Isabel, who has always been docile and respectful, couldn't help turning pale at the boy, but his pretty face was a little hot, embarrassing. After all, a few months ago, she ran into the boy's bed by herself. At that time, she was doubting herself because she couldn't help the boy, so she came up with this idea. How could one have imagined that such a thing would happen today, a few months later? Even Irene, who has always loved teenagers deeply, couldn't help being a little shy after noticing Isabel's gaze, and spat secretly. All right. After resting for a while with his arms around the 2 girls, the boy slowly got up and said with a faint smile, "We should get up too." The bright sunlight outside the window slanted in and shone on the bed, causing Isabel to blush and pull a corner of the quilt to cover herself. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. This is almost a rare experience for them in half a year. After all, the war between humans and giant dragons makes the three of them absolutely careless. Irene is specialized in dealing with the admission of refugees in the kingdom, as well as the training of the Dragon Slayer Legion. Although with Isabel's help. However, the two still have to spare time to practice magic and go to the battlefield to meet the enemy. It can be said that they are too busy. As for the young man, although he is said to be idle, for the sake of this war, he needs to accommodate what he has learned, and help the soldiers below create various fighting skills and even magic to deal with the dragon. Naturally, it is not easy. So, after repelling the attack of the giant dragons on a rare occasion, the boy took Irene to fight Isabel and rested until the morning. But, under the hospitality of the maid, the three of Luoming came to the dining table, enjoying the delicious breakfast while laughing and talking, so uncomfortable. Correct. As if thinking of something, Irene's pretty eyes turned to the boy, curiously said, "Ming, how's your progress on that magic?" Hearing this, Isabel also looked over curiously. From the very beginning of the war, the two women knew that Luoming had been preparing a certain magic for the war. With the help of this magic, they could not help connecting humans with all parts of the dragon battlefield. And you can monitor the battlefield to prevent accidents. After all, now the soldiers of the Dragon Slayer Legion are all elites. If they are successfully attacked by giant dragons, the boy will die of heartache. Luoming smiled gently and waved his hand. The golden brilliance falls profusely, like a sky full of stars, with little golden light. An illusory figure gradually became clear, and the skin, clothes, and even facial features and eyelashes were all restored to perfection. The two girls of Irene were amazed and looked at this scene in amazement. Swish! Finally, the golden light faded away. That figure finally appeared in the eyes of the three of them, with short hair like snow and silver, and a magic robe as delicate as snow, except that there was no black cloth. The eyes opened immediately, reflecting the beautiful ruby-like pupils, and the 3 rounds of pitch-black jade were spinning quietly. "It's the first time we meet, my name is Shuiying, please give me your advice." This is... Irene's beautiful eyes shrank suddenly, and she turned her head to look at the boy who was eating breakfast. Although Shuiying didn't have that black cloth on her body, she was no different from Luoming in other respects. "Your Highness." Isabel on the side was equally astonished. "This is my thought body." Luoming explained with a smile that although there are all kinds of magic in this era, compared to the prosperous later generations, most of the magic in these eras tends to be fighting. Even auxiliary ones are rare due to the theme of the times. Thinking body. Irene couldn't help being amazed. She who has Sharingan can feel that this boy who calls himself Shuiying, who is no different from Luoming. It's just purely made of magic, and it looks quite real, and it also exudes a weak, same mental wave as Luoming. As expected of His Highness. Even Isabel can see the many effects of this magic at a glance, and she is more and more admirable in her heart. This magic is equivalent to creating a clone for the mage. As long as he has a certain amount of magic power, he can fight, study, live, and do everything. But there is only one downside. What shortcoming? Irene and Isabel Chi looked at each other, only to see Luoming helplessly said with a smile. Consume magic power and mental power. In your situation, splitting out one will consume a lot of magic power and mental power, and the strength will be greatly reduced due to the restriction of magic power. Hearing this, Irene couldn't help but feel a little disappointed in her eyes, and she still wanted to use this to separate out a few more of herself to go to the battlefield. I can only give up now. But... as if seeing the disappointment in Irene's eyes, Luoming laughed. However, my situation is quite special. The limit should be around 10. 10. The two girls exclaimed. The gap between them and the teenagers is too big, right? But seems to have thought of something. Irene's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Is it because of that power? When Isabel heard this, she couldn't help but calm down, because she also knew something about that. But Luo Ming raised his hand and was about to speak. Suddenly, a strange wave came into his heart, and suddenly, the young man's face became serious. Bright. The boy didn't answer, but just turned his head and looked in a certain direction. His eyes were a little empty, his lips moved slightly, as if he was talking to something. Chapter 33, The Emerald Dragon Kirkanes. After a long time, the boy just returned to normal. The two daughters, Irene and Isabel, hurriedly gathered around and said with concern, "What's the matter, Ming?" "No problem." The young man shook his head slightly, then said solemnly, "It's just a pawn I planted in the dragon family, and news has come." "What news?" The two girls had known for a long time that Luo Ming had trained a certain dragon for his own use, and had put it back into the dragon clan, so they were not so surprised. Sighing slightly, Luo Ming immediately raised his head, eyes serious, and said, "The climax of the war is coming." On a certain scarlet land, a huge emerald green monster was basking in the sun boredly on the ground. "Let me attack humans with them, I won't." At this time, this behemoth is complaining angrily. As a rare giant dragon without a clan in the dragon clan, it doesn't have a great sense of belonging to the dragon clan. Especially most dragons are just stupid big guys who know how to kill. "Aren't you going?" A gentle voice is echoing in its heart. "Don't you want to take this opportunity to get rid of my control?" According to what you said, the dragon army led by the 5 dragon kings, even I, a white mage, can't be sure. Snort. The emerald dragon, Kirkness, snorted angrily and said, "I don't listen to you, human boy. You have killed so many dragons, even if they can kill you this time. If I go, you will definitely pull my pad before dying. I, Kirkness, don't want to die with those idiots who only have muscles in their brains. No go, no go." Hearing Kirkness's words, the voice was a bit dumbfounded. It was his luck to meet such a wonderful dragon. But Kirkness regretted it, and got to know this weak, but quite powerful and cunning human kid. If it wasn't for the fact that one day he foolishly went out with a few giant dragons, he ended up meeting this young man who claimed to be a white mage, and would have killed all his companions without saying a word. It was so scared that it surrendered immediately. From then on, the boy made an agreement with it to leave a magical power on it, so that every time the dragon attacked, he would tell him these things and prepare for it. Although the young man used to be very cautious and used a few head-to-head battles to dispel the vigilance of the dragons, but, I have to say, he really overestimated the IQ of the dragon clan. Didn't notice it at all. "So what?" The boy's voice still smiled lightly and said, "Are you going to fight me?" Hearing these words, Kirkness was about to nod subconsciously, and suddenly remembered the young man, and immediately raised the dragon's head high, looking quite funny. But for Kirkens, every time the boy said that, he was going to punish him. And for it, which has always been restless, that punishment couldn't be more painful. Thinking of this, Kirkness couldn't help but feel like crying, cursing at a certain boy in his heart. Suddenly, "I can hear your heart." The boy's voice sounded faintly, causing Kilconis to freeze for a moment. His throat felt a little dry. You heard it all." "I heard it. I heard everything, including some boring guy swearing at me." There was a smile in the boy's tone. No need to think about it, he knew that the guy who was silent just now must be scolding him in his heart. "And you?" Kirkness' huge body trembled suddenly, and the huge dragon eyes sparkled, looking a bit like a poor puppy. "Okay, as long as you promise me to come to the Dragonov kingdom with this attack, I won't punish you." "And?" The boy paused deliberately, making Kirkness nervously say, "I allow you to make soy sauce." Soy sauce. It means not participating in the battle, staying out of it. But you must stay on the edge of the battlefield. If I find out that you are not there afterwards. Hearing this, the frustrated look on Kirkness' face disappeared, and he hurriedly said, "Okay, I promise you." "Then it's settled, goodbye." "Goodbye," Kirkness said obediently in a rare way, until he completely lost that feeling in his mind, then he was completely relieved and cursed loudly. "Damn human kid, I outnumber you in percent." On the crimson ground, a deep but very loud voice suddenly came to mind, making the surrounding animals think that the dragon was angry, and fled away one after another. Suddenly, a voice sounded faintly. "Kikonas." Well. The huge monster was so frightened that it immediately covered its mouth in a hurry, and crazily shouted in its heart. "I didn't say anything, those just now must be your hallucinations." "Hallucinations. Don't take it to heart." The other side. The young man in the palace shook his head helplessly, then looked at Irene and Isabel next to him and said, with a serious expression, "Irene, get the soldiers of the Dragon Slayer Legion ready, it's best to let them soak in dragon blood once." "Is it that serious?" Irene said worriedly. She already trusted the strength of the Dragon Slayer Legion quite a bit, but the boy actually said that, no doubt. "Rest assured." Luo Ming fondled Irene's pretty face. Although he looked like a teenager, this scene seemed extremely harmonious. "With me by your side, it's okay. The reason for doing this is just to let the soldiers of the Dragon Slayer Legion survive as much as possible. After all." The boy glanced at Isabel, then looked into the distance and said, "If this round of giant dragons' attack can be resisted, the rise of the Dragon Slayer Legion will be stopped by no giant dragon." Accompanied by an order from the palace of the king's capital, not only the kingdom of Dragunov, but also other kingdoms of human beings immediately took action. The soldiers of the Dragon Slayer Legion stationed in various kingdoms were even more shocked, ready to accept the dragon blood sent to them by the White Mage. It is undeniable that the dragon blood has played a great role in the soldiers of the Dragon Slayer Legion, and because of the youth, these dragon blood will not have the risk of turning them into dragons. A real war. On the tall city wall, a black-haired young man was staring absently at the distant sky. Compared to before, both in size and magic power, he was several times stronger. This is the effect of the life and death magic reward after half a year. With dragon blood to help them build a strong foundation, as long as they can survive half a year of life and death, how can they not be strong? "My lord, Lord Tease and Lord Akunalaglia have arrived." A sharp soldier in a white helmet suddenly appeared behind him, which is exactly the effect of shaving in the 6 physical exercises. "Heard that?" The black-haired young man reacted immediately, then turned around and said coldly, "I see. Now go and inform the brothers below, there will be an unprecedented battle waiting for us in a few days." "Yes, Lord Eddie Lion." The soldier nodded and said. Chapter 33, The First Ishgar War, beginning. 5 days later. In the palace of the king's capital, Isabel was standing behind the boy, her snow-white jade hands were arranging the snow-silver magic cloak, her pretty face was slightly condensed. "Rest assured." Luo Ming naturally saw the tension in Isabel's heart, and couldn't help reaching out to hold the girl's jade hand and smiling. "This time we will definitely win. When the time comes, I want you and Irene." Hearing this, Isabel's snow-white and beautiful face was immediately stained with a touching blush, and she glared at the young man in embarrassment. "Your Highness." Okay, I won't say anything." However, the young man changed his tone and said in a low voice, "Isabel, you must promise me." "Your Highness." Accompanied by faint laughter, the door was suddenly pushed open. Wearing a battle armor, Irene, who described her delicate body vividly and tightly, walked in. Her long crimson hair was tied into a ponytail and tied behind her shoulders. Her temperament was awe-inspiring but capable. "Are you ready?" Seeing Irene walking in, Luo Ming also stopped laughing with Isabel, turned around and asked, "Ready?" Irene nodded, and then hesitated with a pretty face, as if there was something hard to say. "Are you worried about Belle's affairs?" The teenager saw Irene's concerns at a glance, and Irene couldn't help nodding slightly. "Is it really good for us not to let her play all the time? Whether it is correct or not, we must leave a place for Belle in the dragon family." With that said, the boy walked up to Irene, with firm eyes and said, "Believe me, I will definitely create an environment for Belle to live with his own race, but that will only happen after the war between humans and dragons is over." Looking at the boy's firm and confident deep pupils, the worry on Irene's pretty face gradually faded away, and she finally nodded slightly. "I trust you, Ming. In that case." The young man smiled lightly, raised his hand casually. Swish swish swish. One after another, the same but different snow-white figures appeared in place, and there were 5 in total. "I will take the victory of this war to you. Say it." Accompanied by the boy's cold shout, the 5 snow-white figures immediately disappeared in place and rushed towards the battlefield they were preparing for. Buzz buzz. The crimson land stretches as far as the eye can see, and it is connected with the blue sky far away. It looks particularly vast, but for some reason the air is screaming, "Coming!" After arriving on the battlefield, Irene quickly took over base's front-line command, her awe-inspiring eyes fixed on the distant horizon. The earth began to tremble. The unprecedented shock caused the ordinary soldiers behind them to panic, but the white figures standing directly behind stood upright, breathtaking. Finally, in everyone's fear, expectation, and calm eyes, black spots appeared on the distant horizon. It is neatly divided into 2 layers, one layer shuttles between the clouds in the sky, and a strong wind blows out between the trembling wings. The other layer walks slowly on the red earth. Although the pace is slow, it has a daunting and heavy momentum. Humanity. A deep voice suddenly resounded between the sky and the earth, and a giant sky-blue dragon with a body of about 70 meters roared. "Your end is here." Accompanied by its sound, batch after batch of giant dragons appeared in everyone's field of vision. Those huge and hard bodies are enough to make anyone daunting. Not to mention, there are far more than 300 dragons in front of us. Suddenly, the roar of boiling sounded from among the ordinary soldiers behind Irene. They encountered such a terrifying situation as soon as they entered the battlefield, so how did they not fear it? But Buzz frowned, and was about to ask Irene for instructions to suppress the noise of these people, when an inexplicable force suddenly pressed down on the soldiers. The noise gradually stopped. The ordinary soldiers looked around with fearful eyes, and finally found it. There it is. A not tall figure stands in the air, although it looks very small compared to the vast sky, but it has an awe-inspiring aura like standing upright. Could it be that person? A soldier suddenly exclaimed, and saw those silent figures in white armor kneeling on one knee, shouting coldly in unison. "Meet the White Mage." White Wizard. Ordinary soldiers who had never participated in battles stared wide-eyed, looking at the snow-white figure in the sky in disbelief. Some former veterans were crying. Although they could not join the Dragon Slayer Legion, they had seen the power of the White Mage who regarded the dragon as nothing. The reason why they can live to this day is all because of the figure in front of them. Tears filled their eyes. Immediately each figure also knelt down on one knee. "Meet the White Mage." Although the sound was not loud, it was enough to reach everyone's ears, and Irene couldn't help but look back. Immediately afterwards, the other recruits couldn't help but feel a little excited, and they all knelt down under the contagion of this voice. "Meet the White Mage." Although the sound is messy, new power sprouts from it. Between heaven and earth, there is only the howling wind. Looking at the giant dragons attacking from a distance, the young man narrowed his eyes slightly, then turned his head, swept his eyes away, and said calmly, "Good." Many soldiers burst into tears. In their hearts, the white sorcerer has already become their faith, and their repeated rescues are enough to make anyone respect and love him. As long as the white mage can look at them, they will be satisfied even if they died in the battle with the dragon. Immediately, the boy withdrew his gaze and continued. Did you see the hundreds of beasts in front of me? In my eyes, they are lambs waiting to be slaughtered. In the eyes of the Dragon Slayer Legion, they are prey that can be killed with me. And in your eyes? After a slight pause, the boy specifically looked at the ordinary soldiers and said, they are the fears of the heart. When the ordinary soldiers heard the words, they couldn't help feeling humiliated and bowed their heads. But the boy didn't blame them, but said calmly, everyone has fear, but only the brave dare to fight against fear. Perhaps some of you are afraid, and some of you dare to struggle with fear, but I tell you, as long as you dare to fight against fear, you can become a member of the Dragon Slayer Legion, bathe in their blood, and have the ability to fight against the fear in your heart. And now, are you willing to fight with me against your own fears? Many ordinary soldiers fell into silence one after another. The boy in the sky was still watching quietly, and gradually the noise sounded. Damn it, Lao Zi's done it. Lao Zi did it too. Whoever loves is a dog. Lao Zi also wants to taste what it's like to bathe in dragon's blood. Accompanied by the boiling noise, the blood of ordinary soldiers was surging, and they had already prepared the courage to fight the dragon. And now, all Beatty needs to do is to keep their courage going. Roar! Roar! In the distant sky, the roars of the giant dragons came to mind, one after another. The sound waves spread by the superimposed sounds, attacked here in a mighty way. The faces of many soldiers were pale, and even their figures were a little shaky. But Luo Ming in the sky didn't mean to help them resist. Now is not the time. As expected, when the hundreds of giant dragons finally arrived a few hundred meters away, the front row of giant dragons, both in the sky and on the ground, all opened their mouths. The surging and huge magic power gathered in their mouths, forming dazzling and ready-to-go light balls. The earth trembled, the air screamed, and the magic power became much thinner. Chapter 34, The First Ishgar War, First Opportunity. Irene hurriedly looked up to the sky, only to see the boy nodding slightly to her. Swish! A beautiful figure with blonde hair suddenly rushed into the sky, with snow-white hands crossed together. The dazzling thunder burst into bloom, and she shouted softly. Jamming thunder beam! Call out! A blue beam of lightning instantly pierced through the air, directly hitting the front row of the dragons in the sky, and then swept slowly. Boom boom boom! The sound of explosions resounded continuously in the sky, and one after another roared ready to go. Under the blow of Isabel's full strength, they all misfired and blew themselves up. There were also giant dragons whose bodies were scorched black, falling feebly towards the crowd of giant dragons below. Seeing this scene, the soldiers rejoiced one after another. Hoo-hoo! Isabel hurried back to the ground, her delicate body softened, and immediately fell into Irene's arms. Although she had also been bathed in dragon's blood, even she couldn't stand such a powerful blow. However, the giant dragons on the ground were all ready to go to the extreme, roaring loudly, and the dense white beams were about to be emitted. Suddenly, the boy in the sky suddenly appeared on the ground, holding a silver wand in his hand, and landed heavily on the red earth. Swish! A golden light quickly appeared above the heads of those giant dragons, exuding a huge and heavy aura. Elemental Halo Earthquake! Rub rub rub! Those giant dragons who were about to roar suddenly felt the ground under their claws tremble violently, but before they could react, in the blink of an eye, the world is turned upside down. Boom! The giant dragons swayed, feeling that the ground under their feet suddenly leaned forward, and subconsciously turned backwards, and the roar that was ready to go out suddenly tilted. Whoosh! A series of magical light beams of different colors shot towards the sky. Even if they were tilted, most of them missed the direction where the boy and the others were. Only scattered light beams fell behind the boy, and there was a bang. Only, compared with the human army with little loss, the giant dragons in the sky were extremely unlucky. They were hit by the companions on the ground with roars and uniformly hit the lower part of the body, screaming in pain. Boom boom boom. Accompanied by the sound of explosions in the sky, countless giant dragons began to fall down in pieces, and like the group of giant dragons hit by Isabel before, they smashed into their companions back and forth. The earth began to shake, but the soldiers in the distance were not used to it, and fell into ecstasy. This is the power of the white mage. They actually saw it with their own eyes. And all they need to do is tap. The young man clenched his wand, and slowly walked towards the densely packed giant dragons on the horizon in front of him, his pace getting faster and faster, without any fear. Every step affects the minds of the soldiers behind him. In the doubtful but expectant eyes, a surge of magical power suddenly erupted from the young man's weak body. Swish! At the same time, the boy's eyes instantly turned scarlet, and the 3 rounds of pitch-black goo instantly combined to form a flywheel. Boom! A burst of pupil power like sea waves erupted. Even those giant dragons felt faintly terrified. A trace of fear flashed in the huge dragon pupils. The surging golden magic power began to surround the boy's body, and the snow-white muscles and bones spiraled upwards, and began to grow rapidly. Skeleton. Meridians. Flesh. Armor. In just a few seconds, a monstrous giant wearing battle armor and holding 2 knives stood on the red horizon like a legendary god and demon. Next, the young man standing in the crystal between the eyebrows of the snow-white god of war had a faintly crazy smile, and his scarlet eyes were almost bleeding. Dragon, use your power to please me to your heart's content. Rampant words resounded between heaven and earth, cold and indifferent. Swish! The huge body of the snow-white god of war disappeared instantly, and suddenly appeared in front of a giant dragon. Swiped down with a long knife in hand. The warm dragon blood rushed straight into the sky, and accompanied by the mournful roar of the giant dragon. Wow! Behind Irene and the others, soaring voices erupted. Whether it was the soldiers of the Dragon Slayer Legion or the ordinary soldiers, they were all shouting for the power of the white mage. Upon seeing this, Irene immediately stood up and said without hesitation, "The whole army charges!" Swish swish swish! Soldiers of the Dragon Slayer Legion, wearing white helmets and holding spears, rushed forward first, and rushed towards the giant dragons in a team of 6. As for the other ordinary soldiers, they mainly harassed and restrained them. After all, they couldn't resist the blow of the giant dragon without the training of the Dragon Slayer Legion. Hand to hand, the dripping blood continuously splashed across the battlefield, including the broken scales of giant dragons and the remains of human soldiers, dyeing the whole land even more blood-red. And on the horizon, in the middle of those huge roaring and densely packed dragons, a snow-white figure stands proudly between the sky and the earth, forcibly opening a path for the people behind with the 2 knives in his hands. The young man standing on the giant's brows with his hands clasped, seemed to be strolling in the garden, if it wasn't for the piercing chill that flashed in those deep eyes from time to time. Unbelievable at all, this is on the battlefield. And he is facing the most powerful creatures on the continent of Ishgar, the dragon family. Swish! The smooth and sharp long knives kept waving and whirring, even though the scale defenses of the giant dragons were shocking, but in front of these 2 skillful knives that kept waving like round wheels. A group of giant dragons almost hurt when they touch it, and die when they rub it. All of a sudden, the screams of the giant dragons can be heard endlessly. Not far away, a giant emerald green dragon flying at the very end of the team was overjoyed when it saw the scene on the ground. Its huge dragon eyes were full of horror. Luckily he didn't go down. The giant dragons next to them naturally also saw the scene of the snow-white god of war on the ground, raging among his companions, killing at will. All of a sudden they roared, and many dragons couldn't bear the anger in their hearts, and rushed straight down. Swish! A crimson figure shot straight into the sky. Shwebaya waved a magic wand, and the long hair behind her fluttered casually. A magic power that is only 1/10 of the previous magic power, but far beyond that of a normal human mage, exploded. Vase. Irene suddenly opened her beautiful eyes, shining like rubies, containing icy coldness. Don't try to interfere with Ming's battle. Language fall. Swish. A crimson magic circle with a radius of 50 meters wide immediately appeared in the sky, with complicated lines and an inexplicable sense of heaviness. A faint crimson light shines on the central area of the giant dragons in the sky. Immediately, before these giant dragons reacted, a strong force of gravity was suddenly exerted on their huge bodies, and it was distributed unevenly on the wings and the dragon body. Additional magic First Realm. Chapter 35, The First Battle of Ishgar, Meeting the Enemy. Additional magic Forbidden Replay. In an instant, accompanied by the crimson brilliance, a mixed feeling of weightlessness, overweight, etc. suddenly swept over each giant dragon. Relying on additional magic, the gravity field in a certain area becomes uneven, which makes the creatures in the air lose their balance and fall into the air. This is the magic that Luo Ming specially created to deal with the threat from the giant dragon clan from the sky. Although it is not very threatening to the giant dragon, as long as the timing is right, it is enough to achieve amazing results on the battlefield. And now, the wine-red Ling Ran's eyes were fixed on those giant dragons in the sky, and he couldn't help but yell out. Go down! Language fall. A series of huge and heavy dragon bodies began to fall downward in pieces, roaring angrily, but they were helpless, even though they felt that the gravity was not strong. But for giant dragons who are not good at finely manipulating power, the huge body that exceeds tens of meters and weighs 10,000 Jun is mixed with a completely uneven gravity field. Some body parts are as light as a feather, and some parts are as heavy as mountains. What's more important is that their wings are the areas with the most mixed gravity fields. Before they could react, the wings lost their balance in an instant, and the huge and heavy dragon body immediately chased downwards like raindrops. Bang bang bang! It's just that every raindrop has an irresistible weight, instantly smashing the red ground into a big pit several meters deep. The dust is hazy, and the ground trembles slightly. However, this is just the beginning. General Base, who was leading the soldiers of the Dragon Slayer Legion to fight the giant dragons, had already noticed this scene, and hurriedly shouted. Everyone disperses. Whoosh! A row of sharp soldiers in white armor immediately all shaved, and quickly left the battlefield in a vigorous figure, leaving a large open space. Before the group of giant dragons fighting with them could react, they roared at the retreating soldiers, and opened their mouths wide to condense magic power in their mouths. Suddenly, a huge body that fell from the sky hit it heavily, causing it to tilt suddenly, and the huge dragon head fell to the ground in an instant. The roar in his mouth also stuck tightly to the ground, swept forward, and immediately hit several giant dragons who couldn't dodge in front, roaring one by one. Scores of giant dragons chased towards the ground like raindrops, and the crimson earth shook for a while, and snow-white magic power even exploded in the field from time to time, and the roaring sound was endless. Not only the giant dragons, even many human soldiers died in the commotion caused by this blow. But it is undeniable. This blow caused all the most threatening dragons in the sky to fall to the ground, interrupting the attack of the dragons, and even caused heavy losses to their own side. And the biggest contributor to this blow. However, the magic power in Irene's body was exhausted, and her tender body fell limply and straight down, with a joyful and bitter smile on her delicate pretty face. Although she knew that this blow would consume most of her magic power, she made preparations in advance. But she still didn't expect that the magic power in her body would be exhausted after only maintaining the magic circle. Damn woman! In the distance, a giant dragon that was not affected saw the small figure of Irene falling straight down, and immediately flapped its wings and flew over. Because of this magic, the original battle strategy planned by the Dragon Kings was completely deciphered. Only with the more than 20 giant dragons still in the sky that have not been affected. It can't affect the whole battle situation at all. Accompanied by the ferocious giant dragon slamming down, the shadow dragon roared. Go to hell! The sharp claws were about to pierce Irene's delicate body, even Irene closed her eyes in despair. Now the young man is restrained by the giant dragons below, and there is no time to save her. But in Irene's stunned pretty eyes, a silver-white figure quickly pierced through the air and caught her eyes. That is. An extremely gloomy and icy voice rang in Shadow Dragon's ears, causing it to pause in its movements. Brute! Are you courting death? Swish! As soon as the words fell, a golden light beam spear pierced through its dragon claws, causing the giant dragon to shrink its eyes, and then roared miserably. The dripping blood is splashing in the sky. Seeing this scene, Irene couldn't help showing an unconcealable smile and affection on her beautiful and pretty face. Swish! She soon fell into a warm embrace, and saw the silver-haired boy with a slightly calm face holding her. He paused, and flew straight into the distance. The giant dragons that were still in the sky opened their mouths wide in an instant, the light beams quickly condensed, and then blasted out. Whoosh! Beams of different colors, like meteors, shot towards the two of them one after another. But the young man's movements were extremely agile and quick, sometimes moving to the left, sometimes floating up, dodging all the attacks that were enough to destroy the small town. Only the flames of explosions on the ground soared into the sky. At last, seeing that the two were about to escape, a giant dragon standing among the dragons on the ground suddenly opened its mouth wide, and snow-white magic power quickly condensed in its mouth. Immediately, aiming at the backs of the two, it was about to be launched. Suddenly, base! Accompanied by the howling cold wind, the snow-bright knife light like a waterfall suddenly reflected in the corner of its eyes, and missed its right wing without hesitation. Puff! Blood splattered, and the giant dragon roared mournfully. The beam of light in the mouth was dim and uncertain. Although it was about to disappear, it finally stabilized and was about to be spit out by the giant dragon. But want to growl? The young man with crystal eyes sneered, and the chill on his delicate face grew even stronger. Then let you roar to your heart's content. The snow-white god of war ignored the long knife stuck on the dragon's wing, reached out and grabbed its head violently, and slammed it towards the sky. The roar that had just finished gathering momentum was launched instantly. The turbulent, like the magic power torn by wind blades, suddenly hit the belly of the shadow dragon in the sky, and the flesh and blood burst. Roar! The shadow dragon was seriously injured, and then its wings fell weakly downwards. But that doesn't stop there. The snow-white god of war broke off the head of the giant dragon, and swept towards the other giant dragons one by one. The screams sounded one after another, and the light gradually faded. Originally, there were not many giant dragons left in the sky. This time, there were only a few dragons left, all scattered. Compared to the scene where hundreds of giant dragons attacked at the beginning of the battle, it was unbelievable. In just a few minutes, the irresistible offensive of the dragons was completely destroyed by the white mage, Irene, and Isabel. Swish! A silver figure suddenly appeared beside Isabel outside the battlefield. His Highness Irene. Isabel hurriedly supported Irene back to the ground, the pale-faced Irene. Please, Snow Shadow. After Irene stood still, she smiled reluctantly at the silver-haired boy. Yes. The boy in front of him is one of the 5 thought bodies that Luo Ming separated before the war, and he is responsible for preventing emergencies on the battlefield. Nothing. Shui Ying smiled faintly, then glanced at the 2 female Taoists. Since the 2 of you have not recovered your magic power, I will protect you for a while. Sorry to bother you. Irene didn't refuse either, and immediately exchanged a glance with Isabel, and hurriedly recovered the magic power in her body. It has to be said that in terms of magic power, the giant dragon family is indeed unique. Can't help but the magic power is huge, and in the face of all kinds of magic, if the magic power is not strong enough, it cannot pose any threat to them at all. This is the real reason why Irene and Isabel have a lot of magic power in their bodies, but after using the magic just now, the magic power in their bodies is exhausted. And whether it's Irene or Isabel, the beautiful eyes of the two women are all staring at the figure in the field. The real battle has just begun. Chapter 36, The First Ishgar War, Genesis of Zero. Call. The wind howled on the Crimson Land. For Ishgar, today's wind may be the biggest day, whether it is humans or dragons. We are all waiting for the wind to stop. How far can it scrape? On a certain battlefield thousands of miles away from the Dragunov kingdom, blood is dripping everywhere, accompanied by a soaring explosion from time to time, forming a chapter called Cruelty. A roar of surging magic power came and went on the battlefield, setting off a bloodbath among the human soldiers. There are raging dragons everywhere. Call out! A black meteor suddenly streaked across the sky, carrying surging magic power, crashing down on the back of a giant dragon in the field. Boom! The unparalleled impact immediately exploded on the back of the giant dragon, and the flesh and blood burst out, causing it to lie heavily on the ground, roaring in pain and powerlessness. Sizzle! At the same time, a cold white line suddenly rushed towards the huge monsters in the battlefield from all directions, and spread to them in an instant. Caw caw caw! Accompanied by the crisp sound of freezing, the originally crimson earth was instantly covered by ice blue. At a glance, the area within a few miles has been completely covered with thin ice, and there are icy and snowy lands lined with huge monsters. The sky is still scorching sun, but the battlefield is cold and cold, which makes people extremely astonished. Swish! Seeing this scene, a surviving soldier cried out in surprise, and instantly burst out with strong morale. They are coming! It's Lord Akunalaglia and Lord Tis. It's the members of the Dragon Slayer Legion. Finally, they persisted until they came. Along with the noise in the battlefield, in the huge dragon eyes of the giant dragons, figures dressed in white armor and holding spears quickly appeared on the battlefield, surrounding them in all directions. Even this group of giant dragons couldn't help feeling a dark heart palpitation. Is this your human Dragon Slayer Legion? A low, thunderous sound that exploded in my ears suddenly fell from the sky. The white cloud moved to the side, and a giant dragon with a body length of 80 meters and covered with golden scales suddenly appeared, which made the soldiers terrified. But the black-haired young man standing on the back of the dragon glanced coldly at the giant dragon in the sky, and couldn't help raising his eyebrows. Quasi-Dragon King! That's right! The giant dragon calmly looked down at everything on the battlefield, its deep roar was full of undisguised pride. Are you the half-dragon Akunalaglia? The huge dragon eyes glanced at Akuno Lulian's body, which was no different from ordinary people, and he couldn't help snorting coldly. It's really a rumor. How could you humans gain the power of our giant dragon family? Talking. Huge bodies appeared from behind it, and they were just the long-awaited giant dragons, all of which were of unusually large size. Meet your doomsday. Hearing the contemptuous tone of the giant dragon, Akunalaglia almost laughed out of anger, his cold face flashed with a strong killing intent. Tease, I will hand over the beasts on the ground to you. Without taking the ice-blue youth behind him to answer, Akunalaglia, who was standing on the back of the dragon, bent his legs instantly, and then exerted light force. Swish! A pitch-black figure pierced the sky in an instant, and before the giant dragon could react, a pitch-black trajectory flashed in the huge dragon's eyes. The black dragon's sigh of destruction. In the blue sky, a ray of darkness and depth, like a beam of light that destroys the world, suddenly passed by. Boom boom boom. Accompanied by the sound of explosions in the sky, giant dragons began to fall in pieces, like flying beasts without wings. Seeing this, the ice-blue figure couldn't help snorting coldly, frowned and said, "Eddie Lion." A black-haired young man not far away heard the words and immediately understood. With a wave of his hand, a red-gold magic circle instantly formed in front of him. "Call out!" A red light immediately rose into the sky, exploding like a gorgeous firework, but silently. Seeing this scene, the soldiers of the Dragon Slayer Legion immediately noticed the retreat. Swish swish swish. Scarlet rays of light bloomed in the eye sockets of each figure, and then there was a sound of piercing the air, and the figures hid to the side. For the soldiers of the Dragon Slayer Legion who have experienced many battles, Sharingan has endowed them with a super dynamic observation ability, and the 6 forms of physical art has made their reactions extremely fast. Plus, in the past 6 months of war, this scene actually happened, so the soldiers of the Dragon Slayer Legion already knew how to dodge this scene. Even in the past, most of the soldiers would stay on the field. For them, the impact of the falling dragon was indeed terrifying, but as long as they didn't hit directly, there is no threat, and even the iron block does not need to be opened because of the repeated tempering of the dragon's blood. However, this time it was different. Under the suspicious eyes, including Eddie Lion, almost all the soldiers of the Dragon Slayer Legion retreated quickly, their faces were solemn, as if something terrible is about to happen. Before the giant dragons on the battlefield could react, they suddenly felt cold all over. At the same time, the ice-blue figure suddenly took a deep breath, pressed his hands on the ground, his face paled a lot in an instant. The magic power between the heaven and the earth began to condense rapidly towards the battlefield, bringing with it countless water vapor and white clouds in the air. Although Tease was extremely weak, he still spoke firmly, with a low voice. "Ice magic. Genesis of Zero. Base." An icy blue magic circle instantly condensed and formed above the center of the entire battlefield, exuding an unparalleled icy aura. Sizzle. Strands of snow-white ice immediately rose from the ground, and many even emerged directly from the air, spread up and down, gathered and condensed from all directions, and took shape instantly in less than 2 seconds. Swish swish swish. A series of icy blue spears rose from the ground, each with a height of more than 20 meters, there were dozens of them, and there were all kinds of piercing thorns around them, like a forest of ice and snow. Looks spectacular. Many dragons on the battlefield were pierced through the abdomen by the raised thorns, and they were dripping with blood instantly. Puff puff. Behemoths that fell from the sky kept falling on the spears, and the unparalleled impact did not break those spears. On the contrary, the giant dragons were pierced through by the steeple in an instant, looking from a distance, like grilled fish stuck on bamboo. Only these grilled fish had the power to destroy the world. The giant dragon at the top instantly burst into tears, roaring angrily. "Human, I want you to die." Swish! A pitch-black figure suddenly landed on its back, and its unmistakable right hand instantly turned into a ferocious and pitch-black dragon claw, as deep as ink. Black afterimages flashed in the air, piercing the thick dragon scales in an instant, and the flesh and blood pierced indistinctly. Roar! The angry giant dragon suffered heavy injuries in an instant, and its huge body lost its balance in an instant, just as it was about to regain its strength. But Akunalaria frowned slightly, and the other hand also turned into a ferocious black giant claw, and fell again. The black magic power corroded the dragon's back like hot magma, causing the dragon to raise its head and howl in pain, but in the end it could only fall powerlessly downwards. Upon seeing this, the corners of Akunalalia's mouth hooked slightly, and his scarlet eyes glanced at the battlefield below. That was enough to make the giant dragons miserable, and couldn't help admiring. As expected of him, this kind of magic, even he would be shocked. However, there is no fatal threat to him. After all, this kind of magic is specially created for the dragon on the battlefield. If it is normal, I am afraid the gain outweighs the loss. But on the battlefield, the falling dragons are the best prey for this magic. There is nowhere to run. Boom boom boom. After a few breaths, the dust recedes. The situation on the battlefield immediately caught everyone's eyes, followed by Kikai's voice of taking in air conditioning. I saw a snow blue color in front of me, like a piece of ice and snow, crystal clear, exuding dazzling light in the sun. But if you are simply in the ice and snow, you may not think it is too spectacular. But if that piece of ice and snow appeared on the crimson plain, bathed in the dripping blood of giant monsters, the original snow-white ice crystals have completely turned into pieces of blood-colored crystals condensed into towering spears that go straight to the sky. Within a few miles, there is such a scene, and the cold air is piercing. It's like a miracle. Chapter 37, The First Battle of Ishgar, Dragon Slaying. Click. As the crystal-clear ice shattered, a pitch-black figure slowly walked down from the back of the seriously injured and dying Feng Long. Okay, the battle here is over. His eyes slowly swept across the wind dragons lying on the ground and screaming helplessly on the boundary of the ice. Damn humans! Although all the wind dragons in the sky were shot down, compared to the few extremely unlucky wind dragons, most of them did not suffer too much injuries. It's just dizziness and some scales are broken. Not far away, there is a lucky wind dragon that just fell outside the ice world. Seeing the scene in front of it, it immediately raised its huge dragon eyes, and was about to open its mouth. But not far away, its actions have long been reflected in the eyes of a black-haired figure, which instantly turned scarlet. Shave. Behind the wind dragon's neck, a figure suddenly appeared in the air, holding a spear in one hand, with a chilling killing intent. 6 types of mysteries dragon slaying spear. The explosive destructive aura breathed out on the cold spear tip, and then swept down. Call out. A chilly red light flashed across. Puff. The movement of the wind dragon froze suddenly, and the huge dragon head fell to the ground instantly, and the dragon's eyes gradually dimmed. Immediately, a figure suddenly jumped out from behind Feng Long's neck, and said coldly, "Dragon Slayer Legion, attack!" Swish 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 swish. A series of snow-white and icy figures quickly appeared from the periphery of the icy world, forming small formations one after another, and attacking the remaining surviving wind dragons. Roar. Accompanied by the extremely angry roars of the wind dragons, the soldiers of the Dragon Slayer Legion appeared in front of all the wind dragons. A wind dragon whose body was still mostly intact roared angrily, looking at the small figures that suddenly appeared in front of him. Swish! The ferocious dragon claws with a width of several meters swung down at the 2 soldiers. Although they were still swift, their movements were inevitably a little slow because of being frozen just now. Shave! Swish! Swish! 2 piercing sounds sounded, scarlet eyes flashed, and the 2 soldiers disappeared suddenly. Before the wind dragon could react, suddenly there was a surge of magical power around Joe. The 2 soldiers on the left and the right opened their mouths wide, condensing powerful magic power. Brontosaurus. The rock dragons. The dragon eyes of this wind dragon couldn't help shrinking, just about to get up and dodge. Roar. The surge of magic power came in the blink of an eye, and instantly bombarded Feng Long's body on both sides, and he cried out in pain. Roar. It was just 2 roars, but it still couldn't break through the wind dragon's scale defense, but the soldiers were not surprised. After fighting against the wind dragons for half a year, they naturally know how to deal with the wind dragons. This is just restraint. This is just the beginning. EPUB. A few more figures suddenly appeared in the sky above the wind dragon, the magic power in the body was condensed, and the kicks galloped out like a galloping horse that had lost its rein. Land feet. Several powerful wind blades hit the wind dragon's wings in an instant, one after the other, without giving the wind dragon a chance to dodge. Although Feng Long felt the threat and struggled with all his strength, but because his lower body was frozen by the ice, he couldn't move at all for a while. Although the ferocious dragon claws kept waving in front of him, there were still soldiers attacking on its back, Bang bang! The sharp leg wind continuously tore the thick scales, and concentrated on a scale with some cracks, which lasted for several breaths. Click! Finally, the scales were broken and dripping with blood. Roar! Feng Long roared in pain, and the surging magic power continued to condense in his body, and even the ice crystals under him began to shatter slowly. Ants! It immediately opened its mouth wide, and the sharp and surging magic power quickly condensed into shape in the mouth. The roar of the wind dragon. Feng Long was completely angry. He was hurt to such an extent by a few mere human soldiers. He didn't care whether his attack could hit them, and vented his anger to his heart's content. However, the few soldiers standing in front of Feng Long had already expected this step, and their figures disappeared in place. The roar of the wind dragon instantly created a gully tens of meters long on the ground, and even attacked ordinary soldiers in the distance. However, none of the soldiers of the Dragon Slayer Legion who were close at hand were injured. Instead, they were all happy, and finally consumed a lot of magic power of this wind dragon. Immediately, those soldiers immediately seized the opportunity and continued to attack the wind dragon, without giving it a chance to react. Land feet. The iron fist of the rock dragon. Point to the gun. A series of powerful attacks hit the weak and injured parts of Feng Long's body from all directions, and pieces of dragon scales began to fall off unceasingly, scarlet blood splattered. With the cooperation of pairs of scarlet eyes, as soon as one soldier stopped, another soldier stepped up, without giving Feng Long the slightest chance to react. In just a few tens of breaths, the originally ferocious and powerful Feng Long, who was only slightly injured, has become covered in bruises, and his magic power and body are exhausted to the extreme. Just out of a dying struggle, the two giant claws suddenly raised, and kept attacking the soldiers frantically. But shave! The 5 soldiers quickly left Feng Long's side, and then took the opportunity to continuously attack Feng Long with long-range attacks like a violent storm. Point to the gun. Land feet. Facing the head-to-head attack of the 5 soldiers, Feng Long's body became more and more exhausted, and his dying struggle could not help but gradually weakened. Finally, the scarlet eyes of the soldier who had been waiting for the opportunity above the wind dragon suddenly narrowed, and his hands clenched the silver bone spear in his hand. The magic power kept rushing towards the tip of the spear, condensing at one point. 6 types of mysteries dragon spear. Surging magic power instantly emerged from the soldier's body, wrapped tightly around him, slowly spun up, and instantly turned into a human-shaped tornado, carrying unparalleled speed and strength, and instantly struck downwards. Call out! Like a white lightning. The silver spear quickly pierced the scales on the back of Feng Long's neck, splashing sparks one after another. The golden inscription slowly revealed on the tip of the spear, and the engraved armor-piercing magic circle suddenly exerted force. Puff! The scales shattered, and the silver bone gun pierced down, stained red by the spattered scarlet dragon blood. Boom! Accompanied by Chong Xiao's tragic roar, the body of the wind dragon fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Swish swish swish! 5 soldiers appeared beside the lifeless wind dragon, followed the soldier who delivered the last blow, and after a short rest, they began to dispose of the wind dragon's body in an orderly manner. In the distance, Eddie Lion, who saw this scene, showed approval and then rushed into the battlefield again and began to fight the dragon. The surrounding battles are still going on, the dragons are still fighting with the soldiers in light armor, and no one cares about it. The other soldiers didn't show much surprise either. Only the nearby giant dragons roared angrily after seeing this scene, but the other soldiers seized the opportunity and took the opportunity to attack. How about the magic recovery? At the outermost edge of the battlefield, Akuno Loria frowned and looked at Tease beside him. You must know that the battlefield they are in charge of cannot be the only one. Compared with the battlefield that has already gained the upper hand here, they should go to support several other battlefields with the Dragon Slayer Legion as soon as possible. But seeing Tice's exhausted appearance, it is naturally impossible for Akunalaglia to let him participate in other battlefields like this. All right. Taking a deep breath, Tease slowly raised his head. Although his face was still pale, it was much better than before, and then said, "Let's go." Akunalaria looked at Tease, who was holding on, and was about to speak. Suddenly, roar! 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 A group of dense black spots suddenly appeared on the far horizon, even bigger than the original giant dragons. Akunolalia's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he was about to step forward. But Tease suddenly reached out to stop him, and said firmly, "Let me do it here, you go to support other places. More than 100 dragons, your current body alone is too weak." Akunolalia frowned and said, after half a year of fighting, his relationship with Tease was naturally much closer, although their personalities were a bit indifferent. But it is a trustworthy comrade in arms. Moreover, Tease is still a follower of that guy, so it is naturally impossible for him to watch Tease die. Only, Tease's face was extremely firm. He couldn't let the White Mage's decision-making fail because of his relationship. Even death. However, a gentle voice suddenly sounded in the ears of the two, with smiles as usual. "It seems that your situation is not very good." The two were taken aback for a moment, and hurriedly looked back. A silver-haired boy in a silver robe suddenly appeared in their field of vision. "You don't have to worry about the other two battlefields, there have already been sentient bodies rushing over." "Thought body?" Tease was taken aback for a moment, but hadn't reacted yet. Hearing the scarlet eyes of Akunalaglia, who was staring at the boy, suddenly turned cold, he said coldly, "You are not Ming." Tiston was taken aback for a moment, and looked at the young man in front of him with both eyes, only then did he notice that the young man's body was extremely pure, as if it was entirely made of magic power. "That's right." The young man smiled lightly. "I am the thought body of that person, Qian Mian." Chapter 38, The First Ishgar War, Thunder Dragon King. Ishgar. On the biggest battlefield, the war of blood and flesh is still going on. The giant dragons howled and wantonly crushed all the ants that blocked them with their huge bodies and dragon claws. The surging magic power is constantly pumping and venting on the Crimson Land, ravaging this poor land. But, compared with any ants they have encountered before, what they are facing this time is a group of ants with enough power to threaten their lives. From the very beginning, when the dragons participated in the battlefield, their minds were affected by the power displayed by the White Mage. The originally planned formation was completely destroyed, and the capable soldiers in white armor were different from the humans they had seen before. Fast speed, quick response, violent attack. Coupled with the most prominent and well-founded order of the Dragon Slayer Legion. They have already restrained a large number of giant dragons, and even caused certain casualties. After half a year of extravagant training, life and death trials, the strength of the Dragon Slayer Legion finally blossomed like a blooming flower, blooming bloody magnificence on the battlefield. And the most eye-catching one is undoubtedly the White God of War surrounded by a group of giant dragons. The slender double knives are constantly waving between the left and right hands of the God of War, and the muscular body with a height of 100 meters is strolling in the courtyard, with capable and powerful movements. Every fall of the knife must be a scar that bleeds to the bone. There were giant dragons roaring angrily all around him, but the snow-white figure standing on the horizon looked like an elegant gentleman. "Do you know?" Standing in the center of the diamond crystal between his brows, the young man embraced his hands, his scarlet eyes reflected the figures of the dragons, and the bright sword light kept falling. Whether the dust is swept away is one or two, it is impossible to distinguish it with the naked eye. That is to say, the young man controlled the snow-white God of War to turn the long knife casually, and swung it backwards, falling like a galaxy. Puff! A snow-white giant dragon quickly and powerlessly fell to the ground, with blood rolling out. Don't be too persistent, stepping over the ants without crushing him to death, this power is very difficult to master. The snow-white god of war waved the blood off the long knife casually, with a natural expression, as casual as if brushing off a speck of dust. A group of giant dragons around were instantly enraged by the attitude of the snow-white god of war, roaring one after another, rushing towards him one after another. The young man smiled helplessly, a trace of impatience flashed in his scarlet eyes, and he was about to make a move. Suddenly, a deep, thunderous voice sounded from the sky and reached Luo Ming's ears far away. How dare a mere human being be so arrogant? Swish! A giant dragon with a body of nearly 100 meters, covered with golden scales and exuding a destructive aura appeared from the horizon. I am Zaminos, Thunder Dragon King, human beings, taste our wrath. A dazzling and fiery thunderbolt suddenly appeared between the sky and the earth, as if a certain switch had been turned on, and dazzling rays of light appeared from both sides of it one by one. Like a row of destruction beams ready to go, it seems to be more eye-catching than the sun in the sky, and the breath of destruction slowly spreads. Irene and Isabel, who had just regained some magic power to participate, couldn't help seeing this scene, and the two pairs of pretty eyes of different colors shrank together. Show a trace of horror. With their writing-sharing eyes who had reached Sangguyu earlier, they can naturally see clearly. Those giant dragons all have terrifying bodies that far exceed those of ordinary giant dragons, and beside the front Thunder Dragon King Zaminos, there are these 4 giant dragons that are almost the same. That is clearly the Dragon King. 5 Dragon Kings, and more than 50 quasi-dragon kings. This kind of faction is far behind even if all the dragons who died in the first half of the Ishgar continent are combined. Die, White Mage! A trace of icy tyranny flashed in Thunder Dragon King's huge dragon eyes, and the dazzling lamang condensed in his mouth suddenly blasted out. Call out! Like a fiery meteor piercing the sky. In an instant, one after another of dazzling meteors headed towards the position of the snow-white god of war, with surging magic power, smashing towards them like huge waves. The air has long been burned by the friction of these magical roars, which is no different from the meteor swarms that destroy the world, and even better. Bright! Your Highness! The exclamations of Irene and Isabel were mixed with the uproar of the soldiers, which entered the ears of the figure from behind. Only, facing this terrifying attack that could destroy everything, the snow-white war god did not take a step back. Swish! The snow-white god of war suddenly disappeared into the air. Seeing the gradually enlarged light in his pupils, the young man casually held Swayan's magic wand in his hand. Immediately, boom! The boy landed heavily on the ground surrounded by the surrounding giant dragons. The root of the magic wand tapped lightly. Base! A verdant green magic circle formed under his feet in an instant. The lines were simple but extremely peaceful, exuding a vibrant and fresh breath. Elemental Halo God Tree Realm comes. In an instant, the scarlet earth shook violently, and terrifying cracks opened on the ground like a devil's mouth, and the surrounding dragons shook one after another. Roar! A giant dragon roared with all its strength, but suddenly felt its huge body tighten, and a thick tree trunk was added, wrapping around its back forcefully. Swish swish swish! Countless thick tree trunks rose from the ground as if they were alive, and in a short while they turned into a lush forest that covered the sky and the sun. In an instant, in the terrified huge dragon eyes of the giant dragons, those thick tree trunks were like swimming snakes, quickly entwined around the dragon's body in the field, and the strong force caused them unbearable pain. In addition, there are tree trunks like stacking arhats, continuously overlapping, blocking the top of the head in a blink of an eye. Boom boom boom! Finally, those meteors that were as dazzling as the light of extinction fell down, instantly destroying stretches of trees and thick trunks with ease. But, however, trees kept rising from the ground, moving towards those attacks one after another. Boom! An extremely powerful shock wave suddenly spread out, with the forest as the center. It continued to spread towards the surroundings without stopping. Chapter 39, The First Battle of Ishgar, Eclipse. The dust is gradually dissipating. A horrifying scene finally appeared in the eyes of everyone and the giant dragons. I saw that the lush forest that originally appeared on the red land had completely turned into a deep black round pit about 100 meters long. There are scorched tree trunks everywhere, as well as a huge scorched dragon body, scattered all over the round pit, and gradually scatter away after the dust clears, revealing glistening white bones, and even a little bit of sparks flickering in the charred ashes. Under the terrifying blow of the giant dragons headed by the Thunder Dragon King, the vast forest all over the land just now seemed to be a flash in the pan. And in this blow, dozens of giant dragons were killed by the magic roar, not even less than the dragons that Luo Ming slaughtered just now, but the Dragon Kings in the sky did not have any hesitation or regret. In their view, as long as the human hope of the White Mage can be wiped out, even more ordinary dragons are worth dying. In the dragon group, the dragons often do not have such a deep friendship, because the reason for the anger of their companions who died at the hands of humans. It's just that they feel that the dignity of their dragon family has been offended. Snort. In the sky, Thunder Dragon King Zaminos looked at the scorched black pit on the ground and said with a sneer. Sure enough, the so-called White Mage is nothing but the arrogance of human beings. Yet, a clear voice suddenly resounded faintly under the influence of magic power. Click! Accompanied by a scorched black tree trunk breaking in the round pit, a familiar figure slowly appeared, like a white spot on a piece of black paper. Although it was not big, it caught the eye clearly. Bright! Irene breathed a sigh of relief immediately. Her awe-inspiring eyes were full of surprise, and her morale, which had been somewhat low, immediately revived after the boy's voice appeared. White Mage. Seeing the safe and sound young man on the ground, Thunder Dragon King Zaminos instantly widened his eyes, filled with tyranny again. In that case, let's do it again. Again. The boy on the ground seemed to have heard something interesting, and gently waved his wand. The green magic circle reappeared at the feet, exuding a fresh and vibrant atmosphere. Vase. A touch of fresh and crystal green immediately appeared on the scorched black ground, and thick and solid tree trunks continued to rise from the ground. It spread towards the scorched corpses of the giant dragons in the round pit, wrapped around them, and gradually tightened. There were still some giant dragons who hadn't died yet, and suddenly felt that the remaining magic power and vitality in their bodies were gradually swallowed up, and they returned to the darkness again. It's a bit small. The young man pondered, then raised his head to look at the 55 giant dragons in the sky. His dark eyes were once again filled with scarlet, and the corners of his mouth were slightly hooked. However, enough is enough. Swish! A silver-white figure rushed into the sky in an instant, like a bolt of lightning. Before Thunder Dragon King and many other giant dragons could react, a tiny figure immediately appeared in front of them, with scarlet eyes sizing them up with interest. Thunder Dragon King. Besides, the boy's eyes glanced over the 4 huge bodies on the left and right of Thunder Dragon King one by one, and he could feel the surging elemental aura. Water Dragon King, Wind Dragon King, Rock Dragon King, and Earth Dragon King? It's really a big scene. Swish! A ferocious giant claw suddenly slammed down in his direction, and the magical breath on it seemed to tear the air apart. Swish! The boy's figure immediately moved up several meters, dodging the blow perfectly. His eyes gradually narrowed. Wind Dragon King. That being the case, the young man stretched out his hand, aiming at the sharp claw that the Wind Dragon King was about to withdraw. Spiral Spear of Light. Call out! A golden light beam pierced through the sharp claw of the Wind Dragon King in an instant. Bloody. Roar! Damn human, how dare you hurt me! The Wind Dragon King suddenly roared in pain. Although it is good at speed, it is far behind in front of the light. Even the Ice Dragon King was injured because of this, and it is no surprise that the Wind Dragon King was injured. The Thunder Dragon King, who originally thought that the Wind Dragon King would be able to catch him, couldn't help snorting softly, and the magic power surged all over his body. Boom! Suddenly, thunder like a waterfall fell from the clouds towards the young man. Base. A round of golden magic circle instantly opened on top of the young man's head, firmly receiving the sky-filled thunder, but trembling unceasingly. The boy's scarlet eyes swept away, and instantly reflected in the huge dragon eyes of the Wind Dragon King and some quasi-dragon kings behind him. His left eye couldn't help but widen. Eclipse. Swish. An invisible pupil force instantly spread out, beating silently like a heart, leaving little ripples in the space, spreading out. Hiss. It seems that some invisible thing has been torn open a crack, and the strange and ominous magic power gradually erodes in the deep space. The cracks are getting bigger and bigger. Outside world. Seeing the boy's strange behavior, Thunder Dragon King didn't know why, but his intuition told him. The youth must not be allowed to continue. Roar. Immediately, the Thunder Dragon King roared, his huge wings trembled vigorously, and appeared on top of the boy's head in the blink of an eye. One claw wrapped around the surging thunder and fell. Thunder Dragon King's bang fist. The space is screaming, only the fleeting golden afterimages pass by. The young man couldn't help frowning, the magic power fluctuated around him. Base. The sharp giant claws pierced through the tiny body of the young man in an instant, but then in Thunder Dragon King's shrunken pupils. The boy's figure immediately turned into white feathers all over the sky. This is... Before it could react, a spiritual force suddenly attacked the hearts of all the dragons who saw these feathers. Exhausted. Difficulty. It seems that there is some kind of sound echoing in their ears, making them fall asleep. Sizzle. A powerful breath of magical power suddenly spread mightily, causing all the giant dragons to wake up one after another. The ants are trying to hypnotize the dragon. The Thunder Dragon King's Aminos was furious, and the huge body of the dragon, which was nearly 100 meters away, continuously flashed with lightning, swaying violently. You've completely pissed me off, White Mage. The roaring sound turned into invisible ripples, gradually spreading in the sky. The young man couldn't help being surprised. The snow-white figure appeared high in the sky, and he didn't hide it anymore. Go to hell with me. Thunder Dragon King immediately opened his mouth wide, and roared over with a raging roar. Kong has brute force but no skill, but he can't attack me. Luo Ming sneered, he didn't even need to use illusions, the turbulent and suppressed magic power erupted under the boots without leaking a trace of aftermath. Moment. The young man was like a divine mansion, he only took light steps to shorten the distance in space, and easily dodged the Thunder Dragon King's attack. Immediately. With a wave. 8-foot Kyan Guyu. The golden magic circle expanded and took shape in front of him, and golden light waves shot out continuously, carrying sharp piercing sounds and turbulent magic power fluctuations. It blasted towards the surrounding area centered on the Wind Dragon King, and it lasted for 2 full breaths before it stopped. There were more bright fireworks in the blue sky. Only. These fireworks are mixed with the roars of giant dragons, making the scene extraordinarily violent and harmonious. In the light all over the sky, there are faint streaks of scarlet light flickering. Swish! 2 piercing sounds suddenly came from the left and right, carrying a wave of magic power enough to destroy the city, and the breath was heavy. The roar of the Rock Dragon King. The roar of the Earth Dragon King. The boy's eyes narrowed slightly, and he just wanted to avoid it. Suddenly. Whoosh! Several fierce roars of magic power shot towards the direction of 1 man and 2 dragons, coming first and last. They bombarded their targets in an instant, and the flames soared into the sky. Luo Ming stood in the air, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up, his scarlet eyes looked at the startled dragons not far away. The situation has reversed. Swish! The boy's figure swept back quickly, submerged in the dust. Thunder Dragon King and other giant dragons had no time to care about it, they just stared blankly at the 2 dragon kings falling downward, full of bewilderment and doubt. Finally. The dust all over the sky gradually dissipated, and the situation behind the scenes finally appeared in the eyes of Thunder Dragon King and other giant dragons. Huge dragons are neatly arranged up and down in the sky, and there is even a Dragon King they are very familiar with in the front. The originally familiar dragon eyes have long been replaced by scarlet color, and there are 3 rounds of jade slowly rotating, strange and ominous. But their enemy, the silver-haired boy, stood on top of the Wind Dragon King, with more than a dozen quasi-dragon kings scattered about behind him, and said with a faint smile, "Next, the second round begins." Chapter 40 The First Ishgar War, Advantage. Eclipse. Luoming Kaleidoscope Sharingan's left eye exclusive pupil technique, at the cost of a small amount of pupil power, erodes the enemy's mind and gradually controls the illusion. It can be said that it is more terrifying than the pupil technique in a certain ninja world, but there is a necessary condition, that is, the enemy must be in fear, anger, etc. negative emotions. Moreover, in eroding the opponent's mind, the more damage the opponent receives, the more negative emotions in the heart, and the faster the erosion will be. This is Luoming's Kaleidoscope Sharingan exclusive pupil technique. Until today, it has finally bloomed its youth on the battlefield. Come on, my most loyal believers. Concentrating slightly, the young man opened his arms and said with a light smile. Behind him, more than a dozen quasi-dragon kings hung their heads slightly, their wings trembled vigorously, and attacked the Thunder Dragon King and other giant dragons. Swish! Before the Thunder Dragon King could react, 2 quasi-dragon kings flew in front of it, and the 2 ferocious dragon claws swung down violently. Damn it! The Thunder Dragon King roared, and no matter how these companions were bewitched by the white mage, Thunder wrapped his claws and blasted out without giving in. Bang bang! In front of the tyrannical and powerful Thunder Dragon King, even the 2 quasi-dragon kings couldn't help being bloodied, and were thrown back abruptly. Immediately, the Thunder Dragon King's wings as white as the wings of the sky flapped vigorously, the strong wind roared, and thunder gradually accumulated above his head. White Mage! Swish! Looking at the Thunder Dragon King rushing towards him, Luoming sarcastically raised his mouth, and then said, "Don't worry about it, go find the Water Dragon King." Swish! The Wind Dragon King immediately turned around without hesitation and rushed towards the figure that was leading the other quasi-dragon kings and fighting with more than 10 quasi-dragon kings. With the speed of the Thunder Dragon King alone, it was obvious that he still couldn't catch up with the Wind Dragon King, and suddenly he was furious. "Do you want to escape, White Mage?" The young man glanced coldly, and then his scarlet eyes immediately fixed on the blue dragon body. Roar! Naturally, it is impossible for the Water Dragon King not to notice the Wind Dragon King who is coming towards it again. The magic power in his body is surging like an ocean, and he opened his mouth to spit out. It is shining with crystal luster, and the water cannons as deep as the sea are bombarding head-on, and even the space is slightly distorted. Obviously this water cannon has been compressed to the extreme, even Thunder Dragon King's roar is far behind in this respect. But swish! The aftermath of strong winds from the battles of other quasi-dragon kings kept coming in the sky, but the wings of the Wind Dragon King trembled slightly, and they took it for their own use. The huge dragon body suddenly accelerated, avoiding the roar of the Water Dragon King. Immediately, bump it hard! Before the Water Dragon King could react, the Wind Dragon King rushed in front of it in an instant, bumping into its huge dragon eyes. Boom! The powerful aftermath erupted instantly from the center of the 2 Dragon Kings. Even the Thunder Dragon King who had just rushed over couldn't help but froze, and a trace of tyranny flashed in his eyes. Regardless of the presence of his own companions inside, the magic power surged all over his body. Immediately, the thunderbolts above the head that had accumulated a few breaths crashed down, like surging golden waterfalls, which were particularly eye-catching in the blue sky, exuding waves of destruction, and smashed down. The huge waterfall made up of thunderbolts instantly fell into the area where the 2 Dragon Kings were fighting. Roar! Roar! Following two painful roars sounded one after another, the situation in the arena gradually became clear. The scales of the two dragon kings were a little burnt black, tore through the dust, and fell downwards. "Thank you, Thunder Dragon King, for your help." A gentle voice suddenly entered the Thunder Dragon King's ears, and a snow-silver silhouette could be seen faintly on the body of the falling blue dragon. Suddenly, roar soaring. White Mage. Luo Ming withdrew his gaze to the sky, then turned slightly, and immediately appeared in front of the Water Dragon King. Humanity. Just as it was about to speak, the pitch-black flywheel at the left eye of the boy in front of him turned suddenly. Swish! The invisible fluctuations immediately spread profusely, penetrating into the spiritual world of the Water Dragon King, clinging to the cracks and gradually eroding. Kaka! Bang bang! Two more Dragon Kings soared down from the sky and landed in the center of the previously scorched black pit. The ground trembled, raising dust all over the sky. And not far from them, it was the Rock Dragon King and Earth Dragon King who were now heavy and were accidentally knocked down to the ground by several quasi-dragon kings of Luo Ming. However, looking at their intact dragon body scales, they didn't suffer any damage at all. Even if they weren't huge and heavy, they probably wouldn't be knocked down by the attacks of several quasi-dragon kings. After all, although the quasi-dragon king is powerful, he pales in front of the real Dragon King. How is this going? The Rock Dragon King looked at the dust in front of him, his dragon eyes were puzzled, and he sighed. Who knows? The voice of the Earth Dragon King was as heavy as a rock, with a slight sneer. I think it's really unlucky that Thunder Dragon King attacked the two of them just now. In this regard, Yanlong King couldn't help snorting coldly, walking towards the field, and said angrily. That guy Thunder Dragon King is too tyrannical, sooner or later he has to fight with him. The Earth Dragon King on the side smiled irrefutably, then turned to look at the human soldiers who were fighting ordinary dragons, and said slowly. I'll leave it to you here. I'll kill those other ants. The Rock Dragon King nodded slightly. Suddenly the eyes of the two Dragon Kings changed. I saw the scorched black ground suddenly vibrate violently, as if it was about to split open, and before they could react, a faint voice came from the dust. Elemental Halo, birth of the flower and tree realm. Whizzing! Tens of meters long vines spread out from the ground, even more magnificent and spectacular than the birth of the tree world just now. But in just a few breaths, the huge vines completely surrounded the two Dragon Kings, and then danced wildly, turning into whip shadows all over the sky and falling down. A pale yellow air gradually filled the field. The roar of the Rock Dragon King. The roar of the Earth Dragon King. Seeing the dense vines all around, even the two Dragon Kings couldn't help but change their expressions, and hurriedly used their most powerful attack methods. Boom! Countless vines were devastated by the surge of magic power, which made the two Dragon Kings happy. But whoosh whoosh! Suddenly, dozens of vines hit in the ground. When the two Dragon Kings roared, they broke through the ground in an instant, wrapped around their feet, and tightened quickly. Sizzle! Immediately, the Rock Dragon King and Earth Dragon King froze, and the roar of magic power also stopped. Just about to break free with their own strength. But at the moment when their movements froze, all the vines lying in the surrounding ground rushed out and fell down overwhelmingly. Feet. Talon. Wing. Dragon body. Even the dragon capital is densely entangled by countless vines, gradually tightening, making them miserable, but helpless. The surging magic power continuously erupted from their huge dragon bodies, but was completely absorbed by the vines entwining their bodies. After a breath, two bud-like plants soared into the sky, and in the center of the blooming petals were two Dragon Kings completely entwined by vines without leaving a single gap. Swish! A figure of snow and silver tearing through the dust suddenly appeared in front of the two immobile Dragon Kings. Several vines faded slowly, revealing the dragon eyes full of anger and hatred of the two Dragon Kings. Immediately, the young man smiled faintly, and the pitch-black flywheel in his left eye turned again. Eclipse. Chapter 41 The First Ishgar War, Super Magic. Click. In the distance, the Thunder Dragon King also chased after him, looking at the two dragon bodies coming out of the vines, just about to say something. Salsa. The ground trembled slightly, and the Wind Dragon King and Water Dragon King walked over again, which made the Thunder Dragon King stunned. What's the matter, Andaz? Andaz is the name of the Water Dragon King. But the Water Dragon King completely ignored Thunder Dragon King's intentions, and turned to say, "I'll leave it to you two, don't let the master down." Clear. The Rock Dragon King and the Earth Dragon King shouted together, and under the surprised eyes of the Thunder Dragon King, they surrounded it from left to right. "What are you?" Just as Thunder Dragon King was about to ask, he suddenly noticed the looming red light in the dragon eyes of Rock Dragon King and Earth Dragon King, and immediately recalled the behavior of Wind Dragon King. Damn it, the White Mage used such a despicable method. Despicable. A gentle voice suddenly came from the sky, causing the Thunder Dragon King to look up. I saw Luo Ming standing in the void holding a golden light, with a helpless expression. Then, as the overlord of Ishgar, but unable to master the strength that matches your own talent, and even defeated by me many times, how inferior are you? It's really, sincerely angry. As he said that, the young man couldn't help but hold his forehead, his scarlet eyes faintly gleamed with hatred. It was such an inferior race that destroyed his past. How does this make the White Mage not feel angry? Even if the dragon can show the strength to counter him, it's just that the dragon's limbs are well developed and their simple-minded body structure makes the boy feel uncomfortable for a while. Seeing Luo Ming's angry expression, Thunder Dragon King suddenly felt a strong sense of humiliation, and the huge dragon body began to tremble slowly. You actually underestimate me so much, underestimate the dragon family. White Mage. An unimaginable surge of magical power erupted from Thunder Dragon King's body, and the world was overshadowed by it. The hissing thunder light was almost golden, like divine punishment. Boom! Another two streams of comparable magic power erupted from the left and right sides of the Thunder Dragon King, but with different characteristics, heavy and as deep and thick as the earth, but slightly inferior. Immediately, the three huge dragon bodies collided together in an instant. It was a flesh-to-body fight. No one held back. Scales were constantly being torn by sharp claws, and the Dragon King continued to roar. It seems to be getting more interesting. A smile flashed across Luo Ming's eyes, and then his figure slowly moved up, and the ball of light held by his right hand became brighter and brighter at a steady rate. Quasi-Dragon Kings kept falling from the sky, mixed with roars of pain. Although there are only 2 Dragon Kings leading more than 10 Quasi-Dragon Kings to fight with more than 40 other Quasi-Dragon Kings, the gap between the Quasi-Dragon Kings and the Dragon Kings is like a natural moat, which cannot be bridged at all. Boom boom boom. There were Quasi-Dragon Kings constantly falling around them, but the 3 Dragon Kings who were fighting together didn't pay any attention at all. It is more bloody and cruel than the battles in other places. It's a meat-to-meat battle. The sharp claws wrapped in terrifying magic power intertwined, sparks splashed, and pierced heavily into the opponent's dragon body. The scales were continuously broken, and blood spattered. Roar! Seeing the Thunder Dragon King, whose eyes had completely turned into the whites of his eyes, his movements were extremely fierce, and the golden thunder light continuously bombarded the bodies of the 2 Dragon Kings, and they were instantly scorched black. And the Rock Dragon King and Earth Dragon King didn't put any defense at all. They kept bombarding Thunder Dragon King's body with heavy force, one in front and one in back, although the cooperation was tacit. However, under Thunder Dragon King's madness, he gradually fell into a disadvantage. Finally, the battle in the sky gradually stopped, but the tremors on the ground still did not stop. Those Quasi-Dragon Kings who fell on the ground all stared blankly at the 3 Dragon Kings fighting together in the arena. How did these 3 fight? Some even stared blankly at the companions who knocked them down and the two dragon kings, not knowing why. What on earth is it? In the sky, noticing the shocking scene where the Thunder Dragon King almost pushed down both the Rock Dragon King and the Earth Dragon King, the Water Dragon King and the Wind Dragon let out a low growl and opened their mouths wide. The roar of the Water Dragon King. The roar of the Wind Dragon King. Two powerful attacks landed on Thunder Dragon King's body one after the other in an instant, and he was in great pain immediately. Although the Rock Dragon King and Earth Dragon King next to them were also affected a little bit, they were not injured. After all, the Water Dragon King and the Wind Dragon King are not Thunder Dragon King's character of not distinguishing between the enemy and ourselves in order to destroy the enemy. In the sky. The young man who noticed this scene on the ground couldn't help but curl his mouth slightly. If he hadn't absorbed a lot of magic power from the Rock Dragon King and Earth Dragon King, he probably wouldn't be so vulnerable. Immediately, Luo Ming shook his head slightly, not thinking too much. His scarlet eyes instantly condensed on the golden light on his right hand, and slowly stretched out. The surging magic power no less than that of Thunder Dragon King exploded in the sky. It was all golden yellow, as if even the whole world was dyed with a layer of golden tulle. This is Irene, who was leading the soldiers of the Dragon Slayer Legion to fight against the ordinary dragons, immediately noticed the scene in the sky. Her beautiful eyes narrowed. Bright. Your Highness. Isabel, who was following Irene, was stunned for a moment, and her clear green eyes immediately stared at the sky. See. The young man slowly put his hands together on the ball of light, pouring the surging magic power into it continuously. At the same time, the sky and the earth turn pale, a sudden wind blows, and the clouds gather. Under this layer of golden light, everyone could feel a warm breath from the bottom of their hearts. Boom! Thunder and lightning resounded continuously in the sky, white clouds condensed, and the ground, even the air and magic power trembled under this light. The unimaginable magic power was compressed by the young man into the golden light in the center of his palms, which constantly caused tremors in the space. Swish! Luo Ming's eyes slowly returned to calm, turning into whites, and he gently closed his palms together. Boom! Countless golden rays of light emerged from the gaps between the palms, containing traces of warmth and surging magic power, spreading to the entire world. Super Judgment Magic. The Law of the White Sorcerer. Launch. In an instant, the boy opened his eyes, and a golden magic circle instantly spread out from his eyes. Base. An incomparably huge magic circle instantly appeared in the sky between heaven and earth, swaying golden brilliance. Swish! The incomparably dazzling light covered the entire world in an instant, spreading the bright brilliance wantonly like the sun, causing Irene and the others and even the giant dragons to close their eyes subconsciously. Vast. Tolerate. Powerful. In the face of this divine judgment magic, even the Dragon King would tremble. On another battlefield far away. The fighting here has long since ceased. Only the soldiers of the Dragon Slayer Legion who still had energy left cleaned up the battlefield and scavenged the corpses of the giant dragons on the ground. For the Dragon Slayer Legion, the dragon's corpse is the source of their strength. However, on this quiet battlefield, the distant sky was suddenly illuminated by golden light, and even the clouds were reflected in a warm golden yellow. What is that? The black-haired young man standing on the battlefield noticed this scene, and he could feel the unimaginably huge magic power from it, which even gave him an inexplicable familiar. The ice-blue man standing beside him also frowned slightly, not only thinking secretly in his heart. Only. Before taking the two of them out, there was a gentle voice. That's super magic. The silver-haired boy walked slowly, with a warm smile on his delicate face. It seems that His Highness has succeeded. What an amazing feat! What's the meaning? Akunalalaya couldn't help asking, although he didn't want to admit it, but on the road of magic, that person had already far surpassed him. His Highness caused it. Although Tease was a little surprised, he was not too shocked. "That's right." Missing Body Qianmian laughed lightly, and explained. "This is His Highness's super judgment magic created by combining additional magic, decomposition magic, light magic and many other magics. Use the White Mage's understanding of magic as the sacred magic rules, and target everything that the caster thinks is the enemy in his heart, and defeat the opponent physically and even mentally. It can be said that when this super magic falls, we have already won this war." Chapter 42, The First Ishgar War, End. On the horizon, the golden light all over the sky gradually faded like a tide along with the warm breath, and the ground that had been completely soaked in blood also returned to its previous ice coldness. Hoo-hoo! There was a gentle breeze, but everyone couldn't feel any warmth. The giant dragons that were raging on the battlefield and fighting with them fell silent one after another, lying on the ground one by one. Although they still have the breath of life, their huge dragon eyes are no longer as bright as before, they are dim and absent-minded, like walking corpses. A chill came from the bottom of their hearts. It would not be terrible to just kill these giant dragons. What is really scary is that the warm radiance turned the giant dragons into this appearance of being slaughtered. Even Irene and Isabel, who are familiar with Luo Ming, can't help being a little cold about the meaning of the title of White Mage. Immediately, noticing the figure slowly falling from the sky, Irene immediately shouted. All the soldiers of the Dragon Slayer Legion obey the order and immediately attack with all their strength. Be sure to destroy all the dragons before they recover. Yes. Accompanied by the neat and excited responses, white-armored soldiers holding spears surrounded all the surviving dragons on the battlefield one after another. Accompanied by the opening of the scarlet eyes, magic power roared on the battlefield continuously, and the white bone spears with handles swallowed the magic power compressed to the extreme. 6 types of mysteries. Dragon Spear. The Rock Dragon's Fist. A soldier immediately attacked all the giant dragons on the battlefield regardless of consumption. The almost crazy attack caused the dragons to die inexplicably as soon as they regained a little consciousness. As for Irene, she looked in the direction where the boy landed and rushed out, and Isabel also followed. Far away. It was still the scorched black wide round pit, different from the giant dragons who were hardly injured at the other scene. Those quasi-dragon kings who were not under the control of Luo Ming became covered in bruises, and their huge dragon bodies were covered with scorched black. There are even many places that are like being scorched by the sun, the flesh and blood are torn apart, and there is a faint smell of meat mixed with it. Swish! In the sky, the boy landed slowly, accompanied by the fluttering sound of the snow-silver cloak behind him. His dark eyes were as high as a god, cold and indifferent. The law of the white sorcerer. Taking his understanding of magic as a criterion, the radiant land, air, magic power, etc. are all under his control. Therefore, he didn't do anything to those ordinary dragons, just because the distance was a little far away, and on the other hand, because he needed to use this power on these quasi-dragon kings. As well as the boy landed on the ground, looking at the Thunder Dragon King who was lying on the ground and completely scorched in front of him, but still not dead. His eyes narrowed slightly. The strong burnt smell was blown into his nose by the wind. The young man frowned slightly, and said, "How does it feel to be hurt like this by a human being you see as an ant?" A trace of resentment flashed in the huge golden dragon eyes. Thunder Dragon King tried his best to support his claws on the ground, and roared, "Humans, how dare you humiliate me like this?" Along with the roar in his ear, Luo Ming saw the Thunder Dragon King lift up his scorched claw. The tip of the claw was still sharp, with traces of lightning flowing through it, and swung it towards him. The afterimage breaks through the air. However, in the eyes of the young man at this time, it was just a dying struggle. Didn't even use the wand, just waved it casually. Base. 7 colored transparent barriers stood in front of him in an instant, blocking Thunder Dragon King's attack effortlessly. Even the second barrier was not breached. Sure enough, it was my mistake to expect a guy with only muscles in his head to answer this sentence. Luo Ming's expression was a little helpless. He wanted to ask the Thunder Dragon King about the gap between himself and humans, so that he could receive him under his command, but... Bright! A voice suddenly came from behind the young man, but the young man turned a deaf ear to him, still looking indifferently at the Thunder Dragon King in front of him. Even I can't help but praise you for being able to survive under my magic. However, the vitality that is not commensurate with your own strength is nothing but a waste after all. After finishing speaking, Luo Ming stopped looking at Thunder Dragon King's increasingly angry expression, raised his hand casually, and said indifferently, "Kill them." Immediately, the 4 Dragon Kings controlled by the boy and the few surviving Quasi-Dragon Kings immediately walked towards the seriously injured and dying Quasi-Dragon Kings. In the Thunder Dragon King's angry roar, he raised his sharp claws and killed their original companions. As for the more than a dozen Quasi-Dragon Kings who were not too seriously injured, they were specially left by the boy, and they were easily manipulated with Sharingan. Except for the 5 Dragon Kings and 50 Quasi-Dragon Kings who were originally used to attack the White Mages, they were all controlled by the young man, which made the Thunder Dragon King hate it. However, no matter how angry it was, it couldn't squeeze any power that might threaten the boy from its scarred body. And with the help of the other 4 Dragon Kings, Luo Ming is not so envious of the Thunder Dragon King's combat power, let alone the opponent is seriously injured. Therefore, Luo Ming raised his head and looked at Thunder Dragon Wangdao. "Sorry, but this war was a turning point in turning the tide in Ishgar, and your death will bring fear to the dragon folk. I need this fear, so can you please die?" Roar! Thunder Dragon King roared angrily, but the boy smiled lightly and said, "Don't worry, it won't be long before the Dragon Clan will accompany you." As the words fell, the boy immediately raised his wand, and pointed at the Thunder Dragon King. Base! A round of snow-white magic circle suddenly expanded above its head. Disintegration magic, dust realm stripping. Call out! A bright crystal cube shot into Thunder Dragon King's struggling head in an instant, and there was a sudden silence, and those huge dragon eyes instantly dimmed and fell to the ground. Swish! A crimson figure and a blonde figure suddenly appeared beside the boy. Bright! Your Highness! It was Irene and Isabel who bowed slightly. Seeing the 2 women in front of him, Luo Ming couldn't help frowning slightly, and said, "How is the battle of the Dragon Slayer Legion going?" "Very smooth." After sweeping her awe-inspiring eyes over the young man, Irene immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and replied, "They're wrapping up right now." On the side, Isabel's blue eyes quickly noticed the 4 Dragon Kings around her, her pretty face froze immediately, and she was about to be on guard. However, the boy put his hand on her shoulder, shook his head slightly at Isabel and Irene, and said softly, "Don't worry, they have become my slaves now." Slave! The 2 women were taken aback for a moment, and then they looked at the 4 surviving Dragon Kings and the other unharmed Quasi-Dragon Kings. Their eyes were all scarlet. That is clearly the pattern of Sharingan. Phantom magic! Irene immediately reacted and looked at the young man. After all, she had heard Bai De mention it, but she never thought that the young man's magical magic could even control a giant dragon. This is the innate skill of Sharingan. It is a power that can only be controlled by the kaleidoscope. It is still difficult for you now. Luo Ming explained a sentence lightly, then changed his tone, and swept across Isabel. "However, it just so happens that you are here, Isabel." As he spoke, the young man looked at the huge corpse of the Thunder Dragon King in front of him, lightly tapped his wand. Base! The golden magic circle instantly spread on the top of the wand, accompanied by surging magic power. Swish! Immediately, the corpse of the Thunder Dragon King shriveled up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the essence and residual magic power from all over the corpse continuously condensed towards the wand. "This is..." Isabel immediately thought of something, and there was a hint of surprise on her delicate and snow-white pretty face. She couldn't help but look at the boy. She didn't expect that the boy would give her such a thing. Even Irene couldn't help but be a little surprised. Soon, a rhombus-shaped crystal shining with golden light immediately appeared in the open space, and the corpse of the Thunder Dragon King behind him also shriveled up immediately. Here! This Thunder Demon Dragon crystal immediately flew in front of Isabel, making her blue eyes brighten a bit, and the restless aura on it made her a little obsessed. "This is yours, don't let me down." The indifferent voice came into her ears, causing Isabel to look up at the young man hastily, with a respectful expression. "Your Highness will definitely not be disappointed." Chapter 43, Dragon King Summoning Order. This day, the whole of Ishgar was shaken. With 5 Dragon Kings, dozens of quasi-Dragon Kings, and nearly 1,000 ordinary dragons, they attacked the major human kingdoms in a mighty manner. If it was before, it would be enough to completely isolate humans. And in the entire giant dragon group, those 5 Dragon Kings are also the top existences. It is but an easy task for them to destroy the great kingdoms of man. The White Mage can't win, and the Dragon Slayer Legion is even more on paper. However, beyond the expectations of the two major races. In this desperate battle between the two sides, the human side, which invested only tens of thousands of troops, won the victory. Among them, the Dragon Slayer Legion only invested 2/3, about 5 or 6,000. But the final result is, the attacking side suffered a disastrous defeat, and the Thunder Dragon King who led the attack died. The remaining 4 Elemental Dragon Kings and nearly half of the nearly 80 Quasi-Dragon Kings were even more subdued by the White Mage in disbelief. Nearly 1,000 ordinary dragons died, and I don't know how many of them fled back to their respective camps, not even 1/10 of them, almost the whole army was wiped out. When this news was sent back to the major human kingdoms, all human beings were shocked. At first, they couldn't believe it, until it was confirmed that the results of the battle were correct. After seeing the huge dragon corpses brought back by the soldiers of the Dragon Slayer Legion, people really knew. The war between humans and giant dragons was completely reversed on this day. The Dragon Slayer Legion under the command of the White Mage broke the eyes of the major kingdoms. Most of the dead ordinary dragons were killed by them. This is the first time in half a year that such an exciting result has been achieved. No one or race has ever been able to do this before, and dragon slaying belongs only to the glory of the strong. But today, the thousands of soldiers of the Dragon Slayer Legion have done it. They really fought the dragon and won the glory of slaying the dragon. They are all strong. This is the success brought by the White Wizard. Luo Ming's reputation once again rose in the major human kingdoms, worship, admiration, and many other emotions, and a considerable number of people began to pour into the Dragunov kingdom like a tide. Many people also began to sign up one after another, wanting to join the Dragon Slayer Legion, in order to be able to fight the giant dragon, and also to dedicate their lives to the White Mage, even just to be able to meet the White Mage. It's just that, compared to the human beings celebrating with their clan, the inside of the dragon is gloomy. In the mountains. Roar! An angry roar suddenly sounded from the depths of the mountain range, melodious and loud. The mountain range kept shaking and the air trembled. Impossible! The huge dragon eyes of the heavenly Dragon King were staring at the scarred ordinary dragon in front of him, and the huge magic power couldn't help overflowing from his body. "You said that Thunder Dragon King is dead." The ordinary giant dragon, who was crushed by the magical aura erupted by the Tianlong King, was in great pain, but there was nothing he could do. Even though he was still injured, he still didn't dare to resist. Seeing the appearance of the Thunder Dragon in front of him, the Tianlong King was furious, and he swung his snow-white claws violently. Boom! The Brontosaurus was immediately slapped on the ground with its claws, dizzy and unable to resist at all. "All right!" A deep roar suddenly came from the side, stopping the next behavior of the Tianlong King. "Dragon King, we still need the power of Thunder Dragon Clan." A huge black dragon slowly walked over, with gloomy eyes. It was the Shadow Dragon King. Snort! The Heavenly Dragon King withdrew his sharp claws, snorted coldly and said, "The Thunder Dragon Clan? The Thunder Dragon King can be defeated by a mere human. I don't think the Thunder Dragon Clan is that powerful. Not just Thunder Dragon King." The Clawed Dragon King also walked over slowly, a rare flash of solemnity flashed in the sharp dragon eyes. Water Dragon King, Wind Dragon King, Rock Dragon King and Earth Dragon King were all defeated by that white mage. I heard they were subdued. At the end, the Clawed Dragon King's tone turned cold. He looked at the Thunder Dragon that had fled back and said, "How is this going?" The Thunder Dragon trembled all over, and hurriedly said, "When I escaped, I only saw a few adults following the white mage towards the human kingdom, and there were many quasi-dragon kings. Humans originally wanted to attack the adults, but were stopped by the white mage, saying that he had subdued the adults." Boom! A blazing flame suddenly soared into the sky, accompanied by a shocking laughter. "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that Thunder Dragon King would have this day, and be disgusted by humans." Dislike. The Heavenly Dragon King looked unhappily at the giant dragon wrapped in flames. Although the opponent is not the Fire Dragon King, he has the power of the Dragon King level, but he did not become the Fire Dragon King because of the existence of that Igneel. Is not it? Yanlong Atlas Flame said so. A pair of huge dragon eyes exuded a scorching aura like two flame vortexes. All four of the Rock Dragon King were taken away, only the Thunder Dragon King died. Haha, if the other party is not human, I really want to meet him. Snort. The Dragon King proudly raised his head and said, "That human must have used despicable methods against the Rock Dragon King and the others, and the Thunder Dragon King must have been besieged to death by them. How could a mere human being obtain such a powerful force?" "All right." The Shadow Dragon King interrupted the Sky Dragon King. "No matter what method the opponent uses, we can't be careless anymore. If we let this group of ants continue to develop, the situation will become more and more unfavorable to our giant dragon. After all, how many years does it take for a giant dragon to be born, which is far less than the number of humans? So, let all the giant dragons below gather their battle lines and inform all the dragon tribes that we must concentrate all our strength and work together to wipe out human beings." The Shadow Dragon King let out a low growl. His gloomy dragon eyes were filled with icy coldness. "I don't believe that the White Mage and the so-called Dragon Slayer Legion can stop tens of thousands of dragons. Tens of thousands is an exaggeration. The number of giant dragons was tens of thousands at their peak. In recent years, due to the reduction of food, the internal struggles among the dragons have gradually decreased to only 6 or 7,000. Coupled with the battle with humans that has lasted for almost a year, it may not even be around 5,000. Even so, 5,000 is an extremely terrifying number. I am enough alone." Tianlong Guang said unhappily, feeling that the Shadow Dragon King is making a fuss out of a molehill. To deal with ants like humans, it is necessary to use the power of the entire dragon family. Dragon King, it is impossible for us to make the dragon clan make mistakes because of your arrogance. A slightly old dragon voice suddenly came from the side, with a little anger. "Turn around to look. I saw a white giant dragon with a white beard coming over, followed by 3 huge dragons. They are all at the Dragon King level." Even the Heavenly Dragon King couldn't help but stare at the dragon eyes. "The Dragon Kings in front of me are all powerful representatives of the giant dragon clan. White Dragon King, Iron Dragon King, Poison Dragon King, Mother Dragon King. Compared with the Sky Dragon King, the White Dragon King has higher strength and prestige among the giant dragon clan." It glanced at the Shadow Dragon King, who informed him that he was coming, and said coldly, "It's just that before we exterminate the human race, I have to deal with the traitors of the Dragon Clan first." "Traitor?" Yanlong Atlas Flame suddenly felt something was wrong, and asked tentatively, "Could it be the 4 Rock Dragon Kings?" Snort. The White Dragon King snorted coldly, breathed heavily, and said coldly with his dragon eyes, Of course I won't let the 4 guys of the Rock Dragon King let them go. I'm talking about the other giant dragons. It's ridiculous to be entangled with humans all day long. Hey Hutine. The White Dragon King called the Shadow Dragon King, his eyes said indifferently. Notify me, issue the Dragon King summoning order among the ethnic groups. No matter what race or giant dragon, you must come to participate in the next war. Violator. The old voice paused, but it was still full of majesty. Be like the Fire Dragon King Igneal. I declare that Igneal, the Fire Dragon King, will be expelled from the Dragon Clan and be punished. What do you think? Just as Yenlong Atlas Flame was about to speak, he heard heavy voices resounding in the open space. Seconded. Seconded. Chapter 44 The Raging Undercurrent. On this day, people on the continent of Ishgar felt the earth shaking, as if there were countless beasts galloping on the ground. There are fleeing birds and beasts everywhere. The blue sky was gradually covered by the dark clouds, and the atmosphere was particularly gloomy and depressing. Notice, all of this is a natural phenomenon, there is no giant dragon invasion, we must appease the king's capital and even the whole country. An order was issued from the palace, spreading from the capital of the Dragonov kingdom to the territories of the major human kingdoms. After knowing that this was what the White Wizard said, the panicked people immediately calmed down. However, no one thought that this was just a short dusk before the night. Ming, what's going on? In the palace, Irene couldn't help asking the boy on the throne, her delicate pretty face was full of worry. Although the turmoil in the capital has been suppressed, the hearts of the people are still. No problem. A familiar voice came from the throne, different from the original gentleness, it became a little cold and indifferent. The young man was wearing an exquisite magic robe, his star eyes were as mysterious and deep as a black hole, and his aura was completely different from ordinary people's ice cold. This is nothing more than the actions of the dragons. The actions of the dragons. Irene's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and she was about to ask, when she noticed the icy coldness in the boy's eyes. That was something she had never seen before. Like a god's mansion version high above, ignoring everything in the eyes. I understand you. Irene looked into the boy's eyes, and felt that there was something surging in those dark eyes. Swish! The icy gaze made Irene's delicate body suddenly turn cold. Immediately, the young man looked down at Irene's horrified eyes, and then realized what he was doing, and hastily turned his head slightly and put his hand on his forehead, blocking his eyes. Sorry. The dragon will not conflict with humans recently, so you don't have to worry about it. Moreover, from now on, let's expand the recruitment of the Dragon Slayer Corps, and add those reserve soldiers, and don't save resources such as dragon blood, let them use them. Let them fight against the elite soldiers of the Dragon Slayer Legion, and make sure to form combat power in the shortest time. The soldiers in the reserve were originally ordinary soldiers who survived the battlefield, but they were recruited by Luo Ming and recruited into the training of the Dragon Slayer Corps. In the past 6 months, many people have stood out and joined the Dragon Slayer Legion. Only. Don't worry about it. Irene asked worriedly. Even if they form a fighting force, pulling them up now will. So what? The young man on the throne tried his best to suppress the turmoil in his heart, and roared. Waste without strength should die. Irene froze on the spot, looking at the young man with awe-inspiring eyes, a little unbelievable. This is what Luo Ming said. I understand you. All right. Luo Ming already felt the pain coming from his eyes, so he suppressed his expression and said, Irene, it's time for you to let go of your expectations of humans. I have done so much for humans, and humans should be responsible for the rest. But. No but. The boy raised his head abruptly, looked at Irene in front of him with those scarlet bewitching eyes, and said angrily. Humans are the most humble creatures in this world. The weak will only rely on the strong, and never think about how to become stronger. I led them to victory, but the casualties of the victory will eventually be forgotten by them. And even if you have done a lot for human beings, you will still be abandoned because of the despicable desires of human beings. Irene, I hope you think about it. In the end, the boy didn't want to hear what Irene had to say, so he waved his hand. Irene immediately appeared outside the palace, and the door in front of her was closed immediately. Looking at the palace in front of her with those awe-inspiring eyes, she was angry, puzzled, and worried. She didn't understand why Luo Ming said these words, but she could feel. Luo Ming gave her a completely different feeling after this battle. Immediately after the gate was closed, the palace was plunged into darkness. Hoo-hoo! There was a faint heavy panting sound in the depths of the darkness, and the young man sitting on the throne couldn't help frowning. A pair of scarlet eyes shone brightly in the darkness, and immediately turned into a flywheel shape after appearing. An invisible pupil power spread out rapidly. Click click click. The armrest of the throne began to shatter, but the young man couldn't help but put his hand on his forehead. His eyes became scarlet, as if something was about to come out. Swish! A circle suddenly emerged from the center of the boy's eyes, and the throne was instantly shattered by some invisible force. The boy's figure floated in the air involuntarily, his eyes became brighter and brighter. The round and round circles are about to completely replace Scarlet, but at the last moment. Get down for me! A heavy low growl sounded suddenly in the darkness, and then the invisible pupil power spread, and the decorations in the palace began to shatter into pieces. The figure of the young man also immediately fell in front of the completely shattered throne. His face was pale, his forehead was dripping with sweat, and his eyes were a little dim. It seems to be overdrawn. Is this the price for gaining power? Luo Ming laughed miserably. Ever since he was resurrected by that god Angser Ramel, he knew that power was not only a source of revenge for him, but also a curse from God. When he opened the kaleidoscope Sharingan, trying to use his curse of God, the power of life and death to open the eyes that reverse life and death. No matter what he thinks, the curse of God cast on him will force him to accept God's gift and become a puppet of revenge. But... hoo-hoo! The young man tried his best to stand up, and with a wave of his hand, those shattered thrones were immediately restored to their original state by the magic power. He sat back on the throne, slowly closed his eyes. Not the right time yet. For him now, getting those eyes would just make Irene miserable. Since you can't open it with your own power, wait until you really need it. Thinking of this, the boy's expression was slightly bitter. Sorry, Irene. In order to prevent Irene from being abandoned by the citizens because of her dragon transformation, he had to do that. I hope Irene can forgive him in the end. In the sandy desert, a figure gradually emerged from the wind and sand, and appeared in front of the cliff, with dark and deep eyes. Is this where you fought, Min? At the moment when the boy in the palace closed his eyes, the black-haired boy holding a book in front of him stared at the red land completely stained with blood. Bright. A young man with a black ponytail followed from behind, with a little curiosity. Is it the master's other younger brother? Another woman came up, her cold eyes swept across the battlefield in front of her, with a little coldness. It's really arrogant to call yourself a white mage. Arrogance. The black-haired young man standing in front of him snorted, his dark eyes glanced at the woman, and a cold light flashed faintly. He is my younger brother, pay attention to your identity, Kyoka. I'm sorry, master. The woman trembled and hurriedly lowered her head and said respectfully. Seeing this, the black-haired boy withdrew his gaze just now, and said softly. However, to be able to kill several dragon kings, Ming's strength really exceeded my expectations. Then shall we also participate in this war, master? The young man with ponytail said so, but the black-haired boy shook his head slightly. No, the group of giant dragons can't be understood. Let's prepare quickly. After a slight pause, the black-haired boy shook his head and smiled. Complete the solar eclipse plan first. Presumably after this battle, Ming will come to me immediately. No. Just kill me. What? The young man with ponytail and the woman were startled, but the black-haired young man said as usual. It's okay, it would be better if Ming could kill me, the only thing I care about now is... It's just that Aki will most likely hurt Natsu and take back what is his own. Although the young man with ponytail and the woman didn't understand, they still knelt down on one knee. Master, please rest assured, we will definitely build the Eclipse Gate as soon as possible. Well, then please. Saying that, the black-haired boy immediately turned around and walked towards the distance, a faint smile flashed in his deep black eyes. He can feel. This is a storm sweeping the entire continent. Let me see if you, who have been reborn, can stand in front of me again. I'll be right here waiting for you. Chapter 45 Fire Dragon King vs 5 Dragon Kings. Call. A gust of wind and sand rose from the open space outside the town, and the strong wind was blowing slowly. Although the sun was shining brightly in the sky, it didn't feel warm at all. A group of behemoths with a size of more than tens of meters stood in the distance, with a strong and cold aura, surrounding several equally tall figures in the center. Really? Red eyes comparable to the size of boulders, sharp fangs between the ferocious mouth, huge horns on the head, scales covering the whole body like flowing magma, showing a reddish-brown texture. About 10 meters in diameter, thick and dry limbs like a twig, with cold and fierce claws. What's even more astonishing is that the pair of wings converged behind, probably over 100 meters in length, showing the harmony of strength and beauty. Fire Dragon King Igneel. Just seeing it gives me a sense of heat from the bottom of my heart. Even the 4 giant dragons of the same family with different shapes behind them are not as eye-catching as the Fire Dragon King, let alone the majestic spirit of the Fire Dragon King Igneel. But at this time, Igneel, the top Fire Dragon King even in the giant dragon group, was full of anger in his pair of red dragon eyes that were as big as lanterns. You still found it here? A heavy growl sounded in the arena, only the howling cold wind responded. Standing behind it were 4 identical figures, all carrying a powerful magical aura, but at this moment, they all wore dignified expressions. What the hell are you trying to do? A giant snow-white dragon standing beside Igneel couldn't help but growl. What do you want to do? A heavy roar suddenly came from the sky, and the scorching sun was blocked by huge bodies covering the sky. They landed on the open space around them one by one, causing the open space to shake for a while. Every figure was not much inferior to Igneel. And such a number, there are 5 ways. Who are you? Fire Dragon King Igneel let out a low growl. His huge dragon eyes were full of dignified looking at the pure white dragon with a strange beauty in front of him, and beside him was the clawed Dragon King whom he had seen once before. It is conceivable that the other party's status. However, the other party just glanced at it, and then looked at a pure white dragon standing behind the Fire Dragon King with a similar aura, said in a deep voice, with a touch of majesty. You let me down, Wislogia. Master White Dragon King. The pure white dragon standing behind the Fire Dragon King looked shocked. It was Wislogia, the only dragon among the White Dragon clan who shared the same goals with the Fire Dragon King. White Dragon King. Fire Dragon King Igneel's dragon eyes shrank immediately. He had also heard about the deeds of this White Dragon King in the Dragon clan before, and he can be regarded as the most powerful dragon in the Dragon clan. Moreover, this White Dragon King has always been the most powerful representative of the Dragon clan. It is not comparable to the Sky Dragon King or the Thunder Dragon King at all. Only more than that. Skiad Ramel. The Shadow Dragon King Hayuden also looked gloomily at the Black Dragon following behind the Fire Dragon King. Patriarch. Shadow Dragon Skiad Ramel also did not expect to meet his patriarch here. More than that. A deep voice resembling the sound of a jingle resounded in front of Iron Dragon Metalicana. It was a giant dragon with a metal-like texture and a heavy aura, the Iron Dragon King. Patriarch. And the last digit. The Sky Dragon King glanced over the body of Sky Dragon Granton with disdain, and suddenly noticed the blonde girl on top of the opponent's head out of the corner of his eye. Humanity. Anna's delicate body froze for a moment, and the moment she was seen by the huge dragon eyes of the Heavenly Dragon King, the monstrous magic power was pressed on her weak body. Nafith, what do you want to do to Anna? Grandigny immediately reprimanded, bursting out the magic power of the whole body, and took all the aura of the Dragon King knives onto himself. Upon seeing this, the Tianlong King didn't continue to attack, but the dragon eyes were a little angry. Calling him by his first name? Granton, how bold you are! The moment Anna escaped from the aura of the Heavenly Dragon King, Anna lost all strength and sat down on top of Grandin's head. Her chest kept rising and falling, panting heavily. Her clear eyes were full of fear. She had fought ordinary dragons before, but she never thought of it. The Dragon King is so terrifying just by his aura. She couldn't imagine, is such strength really achievable by humans? Seeing the 5 Dragon Kings in front of him, even Igneel, the Fire Dragon King, couldn't help but become more dignified, not to mention the 4 dragons including Granton. Such formations, even they have never seen. Only Anna, protect the children first. Standing at the forefront, Igneel, the Fire Dragon King who was confronting the 2 Dragon Kings, Sky Dragon King and Claw Dragon King, slowly opened his mouth and spit out a crystal wrapped in magic power. There were 5 children inside like ripples, 4 boys and 1 girl with blue hair. Seeing this scene, the Tianlong King's expression darkened immediately, and he wanted to make a move but was glanced at by the White Dragon King, who immediately stopped. Igneel breathed a sigh of relief immediately, but he didn't dare to relax at all, still watching every move of the 5 Dragon Kings closely. Until Anna took the crystal enclosing the 5 children to her body, and immediately took out a golden key. Open, Aquarius Gate. A golden ripple slowly spread from the space, and a blue-haired mermaid holding a water bottle immediately appeared above Granton's head. Anna, what's going on? As soon as he came out, Aquarius' expression changed drastically when he saw the surrounding situation. It's nothing, you quickly bring this back to the celestial spirit world, and you must protect the children inside. I see. Without hesitation, Aquarius took the crystal and immediately returned to the celestial spirit realm. From beginning to end, the White Dragon King didn't intend to stop it at all. After seeing all this completed, he just turned his head to look at the Fire Dragon King Igneel, and said in a deep voice. Igneel, the Fire Dragon Lord. What's the matter with you, White Dragon King? Igneel was fully on guard. He didn't believe that the 5 Dragon Kings led more than a dozen quasi-Dragon Kings to appear in this place just to meet it. I have issued the Dragon King summoning order in the group. Just halfway through the White Dragon King's speech, the face of Igneel Walong on the opposite side has completely changed. Dragon King summoning order. What it is? Anna, who was standing above Grandin's head, noticed Walong's expression and asked hurriedly. That's the whole card that will only be activated when there is a real crisis in the Dragon group. If you want to start it, you need the consent of more than 10 Dragon Kings. So far, since the giant dragon was born in the magic world, it has only been activated when the dragon was not the first race in the Ishgar continent. The result of the last activation is that the Dragon Clan has completely become the most powerful race on the continent of Ishgar. Having said that, Grandigny couldn't help shouting at the White Dragon King. What exactly are you trying to do? How dare you activate the Dragon King summoning order without authorization? Snort. The Heavenly Dragon King glanced at Granton proudly. It's just an ordinary giant dragon, and he knows a lot. How can you, a little ordinary dragon, be able to intervene in our decision? What about me? Seeing Grandigny being taunted by the Sky Dragon King, the Fire Dragon King Igneel immediately stood up, his fiery red dragon eyes flashing with anger. Since the Dragon King summoning order has been activated, it should be that you are planning to exterminate mankind from now on. Extinct humanity. Anna's eyes narrowed, she covered her mouth with snow-white hands in disbelief, and said, "How come?" "That's right." The White Dragon King said it without hesitation, his cold eyes swept over Anna's body inadvertently, and he didn't care about her at all. "However, the reason why we activated the Dragon King summoning order is more because of one person." "One person?" The Fire Dragon King Igneel was a little puzzled, and just about to ask, he heard the Shadow Dragon King say a certain name in a dark voice. "White Mage." Chapter 46, The Fire Dragon King and the White Mage. That guy couldn't help killing the Thunder Dragon King's aminos, and he also enslaved the Rock Dragon King, Wind Dragon King, Water Dragon King, Earth Dragon King, and even more than 20 Quasi-Dragon Kings for his own use. This is a crisis of genocide for the dragon family. If humans continue to grow and develop like this, I am afraid that the entire dragon family will be enslaved by humans. So, we absolutely cannot let him continue to live. No one thought that the phantom magic, which is rarely used even in the human magic world, would have such a powerful effect on giant dragons. And, seeing that the other party was obviously hiding something, he enslaved 4 Dragon Kings at once. If there were more numbers, it would not be impossible for the Dragon Clan to be extinct. And it is even more unbearable for the arrogant Tianlong King and other Zhu Dragon Kings that they are the masters of Ishgar, and they are enslaved by the ants and humans who act as stutters. This is clearly a provocation to the Dragon Clan. They are simply trampling on the dignity of their Dragon Clan. But how can it be? Even the well-informed Fire Dragon King Igneel couldn't help the dragon shrinking back, growling loudly. "Shadow Dragon King, are you kidding me?" "Joke." The White Dragon King snorted softly, and said in a cold tone. "Otherwise, why do you think we activated the Dragon King summoning order? It was originally intended to destroy those human countries, but now it seems that we must exterminate human beings to avoid this crisis. Extinct humanity." Granton couldn't help scolding angrily. "Are you crazy? Do you know that the number of humans on Ishgar today exceeds millions, and that is millions of lives? So what?" The Clawed Dragon King also spoke, with a serious tone. "Originally there were more than tens of millions of humans on Ishgar, just millions of ants." "Ants?" Hearing the title of the Clawed Dragon King to her family, Anna became very angry. Although it was not the first time that a dragon despised humans. However, seeing the scene in front of her, Anna couldn't help but uttered angrily. "Slaughtering humans, don't you feel guilty?" "Guilty?" Iron Dragon King laughed out loud. "Little human girl, although I have no malice towards you, but that White Mage dared to enslave the Dragon King of my Dragon Clan. This is a provocation to the entire Dragon Clan. Whether it's humans or the so-called White Mages, they have to pay the price." To this end, the White Dragon King took over the topic, and his golden dragon eyes swept towards Igneel in front of him. "We need your strength, Fire Dragon King Igneel. Join us and return to the Dragon Clan. The final battle is coming." "Need my strength?" Fire Dragon King Igneel's dragon eyes narrowed slightly. It was unimaginable that the White Mage could put such a lot of pressure on the White Dragon King and others. Force them to re-invite themselves back to the dragon family. Only impossible. Igneel's tone was firm, he didn't care about the faces of the 5 Dragon Kings around him at all, and refused without hesitation. "White Dragon King, I'm afraid you are here to invite me back to the Dragon Clan and help you exterminate human beings, right? Although I don't understand what kind of strength that White Mage has, but I will not cooperate with you." And the Fire Dragon King paused slightly, and continued in the cold eyes of the White Dragon King and others. "I will never allow you to exterminate the human race. You have gone too far." Seeing Igneel's rejection without hesitation, Anna breathed a sigh of relief, a trace of joy and gratitude flashed in her clear eyes. "Only, did you ignore my good intentions?" The Shadow Dragon King Hayuden looked at the Shadow Dragon Skiad Ramel with cold eyes. And you? Although I don't want to be an enemy of you, Patriarch, but the response of the Fire Dragon King is our answer, said the Shadow Dragon Skiad Ramel. That's right. White Dragon Weislogia also stood up to support his friends. Although I am a little curious about that human being, we will not intervene in this war. The Iron Dragon Metarokana said. Even the Heavenly Dragon Granton, who had met once before, couldn't help but say. Although I don't want to admit it, it should be your own fault that you have come to this point. Self-inflicted. The White Dragon King's eyes suddenly turned cold, although he knew that the giant dragons of the Fire Dragon King had a good impression of humans. But he still didn't expect that the Fire Dragon King and others would turn against them because of human beings. So, even if you are expelled from the Dragon Clan, you still want to be with humans. A huge magical aura slowly emanated from the White Dragon King's body, like white steam carrying an extremely tyrannical oppressive force. That's right. Fire Dragon King Igneel did not back down at all. His crimson dragon eyes were full of determination, whether it was for Natsu or for other human beings. He will choose to stand on the human side. And, as the king of the most powerful dragon family among the dragon family, Igneel, the Fire Dragon King, has never been afraid of any threat from humans or dragons. What? Do you want to play a game? Boom! A powerful and fiery aura suddenly erupted from Igneel's body, scorching the ground like a volcano, pressing towards the Dragon King, growling. Boom boom boom! As if a certain switch had been turned on, whether it was the other 4 Dragon Kings on the side of the White Dragon King, the Quasi-Dragon Kings who were standing by in the distance, or the giant dragons such as Grandigny, all burst out with incomparable arrogance. All of a sudden, the white clouds in the sky receded, the wind roared, the magic power in the air trembled, the ground hummed, and the momentum that hit together forcefully pushed it down a few inches. Anna, who was standing on top of Grandin's head, secretly clenched her thin lips. Her frail figure was on the verge of falling. Although there was fine sweat dripping from her forehead, she still stood upright without flinching. The tense atmosphere in the arena is on the verge of breaking out. At this time, a warm golden light suddenly appeared in the open space eloquently, making all the Dragon Kings and giant dragons stunned. Ah! Anna even exclaimed, holding up the back of her snow-white right hand. Her delicate pretty face was full of tension and doubts. That is a golden hook jade pattern. Goo? Anna froze for a moment, her pretty face suddenly turned pale, only feeling that the magic power in her body was decreasing sharply. Anna. Grandigny was worried about making a sound, so Igneel, who was confronting the Heavenly Dragon King, couldn't help looking over. His huge dragon eyes shrank immediately. This is... I saw that the magic power in Anna's body was constantly being drawn by the jade pattern on the back of her right hand, and it started to spin without wind, sending out a strange wave. Those golden rays of light gradually intertwined, forming circular ripples in the air, like a portal. Swish! A slender palm stretched out first, across the distance of space, and appeared in front of Anna. Swayan's cloak was still fluttering, the young man still had that handsome face, short silver hair, and a gentle smile. Long time no see, Miss Anna. Although the boy's figure is far less than the size of a giant dragon, at the moment the boy appears, whether it is the Fire Dragon King Igneel, or the White Dragon King and other Dragon Kings. They all shifted their sights to that boy at the same time. Just the space fluctuation faintly revealed by the magic just now is enough to make them extremely afraid. Not to mention, whether it is the Fire Dragon King or the White Dragon King, they can feel the strong sense of threat hidden by that weak figure. This human. The White Dragon King's heart sank slightly, his dragon eyes narrowed, and he already had some guesses. Mr. Ming! The blonde girl suddenly exclaimed. Her clear eyes looked at the boy in front of her in disbelief. Why are you here? It seems that it was the unique attribute of the Heartfilia family, or something else, that made Anna immediately forget the explosive atmosphere in front of her when she saw the boy in front of her. It's very simple. Luo Ming glanced at the Tianlong Grandigny and the Dragon Kings around him, and then said with a smile. Because I sensed the aura of a Dragon King from Miss Anna, so I came over to have a look. Having said that, the young man paused slightly, his deep eyes shifted to the Crimson Dragon and said, his tone fluctuated a little. After all, I can't just sit and watch Miss Anna being snatched away by the dragons. The girl's pretty face was dyed a layer of blush, and her soft blonde hair made her look even more gentle and charming. Ming, Mr. Ming, what nonsense are you talking about? Luo Ming smiled lightly, his deep gaze did not shift at all, he stared at the Crimson Dragon not far away, with a faint red light flickering. Fire Dragon King Igneel. Same. Igneel also widened his dragon eyes, staring fixedly at the young man in front of him, whether it was the fluctuation of the opponent's magic power or that handsome appearance. All brought him a strong sense of familiarity. The former comes from Ziref, the boy who suffered the curse of God, while the latter comes from Ziref and Natsu brothers. Similar looks. Very different temperament. Recalling the incident that Ziref once mentioned, Fire Dragon King Igneel had a faint guess in his heart, and did not get close to Anna because of his relationship. Instead, with a rare defensive tone, he asked in a cold voice. Are you the White Mage? Chapter 47 Conflict. Meet you for the first time, my name is Ming. Ishgar Ming Dharagunir. Facing the focused gazes of the several Dragon Kings, the silver-haired boy had a gentle smile. His deep eyes were slightly narrowed, without the slightest timidity. Only. Hearing the last surname, the Fire Dragon King's dragon eyes suddenly shrank, and he hurriedly looked at the boy. Roar. A deep roar came from behind him, tinged with coldness. How dare you take the name Ishgar? The Clawed Dragon King spoke out angrily. In its view, the White Mage named Ishgar was clearly provoking the dignity of their giant dragon family as the master of the Ishgar continent. But you dragons can claim to be the masters of Ishgar, and now, Ishgar is about to be mine. Why not take the name of Ishgar? Luo Ming glanced at the Eye-Claw Dragon King and said in a flat tone. He didn't care about the opponent's anger at all. Instead, he shifted his gaze to the White Dragon King next to him. With Sharingan, he can clearly feel that the strength of the opponent is far superior to other Dragon Kings. However, after all, he is not as good as himself. But a human being is so rampant. Seeing the boy's plain expression, the extremely proud Tianlong King couldn't help being extremely angry, and immediately poked his claws over. Swish! The snow-white ferocious dragon claws swung out rapidly, but did not make the slightest wave in the air. Can't help but feel like a fish in water without the slightest resistance. In the blink of an eye, it came to the top of the boy's head and fell heavily. The eyes of the White Dragon King in the distance condensed slightly, and even Igneel didn't stop him. It also wants to see the strength of this White Mage. Mr. Ming! Only Anna exclaimed. She didn't expect the Tianlong King to attack the boy suddenly. Her delicate and pretty face was full of worry. No need to worry. As if he had noticed Anna's worry, the young man smiled faintly, and a wave of faint waves radiated from his body. Puff! In the next moment, the sharp claws of the Tianlong King pierced through the boy's body, dripping with blood, and sneered. It turned out to be nothing more than a bluffing house. Anna's clear eyes shrank suddenly, and just about to exclaim, she saw the next scene. Squeak! The boy's figure suddenly turned into white feathers all over the sky, flying away in all directions. This is... Igneel was taken aback for a moment, then immediately raised his head to look in a certain direction. I saw a snow-silver figure appearing on the top of Tianlong King's head at some unknown time, with a leisurely expression. Is this the world of your dragons? It's ironic. With a shallow smile, the young man stood in the void, looking at the Dragon King and said lightly. Just relying on the brute force bestowed by God, your huge and bloated body, and you who never think about how to become stronger, you should have withdrawn from this era long ago. Yet, the White Dragon King condensed his eyes slightly, staring closely at the boy's figure and said, "But we are the real masters of Ishgar, White Mage. Now you are just throwing yourself into a trap. Travel yourself." The corners of Luo Ming's mouth were slightly raised, Swayan's broken hair fluttered in the air, and he said proudly, "Do people care about being surrounded by a group of ants? So, you are still too arrogant." Anna, who was standing on top of Grandin's head, saw the young man at this moment, and her clear eyes couldn't help but brighten a lot, flashing a gleam of splendor from time to time. Even Igneel couldn't help the corners of his mouth twitching. The boy's provocation was undoubtedly only want to compare them. Arrogant. The dragon eyes of the heavenly Dragon King were gloomy, and surging magic power erupted from the huge snow-white body immediately, making the whole world seem to be dark for a moment. The formless aura was like a heavy mountain, pressing down on the boy's body, causing Luo Ming to frown slightly. His figure flashed, and immediately rushed out of the center of the aura. This power! Anna was extremely astonished, and even Igneel couldn't help being a little surprised. The strength of the heavenly Dragon King is already quite close to it. If a conflict breaks out later, I'm afraid. How dare you stand on top of the Dragon King? Go to hell, White Mage. Tianlong Guang opened his mouth wide in the direction of Luo Ming without thinking, and the powerful and surging magic power condensed in his mouth. Damn it! The White Dragon King cursed secretly. The roar of the Dragon King level was a powerful attack close to the mystery, and immediately flapped his wings and slowly floated into the air. The other Dragon Kings followed suit one after another and flew into the air. Even the dragons of Igneel and Grandigny flew into the sky one after another, separated from the Dragon Kings and confronted each other, looking at the situation below in unison. Mr. Ming. Anna looked closely at the snow shadow figure below. Her clear pretty eyes were full of worry and concern. Although she met the boy not long ago, the impression of Luo Ming was firmly imprinted in this girl's heart, and the appearance of Luo Ming this time was also for her. How not to let Anna care? And let me see your ability to protect human beings, comparable to the Dragon King, White Mage. Igneel stared intently at the heavenly Dragon King on the ground and the figure of the young man in the air. A trace of scorching heat flashed in the crimson dragon eyes. Does this level of provocation make you furious? The young man looked at the Tianlong King with his mouth wide open in front of him with a smile, without any intention of dodging. It's an honor. Since that's the case, let's show you the strength I'm proud of. At the end of the sentence, the Tianlong King has completely gathered momentum, and the surging magic power in his mouth has been compressed to the extreme, like a faucet. Moment. Boom. The surging magical power like a waterfall poured in the direction of the boy in an instant, and the roar of snow-white magical power caused the air to scream. But Anna and Igneel and other dragons in the sky can be clearly seen. The blazing sky covers the 7 rings. There is a faint sound of drinking from it. The magic roar like a waterfall suddenly split into 2 halves from the middle, each pouring towards the other side. Although the boy's figure was pitifully small compared to the monstrous magic power, he stood firmly in the void, with 7 shining barriers in front of him. Although 3 layers were destroyed in an instant when it came into contact with the head-on attack, and the 4th and 5th barriers were also shattered soon, they still stood firmly in front of the boy like an insurmountable moat. The snow-silver cloak rattled, like a knife splitting the magical waterfall in half, without moving at all. This scene is simply dizzying. Chapter 48, An Unexpected Rescue. Boom. Within a few hundred meters behind the boy, everything turned into a terrifying vortex of magical power. The blue sky suddenly darkened because of Tianlong King's blow, and dark clouds gradually gathered. The power to change the weather with every gesture, this is the meaning of Dragon King. It was the first time for Anna to see this scene. While she was shocked, she was also surprised by the boy again. Being able to resist the power of the Dragon King with a human body, such an existence is undoubtedly the most dazzling figure no matter where it is. It took a few breaths for the fluctuation of magic power to subside gradually. The sky is gradually clearing up. The dust dissipated, and the boy slowly withdrew the hand in front of him, still slender and white. But it blocked the terrifying roar of the heavenly Dragon King just now. Unbelievable. Looking at the gloomy and cold dragon eyes of the Tianlong King, the corners of Luo Ming's mouth slightly raised, a cold light flashed in his deep eyes, and he said with a faint smile, "Is the attack over? Next it's my turn." Language fall. The boy's figure suddenly crossed the distance of space, and before the heavenly Dragon King could react, it was about to appear on top of its head. Base. A round of scarlet magic circle instantly formed above the head of the Tianlong King, with simple lines and exuding a strange and heavy aura. Actually, the so-called strength should be like this to show the true beauty. Base. The scarlet magic circle instantly expanded in the air, and the magic power surged out. Gravity Edition Extreme Heavy Prison. Wave down. Boom. The ground collapsed half a meter in an instant, the dust was flying, and the strong wind howled. Compared with the huge body of the Tianlong King, which is nearly 100 meters, the palm of the young man's swing is obviously insignificant, but it is this seemingly insignificant slap, which seems to be like a mountain pressing down on the top, like a heavy wave. Go! Boom! The heavenly Dragon King was completely unprepared, and fell heavily on the ground in an instant, smashing the ground into a deep pit half a meter deep, causing the ground to vibrate endlessly, and he was in a panic. Igneel and other giant dragons in the sky were stunned, but no one expected that a mere human being can use this form of tyrannical power to deflate the top Dragon King in the Dragon Clan. This simply beat them at what they do best, enough to humiliate any Dragon King. But the young man waved his hand casually, as if fanning away the dust on his hands, looked at the Dragon Kings in the sky and said, "Sorry. Although this may not comply with your sense of beauty, fighting is such a thing that has a sense of beauty for the loser. Even for the flowers on the edge of the cliff, only the strong have the courage to appreciate them, aren't they?" Looking at the young man at this moment, no one would have believed it if he hadn't seen the embarrassing heavenly Dragon King with his own eyes. This is fighting. Seeing the young man preaching, even Anna, who is pure in heart, couldn't help feeling a subtle sense of pleasure born of malice. But for those Dragon Kings, this is the deliberate humiliation that the young man did. So it just took advantage of my unpreparedness and didn't even hurt my fur. The Tianlong King's roar resounded between heaven and earth, exploding in the young man's ears like thunder. Mere human beings, don't be too arrogant. The air in every position was trembling, and under the control of their master, it immediately turned into a strong wind pressure, attacking the boy. Whoosh! A series of wind blades continuously condensed and formed in the air in the blink of an eye, striking from all directions around the boy, without leaving a single gap. This is the Dragon King who dominates the Sky Dragon King. It can even be said that the Wind Dragon King is not as good as it in this aspect that he is best at. It's amazingly arrogant. The boy saw the source of Tianlong King's anger at a glance, and couldn't help laughing out loud. In that case, let me help you calm down. As soon as the voice fell, the boy's figure was instantly dyed with a layer of golden brilliance, and then turned into a golden flash that disappeared in an instant. Guanjian shaved, covering itself with magic power, turning the surrounding air into light to move forward. As long as the body can bear it, it can completely exceed the level of the speed of sound. Even though the young man is not good at physical strength, but because of the curse of God and the special training, his body can completely withstand the impact of the speed of sound. Swish! Before the heavenly Dragon King could react, the young man had already appeared in front of it in the widened eyes of the dragon, holding it down with one hand. Cryogenic Edition, Frozen Capsules. Base. A thin layer of ice crystals spread from the boy's palm in an instant, and the heavenly Dragon King was about to struggle when he felt the magic power in his body crawl like a snail. How is this going? As soon as doubts appeared in the eyes of the Tianlong King, its whole body was completely covered in crystal white in an instant, just like a super-large iceberg. Nafith. When the Dragon Kings in the sky saw this scene, they immediately exclaimed. The Shadow Dragon King was already preparing to make a move. Seeing this scene, he immediately dominated the large black shadows on the ground. Swish! It rose from the ground like an arrow from the string, stabbing at the ice crystals on the boy and the heavenly Dragon King in an instant, with the dark light shining. Mr. Ming! Anna exclaimed instantly, and saw those black shadows rushing behind the boy. Shadow Dragon King! Seeing this scene, Igneel suddenly became angry. Although it is a giant dragon, its style of doing things is much more open and aboveboard. And to deal with humans, two Dragon Kings even need to join forces. Roar! The surging scorching magic power instantly rose from Igneel's body in the sky, as if turning into a huge steam oven. Boom! The continuous heat and surging momentum immediately hit the White Dragon King and others in front of him, like a volcano erupting. Fire Dragon King! The Clawed Dragon King at the front was suddenly attacked by this heat wave, his huge figure froze immediately, and he uttered angrily. One after another is not inferior in the slightest. Igneel's surging magic power and mountain-like momentum rise from the sky. As if a switch was turned on, the originally peaceful atmosphere was instantly filled with the tension of the battle. The four dragons of Granton behind Igneel were all on alert, mobilizing all their magic power to resist the pressure on them, very nervous. Although the numbers are comparable to each other, the opponents are all Dragon Kings, and Igneel cannot compete with them alone. The leader, Igneel, even widened his crimson dragon eyes, as if magma was surging inside, full of anger. Are you trying to provoke me, Igneel? Snort! The leader, the White Dragon King, exploded with all his strength, and pressed towards the opposite side, his face remained unchanged. This is a battle between us and the White Mage. Fire Dragon King, you'd better not intervene. Don't meddle. The Fire Dragon King Igneel laughed out of anger. I am afraid that the White Dragon King and the others plan to attack them here, but now they have the face to say so. Just when Igneel was about to fight against the White Dragon King and other Dragon Kings together with Luo Ming, a panicked exclamation suddenly sounded behind him, accompanied by Grandin's eager voice. Anna! Immediately stagnating, Igneel hurriedly looked back. I saw that Anna, who was standing on top of Grandin's head, unexpectedly slipped from the top of her head and was falling downwards. Anna is just a celestial spirit mage, so naturally she doesn't know flying magic, which is extremely rare in the human kingdom. I'm going to save Anna, Grandin hurriedly said, and then quickly swept down, regardless of the tense atmosphere in front of her. Only, accompanied by the rushing wind, the girl's supple blonde hair was already blown into a mess by the wind, the clear eyes on her delicate pretty face were closed tightly, and the color of fear was faintly visible. Suddenly, the sound of the strong wind in my ears is so low that I can't hear it. Even the feeling of weightlessness disappeared from the girl's body, surrounded by a warm breath. You can open your eyes now, Miss Anna. The gentle voice sounded from beside the ear, making the girl slightly taken aback. A strong arm was wrapped around her waist, and the white earlobes on both sides of her pretty face were immediately stained with a blush. Finally, she slowly opened her clear eyes. A handsome young face came into view, and he gave her a faint smile. Chapter 49, Shen Baiao, Thunder Emperor, Part 1. Swish! A white shadow dyed with a golden halo flew across the sky, at an extremely fast speed, but it did not cause the slightest fluctuation in the air. The breeze blows the golden hair, but the girl's clear eyes are filled with the boy's figure. The close distance is enough for her to see clearly the handsome face of the boy and the broken hair of Swayan, dyed with a golden halo. The gentle smile flowed into Anna's heart like a gurgling brook. Suddenly, An oppressive force came from below, carrying chaotic magic power. The hurricane expanded rapidly in the blink of an eye. Roar! The heavenly Dragon King has completely freed himself from the youth's magic. His wings trembled vigorously. The whole world is under its control. The strong wind pressure almost squeezes the center into a vacuum. Oh! Anna, who was held in the arms of the young environmental protection, let out a muffled snort. Her pretty face turned pale. Seeing this, Luo Ming finally stopped keeping his hand, stretched out one hand, and tapped the void with his wand. Elemental Halo God of Wind, Biao. Whizzing. Located in the far corner of the open space, the breeze like a stream suddenly spun faster. The same scene also happened at any position node in the open space, including the hurricane that hit the two young people. Each position seemed to have a wind vortex. The hurricane's attack stagnated for an instant, causing the Tianlong King's face to change. How can it be? The hurricane is clearly under its control, and it can feel that the whole world is humming. Thick dark clouds gradually gathered from afar, covering the original blue sky, and the scorching atmosphere of the original battle was instantly replaced by gloom, humming. A strong sense of oppression suddenly hit the hearts of the Dragon King, the White Dragon King, Igneel and other giant dragons who were confronting each other in the sky. What happened? The sky is actually dark. Dragon King, did you do this? The heavenly Dragon King, who was slowly flying into the sky from the clawed dragon dynasty, let out a roar, but he could only see the huge dragon eyes of the heavenly Dragon King fixedly staring at the figure of the young man in the center of the hurricane vortex. No. Igneel reacted instantly. His crimson dragon eyes were full of surprise and looked at the young man holding Anna, full of shock. It was done by the white mage. What? Grandigny exclaimed. As a heavenly dragon, she can fully feel how drastic the changes between the heaven and the earth are, and it is impossible for humans to do it. At the same time, when they were surprised by the changes in the sky, Anna, who was held in Luo Ming's arms, shrank her eyes and hurriedly looked down. Boom! The originally spacious open space began to tremble, and it became more and more violent. In the blink of an eye, layers of cracks were covered, spreading densely across the entire land like spider webs. Dust and gravel are constantly floating from the ground. Seeing this scene, the quasi-dragon kings in the distance couldn't help shaking their wings and flew into the sky. Master White Dragon King. Seeing the changes in the open space, the Shadow Dragon King immediately reminded the White Dragon King. Although it is really surprising that human beings can do this scene, they can't give that human being any more time. No. The White Dragon King glanced at Igneel on the opposite side, and growled. Do it! Swish! A series of powerful wings that were tens of meters long trembled, led by the Claw Dragon King and Iron Dragon King, and more than a dozen quasi-dragon kings rushed towards the teenagers in the field. Seeing this, Igneel no longer hesitated, and was about to lead the dragons of Grandigny to make a move. But a voice suddenly came from below. It's all right, Fire Dragon King Igneel. The young man surrounded by the hurricane gestured slightly to Anna, and then waved his hand casually in those surprised eyes. Additional repulsion, anti-membrane. Swish! The invisible barrier instantly wrapped around Anna's body, carrying the girl towards Igneel and the others. I'll leave Anna to you. As for these dragon kings. Luo Ming suddenly opened those scarlet eyes, shining like bright rubies, staring at the giant dragons rushing towards him, said coldly. Leave it to me. You Luo, without taking them to react, surrounded by Luo Ming. Hula! A huge towering tornado instantly rose from the ground, carrying countless dust and gravel, and attacked the Claw Dragon King and Iron Dragon King. The violent gust of wind poured down on them like a waterfall in an instant, not only under their bellies. Every time they flapped their wings, they could feel huge resistance. Even the two Dragon Kings, Iron Dragon King and Claw Dragon King, can't help but feel that it's hard to move forward. And the quasi-dragon kings behind them retreated one after another, and huge gravel hit them with a strong wind. Instantly the scales shattered. Damn it! Seeing this scene, the heavenly Dragon King instantly surged with anger, his wings trembled immediately, and surging magic power erupted from his body. Humans in the area are trying to compete with the dragon. The magic molecules in the air were trembling, and the control of this piece of heaven and earth was instantly seized by the heavenly Dragon King, and the strong wind suddenly weakened a lot. The pressure on Clawed Dragon King and Iron Dragon King was greatly relieved. They shook their wings vigorously, and rushed towards Luo Ming in the center. Humans, obediently submit to the power of the Dragon Clan. Seeing the two Dragon Kings rushing towards the young man, Anna, who was wrapped in the anti-membrane barrier and returned to Grandigny, exclaimed instantly, her clear eyes were full of worry. Even Igneel couldn't help but think about making a real move. But... you want to take my hurricane? Luo Ming looked at the Tianlong King in the distance with a smile, not paying attention to the Iron Dragon King and the Clawed Dragon King at all. In that case, let's try it. Hula hula. One after another, huge tornadoes appeared from the boy's body one by one, covering a radius of 10 miles, turning them all into places where strong winds raged. Just as the heavenly Dragon King wanted to seize control of these hurricanes, his face suddenly changed, and he felt that his control over the air in this world was much weaker. Dragons are not good at subtle manipulation. What's more, this is a magic specially created by Luo Ming, controlled by extremely terrifying subtle control power. The current heavenly Dragon King doesn't pose any threat at all. Woohoo! The wind howled, and even the giant dragons such as Igneel and Granton felt the huge pulling force, and the magic power burst out in a hurry, covering the whole body. Boom! At this time, in the dark and oppressive thick clouds, a dazzling white light suddenly flashed, illuminating the whole world, and heavy thunder lights shuttled between the clouds like horned dragons, and the sound resounded through the world. Seeing this scene, even Anna, who was protected by the anti-membrane and did not receive the slightest damage, couldn't help turning pale. Is this the power of the White Mage? Fire Dragon King Igneel couldn't help being startled. It didn't expect the boy to have such a powerful power, even it was very difficult to do this scene. After all, what the Fire Dragon King is good at is destruction. Not a subtle manipulation of magic at all. The 4 dragons of Grandigny were even more astonished. When they first heard that the boy was going to face the 5 Dragon Kings alone, they felt that the other party was a bit arrogant. Now it seems that they are simply watching the sky from a well. How can it be? The face of the heavenly Dragon King Nephis became more and more gloomy. This kind of change of the sky? No, the power to control the sky is even impossible for it to do. Etc. Chapter 50, Shen Biao and Lei Di, Part 2. The White Dragon King narrowed his eyes and roared anxiously. Something is condensing between the clouds. Then I'll blow them up. The Dragon King roared angrily. It needs to demonstrate its own strength to restore its confidence. But... seeing the mouths of the Heavenly Dragon King and the Shadow Dragon King opening together, Luo Ming smiled lightly. I can't let you break my plan. Go. The young man waved his magic wand lightly, and in an instant, the 9 huge tornadoes standing between the sky and the earth split into 5 and attacked the 3 Dragon Kings. The remaining 4 circled around the young man, constantly colliding with the Claw Dragon King and Iron Dragon King. If they were not given a chance to sneak attack, those quasi-Dragon Kings would have already become scarred. Moment. The violent hurricane violently tore apart the magic power condensed in the mouths of the Sky Dragon King and the Shadow Dragon King like a wild beast, and did not take them to condense again. Those magic elements have been completely blown away by the strong wind. Damn it! The Shadow Dragon King suddenly roared, and controlled the black shadows in some corners of the ground to attack the boy. But before rushing in front of the young man, those sharp black shadows were instantly torn into pieces by the strong wind. Elemental Halo. The boy's voice echoed between the heaven and the earth again, causing the dragon eyes of the 2 Dragon Kings to shrink immediately. The thunder in the clouds continued to gather towards the center, and it had reached a terrifying level. That's too late. The dragon eyes of the Shadow Dragon King shrank. Just as he thought of this, a white crystal light beam penetrated the entire cloud layer in an instant. The holy beam of the White Dragon King. The boy's eyes suddenly sank, and he stared coldly at the huge snow-white body. Master White Dragon King. Even the Heavenly Dragon King couldn't help but feel a tinge of joy. If the gathered thunderbolts were really allowed to land, it would definitely be a serious blow to them. Now that he is as proud as the Dragon King, he has to admit the strength of the White Mage. In terms of elemental magic alone, I am afraid that no one in the entire Ishgard can match him. But don't underestimate the dragon family, White Mage. The snow-white beam of light dissipated slowly, and the White Dragon King withdrew his gaze from the pierced clouds, staring coldly at the tiny figure below. Look down. Luo Ming smiled slightly, then said. It should be that you don't underestimate me. What's the meaning? The dragon eyes of the White Dragon King shrank immediately, only to hear the young man softly say. Can I really think that my elemental magic is only at this level? The White Dragon King's complexion changed instantly, and the Tianlong King, who was the first to feel something, hurriedly looked over his head. Sizzle! I saw streaks of snow-white thunderbolts passing through the clouds, and the hole that was pierced just now was once again covered by thick clouds, and there were continuous thunderbolts flickering. The dragon eyes of the White Dragon King suddenly shrank. How can it be? Elemental Halo Thunder Emperor comes to the world. A faint voice echoed between heaven and earth. The girl wrapped in the anti-film hastily covered her eyes with her hands. Swish! As if the spirit of God's words, accompanied by the words spoken by the young man, the whole world brightened like daylight at this moment. Boom! Countless thunderbolts are like forked branches, densely arranged in the dark and heavy clouds, like a towering tree composed of thunderbolts. All the veins of the branches and leaves are clearly displayed in the dark night, illuminating everything. Immediately, this world-destroying thunder suddenly crashed in the astonished eyes of the Dragon Kings. At the same time, in those scarlet eyes, 5 tornadoes attacked the 3 Dragon Kings, and the other 4 huge tornadoes immediately surrounded the Claw Dragon King and the Iron Dragon King. The ground instantly turned into a vast expanse of whiteness, dispelling the darkness from every corner. Rumble! The aftermath spread to the entire land, and the vibration on the ground lasted for tens of breaths before it gradually stopped. Hoo-hoo! Huge wings vibrate vigorously, fanning away with the dust and sand all over the sky. A huge body gradually became clear, looking at the red ground that had completely turned into a scorched pit. The huge dragon eyes shrank suddenly. This power! White Mage! A huge body not inferior to it also emerged from the dust, floating in the air and looking at the ground, full of horror. It seems that we still underestimate this White Mage. The Iron Dragon Metallicana said, a trace of astonishment still remained on his face. Even if Tianlong Grandigny is unwilling to admit it, he has to say. I'm afraid Thunder Dragon King can't do this. It's not fear. It's certainty. The calm voice spit out from the mouth of Fire Dragon King Igneel, which made him unable to help but look at Anna, who was wrapped in the anti-membrane without any damage, and exclaimed. This young man's understanding of magic has already surpassed all of us. Just as Tianlong Grandigny was about to answer, she heard a clear and light laughter from the dust on the ground. Yet, it really makes me feel proud to be praised by the Fire Dragon King. A golden afterimage broke through the dust and immediately appeared in front of them, with a gentle smile. Mr. Ming. Before the boy opened his mouth, the blonde girl rushed over, wearing a crystal-clear anti-membrane barrier. Luo Ming smiled helplessly, tapped his wand. The girl stopped in front of the boy immediately, and the boy said helplessly. You still have my reflection on you. Only then did Anna realize her behavior, and her delicate and pretty face was flushed with red, and she said softly. Sorry, Mr. Ming. Seeing the girl's serious and cute appearance, Luo Ming couldn't help but smile helplessly, then said softly, "Okay, don't be so serious, after all." The boy stopped suddenly, and looked back under Anna's surprised gaze. "I saw several scorched black giant dragons rushing out of the dust below. Among them, there are only 3 extremely large dragons. Judging from the magical aura they exude, it is White Dragon King, Iron Dragon King, Clawed Dragon King." Ignil's pupils narrowed slightly, and he immediately looked down. Sure enough, in the scorched pit below, lay several huge bodies that were completely scorched black, with no breath, all of them turned into scorched corpses. Only among them were 2 extraordinarily huge dragon bodies, with a trace of life remaining, struggling to stand up. Ignil was just about to speak, when suddenly there was a sound of breaking the air from beside him. Swish! 2 golden spiral spears rushed out from behind the boy in an instant, without the 3 dragon kings on the other side reacting. Puff! The 2 golden lights pierced the necks of the 2 dragon kings respectively, nailing them firmly to the ground. Immediately, the White Dragon King's eyes were about to burst.